a prodigious young beauty, the youngest Animagus to date. Adopted by Narcissa, she bears the surname Black, residing in Malfoy Manor. Upon maturation, she becomes a woman who harbors a singular affection for Harry, possessing a somewhat cunning and terrifying demeanor. She oscillates between the ranks of Death Eaters and the Savior. Alias, an unreliable Death Eater with a singular desire to vanquish Voldemort. Adorable in her childhood, she evolves into a fierce and formidable figure in adulthood. Her motto is, "You insult me, I shall retaliate. You insult Harry, I shall unleash the killing curse." Chapter 1. Lilya Black. Early in the morning, Narcissa cradles Draco as they venture into the garden to inhale the fresh air. Her spirits have not been high of late when the sound of a baby's cry captures her attention. Approaching, Narcissa discovers an infant girl with aquamarine eyes nestled among the rose bushes. The child's smile evokes a long-lost warmth within Narcissa, and it is this very smile that granted her the gift of a daughter. Initially, Mr. Malfoy was resistant, but upon witnessing the infant's striking blue-green eyes, he altered his stance. "Narcissa, this girl has dark hair. She cannot possibly belong to the Malfoy lineage. Lucius, why not have her take my surname? After all, you know the Black family is nearly extinct, and the Blacks are known for their dark hair." Mr. Malfoy furrowed his brow. "Narcissa, you understand my concern. What shall we say if others inquire?" An adopted child, Narcissa regarded him with calm composure. "They could be twins. Since the moment I bore Draco, no one has known whether it was one child or two." Lucius grasped Narcissa's intent. "They are fraternal twins, born of different eggs," and then looked at the infant, chuckling. "Just look at her, beaming with joy." Narcissa felt an immense joy. This was the happiest moment she had experienced in a month. "I think we shall name her Lilya Black." Lucius embraced Narcissa. "Your happiness surpasses all else, Narcissa." Time passed swiftly, and Lilya and Draco reached the age for schooling. Narcissa urged them to venture to Diagon Alley for their supplies. "Draco, why have you not brought Lilya along?" Draco pouted. "She has been right here, mother, that purple butterfly." Narcissa chuckled. "You little rascal, I know you are an Animagus, but there is no need to transform into a butterfly every day. Come back now, Lilya." Lilya obediently shifted back. "All right, mother." Draco glared at Lilya. "Why does mother always praise you? She has never complimented me." "Because I'm far more clever than you, Draco. If only you could be an Animagus at such a tender age." Lilya made a face at him, and Draco turned away in disdain. "Lilya, did you know that making that face truly resembles a troll?" Lilya, unwilling to back down, retorted, "I do not know, for no one but you has ever said so, my dear brother." Narcissa intervened to halt the mischievous debate. "All right, children, we really must be on our way." Upon arriving at Diagon Alley, Narcissa's first destination was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Upon entering the shop, she noticed a boy with black-rimmed glasses being measured for robes, while Harry spotted Lilya and her companions. Out of courtesy, Lilya returned the smile and greeted, "Hi there. Are you a first-year student at Hogwarts as well? My name is Lilya Black." Their mother appeared quite pleased upon hearing the name Black and did not intervene in the conversation, yet her gaze remained fixed on the boy's face. Draco also greeted him, saying, "Hello, I am Draco Malfoy. What is your name?" The boy replied, "My name is Harry Potter." Upon hearing this, it seemed Narcissa grasped the answer, and Lilya interjected, "Harry Potter? You are quite famous. The scar on your forehead is legendary. Perhaps we could become friends. Forgive my boldness, but I have never been in such close proximity to a legendary figure." Harry Potter appeared astonished and stammered, "Friends? Oh, that would be wonderful." Draco, noticing Lilya's sparkling eyes, glanced at her and remarked, "Do you know to which house you will be assigned?" Harry replied, "I do not know." Draco added, "Indeed, we will only discover that during the sorting ceremony, but I am certain we will be placed in Slytherin." Lilya chimed in, "Hey, don't include me. With my intelligence, I should be sorted into Ravenclaw." Malfoy retorted, somewhat disgruntled, "But the Malfoy family are all Slytherins." "Then I shall be the first," Lilya shot back. At that moment, their mother suddenly interjected, "Dear, you must be a Slytherin, otherwise your brother would be quite reluctant to part with you." Lilya smiled at Malfoy, saying, "Oh, if you would miss me, I might consider it." Meanwhile, Harry regarded the exchange with envy, and Lilya nearly forgot the seemingly invincible boy beside her, quickly addressing him. "Oh, Harry, if you would like, you can join us for shopping later." Harry declined Lilya's invitation, saying, "Thank you, but I think I'll pass. I'll see you at school." Having said that, he picked up his robe and departed. After a while, Lilya and Draco finished their business as well. At this point, Madame Malfoy said to them, "Lilya, Draco, Mother will go to assist you in purchasing your books to save some time. You may visit the Cauldron Shop or choose your preferred pets on your own." Lilya and Draco replied in unison, "All right, Mother." As they passed by the Quidditch store, Draco excitedly gazed at the latest model of broomsticks, the Nimbus 2000. "That looks incredible. I truly wish I could take it home." Lilya reminded Malfoy, "First years are not permitted to bring broomsticks." Malfoy, disheartened, responded, "I must wait another year to partake in Quidditch. It is so frustrating. You know, Quidditch is my favorite." "Do not worry, Malfoy. It is merely a year. When the time comes, I will join you in Quidditch. You know I excel at flying," Draco replied with a smile. "Yes, little butterfly, I know." After a while, they completed their shopping. Draco acquired an owl, while Lilya set her sights on a white cat. Finally, Narcissa led Lilya and Draco to Ollivander's to procure their wands. Draco tried several before being chosen by a wand made of hawthorn with a core of unicorn hair. According to Mr. Ollivander, Lilya's wand was exceptionally unique, crafted from apple wood and imbued with a phoenix feather core. She did not comprehend the significance of these combinations, but Ollivander assured her that she would become a remarkable witch, prompting Lilya to inquire why. He explained, "The core of this wand is a phoenix feather, and phoenixes are quite selective about their owners. However, based on your earlier handling of the wand, it appears it is very pleased with you." Lilya thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. I will treat it well." Ollivander smiled at Lilya. With their purchases completed, they returned to Malfoy Manor. For the remainder of the time, Lilya remained in the study reading, and Lucius was exceedingly pleased with Lilya's demeanor. He summoned his friend, Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House, to instruct Lilya and Draco in potions. Lilya exhibited an astonishing talent for potions, as Professor Snape informed her. Lilya smiled in gratitude and noticed that Snape was gazing intently into her eyes. He seemed to sense her curiosity. He remarked, "Your eyes are quite lovely." Lilya thanked him once more, saying, "Thank you, Professor." Draco also displayed notable aptitude in potions, and this was the first time Lilya witnessed a smile from Professor Snape. Snape called Lilya and Draco forward, stating, "You are among the very few students I have encountered with a natural talent for potions, unlike the imbeciles I have taught previously. Lilya, although I'm the head of Slytherin, Ravenclaw would suit you far better. You are exceedingly intelligent." Lilya glanced at Draco and responded to Professor Snape, "Thank you, Professor Snape, but I believe I need success more than wisdom. Moreover, I will undoubtedly follow in my brother's footsteps." Snape regarded Lilya's eyes once more and smiled. "Then you shall be the most intellectually gifted student Slytherin has ever known." Professor Snape conversed with Lucius for a short while before departing, the majority of their discussion revolving around Lilya and Draco's intelligence. After Snape's departure, the family settled on the sofa, and Draco, perplexed, spoke up. "I never realized that Professor Snape had such a penchant for laughter," Lilya responded. "Indeed, he does not appear so stern." Lucius and Narcissa chuckled. "Perhaps, Lilya, your eyes bear a striking resemblance to someone else's." Lilya was perplexed, but today at Madame Malkin's, Harry and I share very similar eyes. Upon hearing Lilya mention Harry, Narcissa immediately turned her gaze towards Lucius. Lucius inquired whether the child in question was Harry Potter, to which Lilya affirmed, "Yes, father, the one you often speak of." Subsequently, Narcissa recounted the entire sequence of events to Lucius, who then remarked to Lilya, "You have done splendidly. The Malfoys, too. Forming a friendship with Harry Potter is undoubtedly advantageous for us, regardless of whether he has returned or not." Lilya comprehended Lucius's statement. After all, the Malfoy family had attained unparalleled glory due to that individual, and in the aftermath of that individual's downfall, the Malfoy family had remained unscathed, an assertion that seemed fundamentally flawed. Chapter 2. The start of term at Slytherin. The day of the new term arrived, and the Malfoy family made their way to platform 9 3/4. Much to everyone's surprise, Lucius was present as well. He earnestly instructed Lilya and Draco to ensure they joined Slytherin. Draco replied, Of course, father. A response that evidently pleased Lucius. He then turned to Lilya, seeking her affirmation, and she confidently stated, without a doubt. Lucius crouched down, embracing both Lilya and Draco, proclaiming, I am proud of you, my children. Before departing, Mrs. Malfoy bestowed upon Lilya and Draco each a small bag of sweets. Lilya's was strawberry-flavored, while Draco's was green apple. Bidding farewell to their parents, Lilya and Draco boarded the train. Upon entering an empty compartment, Lilya sat beside Draco, cradling her cat. Pansy soon joined them, lingering with evident eagerness for a seat. With a playful smile, Lilya concocted an excuse. I think I need to search for Harry Potter. I find him rather intriguing. With that, she discreetly signaled to Pansy to take her place. Pansy reciprocated with a grateful glance. Stepping out of the compartment, Lilya scanned for Harry Potter's figure and eventually spotted him, accompanied by an unfamiliar boy. She approached them, greeting, Hi, Harry, we meet again, and this gentleman, hello. I'm Lilya Black, you may call me Lilya. At that moment, Ron sported a cheeky, stuffed cheek look that was utterly endearing. Lilya noticed the abundance of food on the table and remarked, It seems I've interrupted your meal. I wonder if I might join you. Harry smiled upon her entrance. Of course you can, Lilya. This is Ron, and Ron, this is Lilya. Ron, a bit bashful, replied, Hello, Lilya. I apologize for my rather ungraceful eating. Harry just mentioned you, saying you are his first friend. Lilya beamed at Harry. Really, Harry? Thank you. To be honest, I have few friends aside from Draco and Pansy. Turning her attention to Ron, she added, Ron, you're quite adorable when you eat. Perhaps we could become friends. Upon hearing Draco's name, Ron's expression shifted slightly. Is your father Lucius Malfoy? Lilya, taken aback, responded, Yes, Ron. Do you know my father? Ron explained, Your father and mine are colleagues, though their relationship is rather strained. Lilya replied, I apologize, Ron. My father seldom shares details about his work, but I hope our parents' discord won't affect our friendship. Ron agreed, Yes. You seem quite different from the Malfoy my dad described. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lilya. Harry interjected with curiosity, Malfoy? But you're a Black. Lilya elaborated. I go by my mother's surname. Draco carries my father's name. Harry nodded in understanding and Ron queried, Malfoys are always blonde. Why do you have black hair? Lilya patiently explained, Draco and I are fraternal twins, thus we don't resemble each other much. He takes after our father while I resemble our mother. Ron enlightened. That means your mother must be quite beautiful. Lilya thanked him. Seeing Lilya's cat, Harry asked, What is your cat's name? Lilya replied, Snowball. For her fur is as white as cream. Ron nervously nudged his pet rat closer. Your cat doesn't eat rats, does she? Lilya reassured him, she is still young. She certainly wouldn't. Their conversation flowed until a girl with unruly hair entered, inquiring if anyone had seen a toad named Trevor. When no one had, she departed after introducing herself as Hermione, reminding them that Hogwarts was approaching. Lilya instantly adored Hermione. She found her utterly charming and wished to ruffle her hair. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, Draco sought out Lilya, exclaiming, Hey, Lilya, do you remember me? She, puzzled, replied, Why do you ask? Aren't you my brother? Draco retorted, Oh, so you do remember I'm your brother? That is splendid, and stormed off. Lilya gestured apologetically to Harry and Ron. I'm sorry, my brother can be rather childish. I must go calm him down. Harry and Ron chuckled, with Ron saying, It's all right, I understand. Lilya chased after Draco, but he seemed eager to race ahead. Lilya seized his hat, quipping, Hey, slow down, Mr. Athlete. I merely chatted with my friends. Why the fuss? Friends? The Weasley's red-haired rodent? Draco scoffed. Hey, watch your words. What about your upbringing? Has your mother's teaching escaped you, Draco? Pure-blood traitors. Why should we show them courtesy? He retorted. Everyone is equal, Malfoy. I don't expect you to befriend them, but I hope you can respect them, all right? Draco grudgingly acquiesced. After boarding the boat to Hogwarts, they prepared for the sorting ceremony. Lilya focused on those she recognized. The first to be sorted was Hermione, who appeared quite nervous, ultimately being placed in Gryffindor. Next was Ron, also sorted into Gryffindor. When it was Draco's turn, he was assigned to Slytherin, which Lilya found rather hasty since the sorting hat barely touched his head before declaring his house. Then came Harry, the boy who lived. When Professor McGonagall called his name, all eyes turned to him, eager to see where he would be placed. His sorting took a bit longer, and ultimately, he too was sorted into Gryffindor. Lilya felt a pang of regret for having promised Lucius she would join Slytherin, but one must uphold their word, right? Lastly, it was Lilya's turn. Curiously, when Professor McGonagall called out her name, Headmaster Dumbledore cast a significant glance in her direction as she took her seat. The sorting hat mused, Let me see intelligent and kind-hearted, courageous yet ambitious. Where shall I place you? How about Ravenclaw? There, you would find like-minded friends. Lilya softly interjected, No, thank you. I would prefer to be in Slytherin. Really? The previous one wished to avoid Slytherin. You are quite the opposite. Fascinating indeed. You, like him, present a dilemma. But if you wish to be in Slytherin, then so be it. Upon spotting Draco from afar, Lilya smirked, thinking, what s with the cool act? Besides Draco, she noticed Ron and Harry's disappointed gazes and Hermione's fluffy hair as she settled into the seat Draco had saved for her. What did the hat say to you? You were sitting there for 5 minutes, you know? Just as I suspected, it wanted to place me in Ravenclaw. But I declined and insisted on Slytherin. Draco chuckled and offered Lilya a piece of strawberry cake. Well done, sister. After the feast, they followed the prefect to the damp dungeons. After listening to a lengthy speech, they returned to their dormitory, where Lilya shared a room with Pansy. They spent the entire night discussing Draco, and had Lilya not reminded her of the classes awaiting them the next day, their conversation might have continued indefinitely. Chapter 3. The Beautiful Genius Girl. The following day, Lilya rose early, studying history of magic in the common room while awaiting her friends, as her grasp of the subject was rather poor. She joined Draco and the others as they made their way to Transfiguration class, where he insisted on sitting in the front row and requested Lilya to join him. Professor McGonagall transformed a table into a pig and then back again, subsequently turning herself into a cat to help everyone remember certain key points. Harry and Ron arrived late to the first class, during which Professor McGonagall considered transforming them into a clock and a map. Unfortunately, that did not come to pass. Lilya enhanced the existing knowledge with her own interpretations, prompting Professor McGonagall to examine her notes and mention that, to her knowledge, Miss Lilya is an Animagus. Is that correct, Miss Lilya? To which Lilya affirmatively replied, yes, Professor McGonagall. The professor, somewhat exhilarated, remarked that she must be the youngest Animagus to date and wondered if she could demonstrate her abilities before them. I would be delighted, Professor, Lilya responded, transforming into a purple butterfly. Professor McGonagall smiled with satisfaction, stating, Miss Lilya, should you ever find yourself confused about transfiguration spells, feel free to seek my assistance. You are truly a prodigy. During her speech, Lilya transformed back, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Filled with joy, Lilya was thrilled to showcase her abilities in front of many. The professor then encouraged her to attempt transforming the table into a pig, and after one try, Lilya succeeded. Professor McGonagall, excited, made her a bit nervous, exclaiming, excellent work, Miss Lilya. Slytherin earns 10 points. This made Lilya even happier. After class, Draco expressed his surprise. Did you secretly study behind my back? She laughed. Of course not, Draco, it's talent. As soon as class ended, Lilya took her History of Magic textbook to study, prompting Draco to ask, Sister, why are you working so hard? Lilya smiled, because I am bored. Draco jested, so you read while walking? Are you planning to wear thick glasses like Harry Potter? Lilya chuckled but did not respond. In the second class, Potions, Professor Snape was pleased to see Lilya and Draco seated in the front row. After a brief lecture, he turned his attention to Harry. Some might believe that their fame exempts them from paying attention in class. Hermione, ever the diligent student, nudged him, and Harry finally became aware, pausing his writing. The professor posed several questions to him, but Harry deferred to Hermione. Snape then called upon Lilya to answer regarding the potion's ingredients. The draught of living death. Cow's stomach, no difference. Professor Snape smiled approvingly. Very well, Miss Lilya. Slytherin earns 5 points. So why aren't you all writing this down? After class, Lilya and Draco headed to the library to study history of magic, where Neville seemed to forget something until he encountered Hermione. Lilya greeted her warmly. Hi, Hermione. May we sit here? Hermione replied, of course. I do enjoy the company of intelligent people. Oh, by the way, let me introduce my brother Draco. Hermione greeted him. Hello? Draco, I am Hermione. Draco nodded. Hello, Hermione. May I ask your last name? Hermione, slightly embarrassed, replied, Granger. Draco responded, I wasn't aware of any pureblood families with the surname Granger. Lilya nudged Draco, signaling him to be quiet. Hermione explained, my parents are muggles. Draco frowned at Lilya, who quickly added, but Hermione, you are very clever, smarter than many pureblood wizards. Right, Draco? I recall Professor Snape had something to discuss with you. Draco understood. Oh, thank you. I nearly forgot. Hermione fell silent, and Lilya noticed her engrossed in studying history of magic. Hermione, are you studying history of magic too? I am as well. Shall we study together? Hermione expressed interest. That would be wonderful. Where are you in your reading? Lilya replied, page 31. Hermione beamed. You are truly remarkable, Lilya. I've only reached page 20. I just read to pass the time when I'm bored, which only proves how dull I am, Lilya said. Hermione teased. No need to be modest, Lilya. The two enjoyed a pleasant and brief time together. The third class was Quidditch, where the eagle-eyed instructor instructed everyone to place their brooms aside and commanded them to say up. Lilya successfully mounted her broom on the first attempt, as did Draco and Harry, while the adorable Hermione struggled initially. Hermione, be more assertive. After a bit of encouragement, Hermione finally succeeded, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lilya." "No need to thank me, Hermione. You know I like you," Lilya replied, causing Hermione's cheeks to flush. The instructor then instructed everyone to ride their brooms and use their feet to push off the ground to take flight. Neville, however, took off directly. Clearly, he was too nervous to come back down. Just as Lilya finished speaking with the teacher, Neville began careening wildly, ultimately getting stuck up high. Draco laughed from the sidelines, while Lilya, without a second thought, took to the air to bring Neville back down safely. The class cheered for Lilya, and the instructor advised her to be more cautious in the future, awarding Slytherin 5 points. Neville continually thanked Lilya, who noticed his robe was torn and suspected he may have some scrapes. The instructor also noticed and sent him to tend to his injuries, advising him not to ride a broom in the meantime, lest he miss out on Quidditch altogether. Draco picked up the memory ball that Neville had dropped, remarking, if he remembered to land on his butt, he wouldn't be hanging up there like a pitiful creature. Lilya recognized Draco's intention to tease and requested he hand the memory ball to her. "What's wrong, sister? You want to help him again?" At that moment, Harry approached, saying, "Draco, you shouldn't speak like that." The rebellious brother shot back, "What's wrong, Potter? Do you want to show off too? Come and take it." Hermione reminded them of the teacher's earlier words. Lilya smiled, "It's all right, Hermione. He is my brother, and I should put a stop to his behavior. Harry, could you assist me?" Harry agreed, and Draco tossed the ball in Hermione's direction. Harry retrieved the memory ball, and the commotion finally came to an end. Lilya observed Draco's sullen demeanor and thought it best to carve out some time to talk with him. Following that was the peculiar class with Professor Quirrell, which reeked of garlic, as he taught defense against the dark arts. Lilya felt it prudent to first learn the garlic defense. She and Draco simultaneously took out their handkerchiefs, thankful that theirs were scented with roses. Otherwise, Lilya feared she might not endure the lesson. To make matters worse, Professor Quirrell did not engage in questioning, leaving Lilya unable to earn any points. What a dreadful class it was. After class, Draco grumbled, "I've never seen a defense against the dark arts teacher who, out of fear of vampires, fills the room with the stench of garlic. I think I should ask Father to replace him. Merlin's beard, how strange. Are we actually thinking alike?" Draco continued, "What's even stranger is that you are making friends with Muggleborns." Lilya retorted angrily, "Hey, Draco, do not use that term. It is disrespectful, remember?" Draco countered, "Oh, I thought we only made friends with purebloods. Ron is acceptable. At least he is a pureblood. Hermione Granger? You can't be serious. What do you think Father would say?" "Draco, I still stand by my point. You may choose not to befriend them, but you must treat them with respect. And that term must never escape your lips. If, as you say, pureblood families are noble, then you should exhibit some noble upbringing rather than a lack of manners. You can return alone tonight. I have matters to discuss with Professor McGonagall." After hearing this, Malfoy angrily stormed off with Crabbe and Goyle. Next came the History of Magic class, which included a questioning segment. Both Lilya and Hermione raised their hands simultaneously, and the teacher selected one of them for a question. They were both delighted, as both Gryffindor and Slytherin earned 5 points. After class, Lilya and Hermione walked together, with Lilya informing Hermione of her intention to visit Professor McGonagall's office. Hermione was more than happy to accompany her. Harry and Ron also expressed their desire to join. However, where had Draco gone? Hermione inquired. Draco had mentioned he needed to retreat and collect himself, claiming that he felt dazed from the overwhelming scent of garlic. Ron nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed. I've never encountered such a potent garlic aroma. I too must take a shower shortly. Harry, care to join?" Harry readily accepted the invitation. Lilya turned to Hermione. "What do you think, Hermione? After I discuss matters with Professor McGonagall, I would like to shower as well. Perhaps we could go together? Afterward, we could linger in the library until curfew." Hermione beamed. "That sounds splendid. Oh, Lilya, I truly adore you. You are my kindred spirit." As they walked, Lilya noticed that many people were watching her. She quietly asked Hermione, "Is there something on my face?" Hermione reassured her, "Do not fret, Lilya. They are gazing at you because of your outstanding performance today. You earned 25 points for Slytherin. Moreover, it is somewhat unusual for Slytherin to engage with Gryffindor." Lilya accepted this explanation. Ron interjected, "Lilya, did you know that some are calling you the genius beauty?" Lilya, puzzled, asked, "Really? Who said that?" Ron grinned at Harry. "Of course, it was Harry, Lilya. He has been watching you all day." Harry, somewhat embarrassed, blushed as he replied, "Thank you." Lilya thought that perhaps this would make Harry feel better, but it only deepened the color on his cheeks. Observing Harry's discomfort, Lilya hastened their steps, and soon they arrived at Professor McGonagall's office, where she asked Harry and the others to wait outside. "Good day, Professor McGonagall. I have some questions regarding animagi." Professor McGonagall was pleased to see Lilya seeking knowledge in this area. "What is it, Miss Lilya?" she inquired. "As you can see, Professor, My Animagus form is a purple butterfly, and I am wondering if it could change as I age. Professor McGonagall responded, I doubt it. The size of the butterfly will remain as it is now, Miss Lilya. However, I must tell you, your butterfly is certainly no ordinary creature, as evidenced by its unusual purple hue. Professor, what is the purpose of being an Animagus? Lilya asked. You can use it to conceal your true identity, and it grants you the ability to extend your life through magical creatures. Thus, I deem this one of the greatest achievements in transfiguration. Furthermore, I am astounded that you can transform into an Animagus at such a young age, which undoubtedly indicates your remarkable talent, Miss Lilya. Lastly, I must ask, have you registered your Animagus? Yes, Professor. My father believes it is a demonstration of ability. Indeed, Miss Lilya, your father speaks the truth. But you must be cautious and protect yourself from potential dangers. Thank you, Professor. I will remember that. Farewell. With that, she exited Professor McGonagall's office. Chapter 4. Respect my friends, Draco. Harry and Ron departed first, eager to shower and retire early, Hermione remarked. Then let us go as well, Hermione. What book do you wish to read tonight? Hermione pondered for a moment before replying. I think I would like to study history of magic. It is rather challenging for me. It is for me as well. History of magic is dreadfully dull. Yet you performed exceptionally well in class today. Lilya responded. That is because I had studied in advance, allowing me to keep up. Perhaps I do possess some talent. But I certainly do not have an aptitude for history of magic, only diligence. Hermione replied. I believe you could score full marks in every subject. Lilya laughed. Hermione, you are wonderful. Why don't we compete for the top spot, with a prize involved? Oh, I love that idea, but what shall we wager? How about books? The loser must gift the winner a book. Hermione was overjoyed. I adore this prize. After a short while, they finished showering and made their way to the library, where they had enough time to read 5 pages of history of magic. As the clock struck 9:30, Lilya yawned and said, Today has been delightful. I miss my bed. I feel the same. After bidding farewell, Lilya returned to the Slytherin common room, only to be startled by someone unexpected. Draco, why are you still awake? Draco retorted, and why are you returning so late? There are still about 20 minutes until curfew. Do you wish to be punished, or are you seeking your muggle-born friends? Lilya, exasperated, replied, Draco, I thought you had calmed down, yet you still maintain this attitude. Brother, could you explain why you harbor such disdain for my friends? Is it merely because they are not pure blood? Listen, I do not care for your sentiments regarding her. They are my friends. And all I ask is for you to show them respect. Is that so difficult? Draco stated, I disagree with your perspective. Lilya countered, if Hermione scores higher than you this term, you must never utter those 3 words to insult my friends again and treat them with respect. Draco frowned and smirked. What if that does not happen? Lilya leaned in closer and replied, there is no if. With that, Lilya returned to her dormitory. Pansy was still awake and noticed Draco's sour expression upon her return. She inquired about what had transpired, and Lilya recounted the events in detail. Although Pansy did not fully comprehend why Lilya chose to befriend Gryffindors, she supported Lilya nonetheless, suggesting they could dine together in the future. Lilya, bemused, thought, perhaps this way, Draco will pay more attention to me. She smiled and agreed, all right. The following morning, Lilya remained in the common room, engrossed in her book while waiting, not for Draco, but for Pansy. Draco, assuming she was waiting for him, irritably remarked, no need to wait for me. I am having breakfast with Crabbe and Goyle. Lilya ignored him until Pansy arrived. Lilya, shall we go? I'm so sorry I woke up late. Lilya nodded and teasingly said, no problem, Pansy. How could I be impatient waiting for you? You are so gentle and lovely, unlike some people. Besides, you are my friend. Draco, infuriated, stormed off with Crabbe and Goyle. Breakfast was served early, and apart from the Ravenclaw students who were eager to eat before heading off to study, there were only a few others present. Lilya deliberately slowed her pace while eating with Pansy, sharing laughter, when unexpectedly, a Gryffindor boy approached her. Hello, Lilya, my name is Neville. Thank you for saving me in Quidditch class. I was just so clumsy. Lilya replied, no worries, Neville. You were simply too nervous that day. I wonder if I might have you as a friend? Of course. Would you like some sweets? I happen to have strawberry-flavored ones. With that, Lilya placed the candies into Neville's hands. Thank you, Lilya. You are truly kind. You are the nicest and most beautiful person I have ever met. Thank you, Neville. You are also the most charming boy I have encountered. Shyly, Neville hurried away, while Draco, sitting nearby, twisted his fork in frustration, wishing he had enough strength to bend it. Lilya. All the while, Lilya relished the effect she had caused. What is the matter, brother? Would bending a fork make eating a slice of bread more enjoyable? I shall give it a try, thank you. With that, Lilya bent the fork and took a bite of the bread, lamenting in a tone of disappointment. What a pity, there is no discernible difference. After uttering these words, she employed a repair charm to restore the fork to its original form. Pansy, have you finished your meal? Let us depart. Pansy, who had just registered Lilya's act of bending the fork, quickly followed her lead. Draco was equally startled by this action. He feared he might end up like that fork and began to question whether he should continue to argue with Lilya. Chapter 5. We are siblings. No thanks are necessary. Draco, I believe we need to have a conversation, a discussion between siblings. I think so too. Lilya, a conversation between siblings. They arrived by the Black Lake and sat on the grass in silence. The first to break the silence was Lilya. Draco, I thought you would calm down and reflect on the matter last night. Yet here you are this morning, unchanged. Draco replied, do you still remember that I am your brother? It seems your brother does not hold as much significance as your so-called friends. But if you would cease to critique my friends, we could all play together. Draco, you nitpick this and that. You care for nothing beyond pure bloodlines and family. Do you still not comprehend what I conveyed to you yesterday? Draco, growing impatient, retorted, I believe our friends should be Pansy, Goyle, and the like, rather than Ron, Hermione, Neville, and that indestructible boy, Harry. Why do you show such kindness to them? Lilya responded, friends ought to support one another. And I cannot bear to see my friends suffer. You would not understand, Draco. She felt increasingly estranged from her twin brother. Draco, you are my twin brother. I had thought you would understand my perspective, but it seems you are forever preoccupied with trivial matters. If I were you, I would use this time to enhance my grades instead of seeking quarrels with my sister's friends. Draco grasped the hem of Lilya's garment. Lilya, I am sorry. I have come to terms with this. I can accept them as your friends, and I assure you I will respect them. However, I still have my eye on that Hermione Granger's academic performance. If she does not surpass me, then that is a different matter entirely. As for Father, is there anything you require from me? Nothing is necessary, Draco. I shall inform Father in detail during the holidays that they are my friends, and they deserve an introduction. Draco nodded. So, will you still distance yourself from me? Or do you intend to bend me like that fork? Lilya smiled at Draco and replied, no, brother. I intend to introduce you to my friends, but it must be with your consent first. Surprisingly, Draco acquiesced. Very well, Lilya. I promise to coexist peacefully with them and will not cause you any trouble. Lilya beamed. That is splendid, brother. How about we sit in the library tomorrow and have a proper chat? As you wish, sister, Draco replied. This lofty boy had indeed conceded to his sister. After parting ways with Draco, Lilya returned to the library to continue studying the dry subject of history of magic, where she encountered Hermione. Through Hermione, she learned that Harry had made it onto the Quidditch team, and everyone was quite pleased for him. Yet, Lilya suddenly recalled Draco. His enthusiasm for Quidditch certainly rivaled that of Harry. Hey, Hermione, I have something to tell you. My brother Draco wishes to befriend you all, including Ron and Harry. I believe you can help me convey this, correct? It is quite important, as my brother rarely expresses such interest. Of course. But are you certain he won't do anything to Harry? I mean, considering what happened yesterday, the memory ball, Hermione said, her tone tinged with concern. Rest assured, Hermione. I have emphasized this to him repeatedly. Hermione smiled. All right, I will inform them. I imagine they will be quite surprised. I think so too. Upon returning, Lilya confirmed with Draco that he would indeed attend the next day, asking him 3 times before she finally went to bed. She also relayed the news of Harry's inclusion in the Quidditch team. Although he was somewhat displeased, he still agreed. The following day, Draco arrived early at the library, and Hermione and the others arrived as expected. Upon seeing Ron's expression, Lilya knew they would be incredulous. Lilya introduced Harry, Ron, Hermione. This is Draco, Draco Malfoy, my brother. Draco wishes to amend the previous unpleasantness. Draco suddenly spoke. Perhaps we can become friends. After all, you are my sister's friends, and I care deeply for her. What do you think? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, seemingly questioning whether this was truly Draco Malfoy. Harry replied, that sounds splendid, Draco. We would be delighted to befriend you. This is quite a surprise. Seeing that they had not rejected him, Draco appeared to lift a weight off his shoulders. Potter, may I call you that? I hear you have joined the Quidditch team. That must feel quite exhilarating. Harry responded, yes, Malfoy, it is indeed. More so, it is nerve-wracking. Oh, by the way, Professor McGonagall asked me to inform you that you have become reserve players for the Slytherin Quidditch team. She has already informed Professor Snape. But there is currently only one position available for a seeker. I did not get the chance to tell you yesterday. Professor McGonagall witnessed the scene from yesterday. Lilya exclaimed in delight, really? I think it would be best if Draco took it. He would be thrilled, wouldn't you, Draco? Draco genuinely smiled. Indeed, sister. Then, Draco turned to Hermione. Hello, Hermione. My sister tells me you excel in your studies. If you are willing, we could study together. Hermione replied, of course. That would be wonderful. Your potions grades are consistently impressive. Lastly came Ron. Lilya was acutely aware of Draco's opinions on the Weasleys. Ron plays wizard's chess remarkably well. Draco interjected, then we can often spar in chess, Ron. I have a keen interest in it as well. Ron observed Draco's smile, which did not appear feigned. And he too smiled in return. That sounds marvelous, Draco. Fortunately, this meeting was not as awkward as anticipated. On the way back, Draco insisted on seeking out Professor Snape to confirm the matter of his and Lilya's inclusion in the Quidditch team. Professor Snape confirmed, "Indeed, Draco. But there is only one position available for a seeker. I believe you should discuss it." "That is precisely what Harry said," Lilya replied with joy. "We have already discussed it. Draco shall be the seeker." Professor Snape regarded Lilya. "Lilya, have you made your decision? This will be an honor." "Yes, Professor," Lilya affirmed. After patting Lilya on the head, Professor Snape allowed them to leave. "Sister, thank you. Draco, you are my brother. There is no need for thanks between us," Lilya replied. "I believe you should write a letter to Father. He will be quite pleased." Draco embraced Lilya without saying a word, simply holding her quietly. Lilya understood Draco's sentiment. Altering the perspective of this pureblood heir would not be an easy task, let alone shifting their father's views. Lilya reflected on Draco's transformation. "In truth, I owe you my gratitude as well. I shall forever remember the astonished expressions of my friends today, and I have witnessed your attitude towards them, Draco." Draco replied, "Sister, have you forgotten? We are siblings. There is no need for thanks." The two individuals exchanged glances, their faces breaking into smiles. Chapter 6. The Unsightly Giant. Professor McGonagall announced that after class, she would accompany Lily and the others to find wood to elucidate the rules of Quidditch. As fate would have it, Slytherin and Gryffindor had their transfiguration lesson together, thus they proceeded as a group. Wood awaited them, and to his surprise, he found himself tasked with instructing two Slytherin students as well. He began by introducing the various types of balls utilized in Quidditch and ensured that Harry and Draco had a clear view of the golden snitch. Meanwhile, Lily, not being a seeker, found herself idly standing by. "Hey, Lily, I think you might want to try your hand at being a beater. If Slytherin has any vacancies, that position would undoubtedly suit you," Wood remarked. Lily, somewhat puzzled, questioned, "How do you know my name?" "Who doesn't know? The brightest new student at Hogwarts, and oh, the brilliant beauty, right, Harry?" Wood replied. Harry's cheeks flushed slightly, and he offered no response. Wood then opened the lock, instructing her to pay attention and strike the ball when it returns. Lily successfully sent it soaring through the gap in the statue. "Not bad at all. It seems you truly are quite clever, little genius," Wood commended. "Thank you, Senior Wood," Lily replied gratefully. "All right, everyone, you may head back, but little genius, please stay," Wood instructed. Lily was confused, and it was evident Harry was as well. "Sorry, Wood, I suppose I'll have to wait here too. I have a few things to discuss with Lily and Draco." Draco, eager to join the conversation, decided to remain as well. This only deepened Lily's confusion. "Is there something else, Senior Wood?" she inquired. "Neville mentioned he wanted to invite you to the greenhouse at noon to give you a gift. I must say, you have quite the popularity," Wood replied. "I understand. Thank you, Senior," she said. "No need to thank me, little genius. It was but a small effort." Meanwhile, Harry and Draco, having concluded their discussion about the golden snitch, approached them. "Last night, Ron, Hermione, and I stumbled into a room that housed a monster. Hagrid said it was a three-headed dog, and I suspect it's guarding something. Later, we asked Hagrid, and he mentioned it was linked to Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore. So I thought perhaps you could investigate Nicholas Flamel," Harry recounted. Lily felt elated that Harry trusted them. "Of course, Harry. What do you think, Draco?" "Sounds good. We spend most of our time studying anyway," Draco replied. "Thank you, Draco," Harry said appreciatively. Draco appeared pleased as well, his expression hinting at a subtle smile. "No need to thank me, Potter." Harry suggested they take a stroll by the Black Lake. Lily thought to herself that they had truly become friends and did not want to disrupt this rare moment, hastily making her way to the greenhouse. "Hi, Neville. I heard you wanted to give me a gift." Lily greeted him with a smile. "Hi, Lily. Here's the gift," Neville said, presenting her with a red rose. This delighted Lily immensely, for roses, especially red ones, were her favorite. "Oh, thank you, Neville. I absolutely love this gift. But what made you think of giving me a present?" Neville responded, "I still wanted to thank you for saving me last time, and as for the rose, it's because I caught a whiff of roses when you hugged me." "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sniff," she replied. Neville's nervous demeanor was undeniably adorable. "Thank you, Neville. You're truly sweet." "Yes, I adore roses. My mother always said I loved them since I was little, which is why I enjoy tending to them, especially the red ones." Seeing Lily's delight, Neville relaxed. "I'm glad you like it. So, what should I bring in return?" "This gift is wonderful. Perhaps strawberry candies? Would that suffice?" Neville suggested. "Of course, Neville," Lily responded, handing him one. "Neville, perhaps we could study herbology in the library together? I've been struggling to understand Devil's Snare lately," Lily proposed. Neville agreed. As they exited, they encountered a Hufflepuff upperclassman when Neville accidentally bumped into him. Their mutual apologies were quite amusing, until the upperclassman noticed Lily making friends with Slytherin and Gryffindor, which struck him as unusual. Lily was at a loss for words. Their perspectives were often so rigid. The upperclassman introduced himself as Cedric Diggory. "Hello, Cedric. I'm Lily, and this is Neville." Upon hearing her name, Cedric appeared surprised. "You're Lily? Oh, I know you. You're not just clever but also quite beautiful, and you seem very kind." "Thank you for the compliment, Cedric. If there is nothing else, I believe Neville and I should head to the library." Cedric replied, "Of course, feel free." Lily pondered why so many knew her. However, upon reflection, it didn't seem so bad. Being popular might please her father, and perhaps Lucius would be less irked upon hearing about her friendships with Gryffindor. Upon reaching the library, Lily searched for books regarding Nicholas Flamel but found nothing of value. After reading some herbology texts with Neville, they decided to return. As Halloween approached, Lily prepared some candies and distributed them to her friends early in the day, particularly favoring Neville with strawberry-flavored treats, as she sensed his fondness for strawberries. During mealtime, Hermione mentioned she had a slight stomachache, prompting Lily to accompany her to the restroom. Upon Hermione's exit, they heard a loud thudding sound. Hermione shrieked, "Is that a troll?" An unsightly behemoth lumbered in, and Lily immediately thought of that wretched Draco, who often teased her by calling her a troll. She was not that ugly, was she? The creature appeared quite unfriendly, Lily murmured under her breath. Sure enough, the next moment, the troll swung its club. "Hey, Mr. Troll, do you know how impolite that is?" Lily retaliated with a levitation charm, causing the club to vanish. The troll, confused, began to look around. "Goodness, it's not even that bright," Lily muttered. After halting her spell, the club knocked the troll unconscious. Lily frowned slightly. "Hermione, are trolls always like this?" Hermione, visibly shaken, stammered, "Why yes." At this moment, Lily was exceedingly vexed, muttering, "Draco, you truly are my dear brother. And you, Mr. Troll, even if you're ugly, you shouldn't be so filthy." With that, Lily cast a cleaning charm. Much better, though still ugly. At that instant, Harry, Ron, and Draco entered, followed closely by Professor McGonagall and the garlic-loving Professor Quirrell. Professor McGonagall appeared astonished. "Girls, did you do this?" Lily replied, "Yes, Professor." The troll barged in unexpectedly, and we were all quite startled. McGonagall remarked, "Very well, but you should understand this is exceedingly dangerous. However, considering your good fortune, both Slytherin and Gryffindor shall receive 10 points each. Professor Quirrell, would you kindly deal with this troll?" Quirrell responded, "Oh, yes, you should leave." He'll awakened shortly. After departing, Harry and Ron were curious about how they managed to handle the situation. Lily chuckled, "This troll isn't very bright. So it turned out like this." Then, turning to her brother, she asked, "Could you explain to me why you called me a troll earlier?" Draco replied, "Well, they are rather special, aren't they? And cleaner than I imagined." Lily feigned a smile, "Is that so? Then I must thank you, Mr. Malfoy. Perhaps you would like to try my newly learned spell. Let me think. What was that incantation? Ah, yes, fainting charm." Draco collapsed onto the ground, leaving Harry and the others in a state of astonishment. Professor McGonagall, who had not ventured far ahead, also heard the commotion. "Miss Lilya, what has happened to Mr. Draco?" Lilya smiled at Professor McGonagall and replied, "He is a bit anemic. I shall escort him." Professor McGonagall responded, "Very well, Miss Lilya. Why not allow Harry and his friends to assist you?" Ron and Harry shook their heads vigorously. Yet Lilya continued to smile, saying, "No need, Professor McGonagall. I can manage. Farewell, everyone." With that, Professor McGonagall departed, leaving the trio bewildered in the wind. Ron, with fear in his voice, asked, "Was that Lilya? The one we know?" Hermione answered, "It's a pity you missed how composed she was in the restroom just now. It was utterly astonishing." Harry remarked, "We best not provoke her." Ron and Hermione chimed in unison. Indeed. Chapter 7, The Quidditch Match. The day of the Quidditch match arrived, and Harry received a Firebolt 2000 from Professor McGonagall, while Draco was gifted the same by Lucius. Slytherin faced Gryffindor, and Draco took this match very seriously, having wagered a bet with Harry on who would emerge victorious, with the stakes being that the loser would have to call the winner Big Brother for an entire week. How juvenile. Draco soared above the Black Lake, insisting that Lilya accompany him as he looped in the skies, causing her head to spin. Did Draco really wish for a brother? Heaven forbid. But if Harry were to be Lilya's brother, that wouldn't be so bad. Midway through the match, Harry's broom malfunctioned, nearly causing him to plummet. Lilya noticed Professor Snape muttering beside her and inquired, "Professor, are you suffering from mouth ulcers? You should eat more fruit." Professor Snape paused, turned, and smiled, replying, "Thank you, Lilya. My mouth is perfectly well." At that moment, Harry truly came perilously close to falling. Snape's lips began moving again, and Lilya realized he was bestowing a blessing upon Harry. Thus, Lilya commenced her own incantation for Draco, muttering, bless Draco, grant me a brother named Harry." Suddenly, she noticed Professor Quirrell also murmuring, though he was fixated on Harry. Lilya thought he must be blessing Harry as well, prompting her to hasten her mutterings. Ultimately, Harry caught the golden snitch with his mouth. Lilya pouted. Why did my blessing go unanswered? Snape queried. What did you say, Lilya? She replied, I was blessing Draco to win, but it seems to have been in vain. Snape appeared somewhat speechless and fell silent. After the match concluded, Hermione inquired of Lilya why Professor Snape had been muttering throughout the game. Lilya explained, that wasn't an incantation, it was a blessing. We were hoping for Draco's victory. But evidently, it did not succeed. Now Draco must call Harry Big Brother for an entire week. Does that not mean I have an additional brother? Lilya cast a fierce glare at Draco, who looked at Harry and said, Just wait, Harry. Next time, we shall wager on this again. You will eventually be calling me Big Brother. Harry could only shake his head in resignation. Hermione chuckled, and Ron asked, Why did Harry's broom malfunction? It was brand new. Hermione questioned Lilya. Did you hear what Professor Snape was saying? Lilya replied, I didn't catch it. But apart from me and Professor Snape wishing for Draco's success, Professor Quirrell was focused on Harry. Harry, perplexed, asked, Why would Professor Quirrell bless me? Lilya responded, I am not sure. He was staring at you the entire time, his eyes never wavering, and his lips kept moving. Truly. He was right beside me, Hermione deduced. It must be he who caused Harry's broom to malfunction. Harry, more confused than ever, wondered, what would Professor Quirrell gain from sabotaging me? Lilya teased. Perhaps he was dazed by garlic and lost his senses. Draco chimed in. Perhaps there's garlic hidden beneath his headscarf. The group erupted in laughter at the absurd imagery. They then proceeded to Hagrid's hut, where Harry exclaimed, Hagrid has a dragon. Draco's expression seemed to convey how utterly cool that was. However, by the time they arrived, Hagrid was sorrowfully playing a dissonant tune. He lamented that the little dragon had been sent away. And he revealed a crucial piece of information. The three-headed dog would fall asleep to music. Hagrid was truly careless with his secrets. Upon realizing Lilya and Draco's presence, Hagrid remarked, I didn't know you had two Slytherin friends, Harry assured him. Hagrid, Lilya and Draco are absolutely trustworthy, Hagrid responded. Oh, you must be Lilya? I've heard much about you from Harry. I never expected you to be a Slytherin. I always thought you were a Ravenclaw. I laughed and replied, Rest assured, Hagrid. Draco and I will never divulge what transpired today, Draco affirmed. Indeed, after all, we now have a good big brother. Hagrid, astonished, asked, A big brother? You have another brother? Lilya clarified, Well, Harry and Draco made a bet. Draco lost, so Hagrid nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. It seems you all get along splendidly with Harry. I trust you won't say anything. Hermione informed Hagrid. Professor Quirrell is attempting to take what the three-headed dog guards, but evidently, Hagrid is not interested in the creature at the moment. He resembles a mother who has just lost her child. Ron suggested they inform Professor Dumbledore immediately. Lilya proposed, perhaps we should gather ample evidence before notifying Professor Dumbledore. Everyone agreed. As Christmas approached, Harry and Ron remained at school, intending to search for clues. While Hermione and Lilya decided to return home with Draco, they all promised to seek information regarding Nicholas Flamel. They exchanged Christmas gifts, with Lilya particularly cherishing the scarf Hermione had knitted for her. Oh, how thoughtful. She also crafted one for Draco, though his was notably more refined, since their friendship began. Hermione had always fretted that Draco might harm her, given his rather fierce demeanor, and thus she had taken special care to make his gift exquisite. It was likely Draco's first time receiving so many gifts. Just look at his smug expression. He had never seen anyone disdainfully smile at another as present. Draco questioned Lilya, Where is my gift? Lilya replied, You will find out tomorrow, brother. Draco noticed Lilya's rose brooch and asked where she had obtained it. Lilya answered, Neville gave it to me. He knows I adore roses, Draco remarked. That's quite thoughtful. Lilya and Draco then remembered Pansy Parkinson and Crabbe, who were staring agog at Lilya and Draco. Pansy exclaimed, Lilya? How did you manage to convince Draco? This is astounding. Lilya replied, Perhaps it is the power of familial bonds. She then winked at Draco, who raised an eyebrow in response. Goyle inquired about Draco's feelings on befriending Gryffindor, to which Draco replied, Better than I imagined. Crabbe chimed in, I still think befriending chocolate is the best option. Draco frowned. Can you think of anything besides chocolate? Crabbe replied, Well, perhaps little cakes? Laughter ensued. Chapter 8. Lilya, the adopted child. At platform 9 3/4, Malfoy and Narcissa awaited Draco and Lilya. Lilya dashed over to embrace her mother, exclaiming, Mother, I missed you so much. Narcissa stroked Lilya's hair, replying, I missed you too, dear. I made your favorite strawberry cake. Lucius Malfoy observed quietly from the side. Upon returning home, Lilya donned a white dress. Narcissa took great pleasure in adorning her daughter. The family gathered around the dining table to indulge in a strawberry cake prepared by their mother, a cake far larger than Lilya had envisioned. Suddenly, Malfoy spoke up, addressing Lilya and Draco. I heard from Snape that you both have been performing admirably at school and have made many friends, including some from Gryffindor. Am I correct? Draco remained silent, while Lilya replied, Yes, father. He continued, I believe you should keep your distance from those Gryffindor students, with the exception of Harry Potter, of course. Father, I think making friends should be my prerogative. Gryffindor is not merely a den of foolish lions, Lilya retorted. Malfoy, somewhat irked, countered, Have you begun to disregard my words? Do you not comprehend what would happen to our family if that person were to find out? Lilya responded, Father, why should my friendships depend on that person's mood? I would rather perish than become someone's slave. If you fear that person's anger, perhaps you should cast me out instead? After all, I do not bear the Malfoy name, nor do I have your hair. Narcissa interjected, Lilya, do not act impulsively. Speak respectfully to your father. Malfoy frowned. Had I known you would be so defiant, I would have thought twice. Never mind. You may return to your room. Draco, stay. Lilya feigned compliance, retreating to her room, only to transform into a butterfly and hide nearby. Malfoy turned to Draco, stating, Enough of this. It is time I reveal something to you. Lilya is not your sister. There is no blood relation between you. Lilya gasped in shock, while Draco shot up, exclaiming, That cannot be. How could Lilya not be my sister? Seeing his wife's downcast eyes, Lilya could scarcely believe the revelation. I am not your child? Then who am I? Lucius, noticing Lilya's emergence, grew even angrier. Lilya, you are being terribly willful and inconsiderate. Lilya's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a lump forming in her throat. Lucius continued, Since you have heard everything, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. You are not the child of me and Narcissa. You were found by her in the garden. Though you do not belong to the Malfoy family, you may remain here, provided you temper your disposition. Tears streamed down Lilya's face as she replied, No need, father. Mr. Malfoy, thank you and Mrs. Malfoy for your care all these years, and Draco, thank you too. I believe my temperament will not change. And to prevent my nature from bringing trouble to the Malfoy family, I shall leave tonight. Her words incensed Lucius, saddened Narcissa, and left Draco disheartened. Narcissa attempted to persuade Lilya to stay, but Lucius halted her, saying, Let her go. Let us see how far she can go. In her room, Lilya packed her belongings, resolved to return to Hogwarts. Unexpectedly, Narcissa entered. Lilya, have you truly made up your mind to leave? Lilya answered, Yes, mother, I am truly sorry. Narcissa said to her, You will always be my child. Lilya, I am sorry I did not tell you sooner. Unable to contain herself, Lilya embraced Narcissa and wept. Narcissa continued, When I became your mother on June 18th, I deposited some money for you at Gringotts, just in case. I thought it would go unused, but alas, she finished, handing the key to Lilya. Though you are not of the Malfoy lineage, you will forever be my child. Lilya understood that she could not survive without financial means. After a brief farewell with Narcissa, she departed Malfoy Manor, casting one last glance at the crimson roses. Unbeknownst to her, Lucius and Draco were watching her retreating figure from the window. After walking some distance, Lilya encountered Professor Dumbledore, who appeared to know everything. Miss Lilya, are you returning to Hogwarts? Lilya replied, Yes, Professor. Dumbledore remarked, What a coincidence. I am also on my way back. Shall we go together? Lilya, slightly perplexed, nodded in agreement. Please take my arm. Miss Lilya, he instructed, and she complied. With a flick of his wand, they returned to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Lilya felt a wave of dizziness, but managed to suppress her discomfort. Dumbledore praised her, saying, Lilya, you are remarkable. Not many can manage their first apparition without becoming ill. Lilya thanked him. Thank you, Professor, but isn't apparition prohibited within the school? Dumbledore replied, Oh, Lilya, I am the headmaster. Lilya fell silent. Miss Lilya, you have always been quite astute. Is there something you wish to share with me? He inquired. Lilya responded, Yes, Professor, I am not of the Malfoy family. Not Draco's sister. I wish to know who I am and who my parents are. Dumbledore smiled and said, Lilya, have you ever pondered why you were able to become an Animagus at such a young age? And your Animagus form is a unique purple butterfly. Lilya was unaware of the answer and shook her head. Dumbledore continued, Butterflies, such exquisite creatures, do not attain their beauty easily. The caterpillar hatches from an egg, sheds its skin, and transforms into a chrysalis, taking nearly a month to emerge as a butterfly. Their lifespan is fleeting, from as short as 3 days to a month at most. This ephemeral beauty makes it all the more precious. Miss Lilya, you are like a butterfly, resilient, beautiful, and imbued with courage and wisdom. Lilya, somewhat grasping the meaning, understood Dumbledore's implication as she rose to leave. He offered her a lemon-flavored candy as a Christmas gift. Thank you, Professor. Chapter 9. Transition to Gryffindor. Just as Lilya was about to depart, she asked the headmaster another question. Professor, may I transfer to Gryffindor House? Dumbledore nodded in approval. Certainly, Lilya, this is an exception I grant you, and I believe your arrival will delight Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore provided her with a new robe, saying, to my knowledge, Miss Granger does not yet have a roommate. You shall share with her. All right, thank you once more. Lilya donned her new red robe, departing her room one final time in her green robe to send the Christmas gifts prepared for the Malfoy family to Malfoy Manor before heading to the Great Hall. Ron and Harry were engrossed in a game of wizard's chess. Lilya approached them quietly, wishing Merry Christmas. Harry and Ron jumped in surprise, causing Ron to drop a chess piece. Am I that frightening? Lilya seated herself beside Harry. Ron noticed Lilya's red robe and asked, Lilya, why are you wearing red? Lilya replied, I am now a Gryffindor. What? Are you unhappy about my arrival? Harry said, I'm glad. But Lilya, why are your eyes so red? Ron chimed in. Right, they look swollen. Lilya recounted the events succinctly, and that is how it is. I have lost my family. Ron comforted her. It's all right, Lilya. You still have us. Lilya responded, thank you, Ron. I think I should find the Gryffindor girls' dormitory now. As you see, I still have my luggage. Harry offered. Do you need help, Lilya? I happen to know where the girls' dormitory is. Lilya replied, of course, thank you, Harry. Ron interjected, Harry, the game isn't finished yet. Harry replied, you can finish it yourself, Ron. Ron exclaimed, hey. Lilya and Harry left, leaving Ron behind. At the doorway, Lilya bid farewell to Harry. Harry said to Lilya, Lilya, I know you must be feeling quite miserable right now. Last night, I stumbled upon a marvelous mirror in which I beheld my family. If you are interested, we could visit it together tonight. Lilya, fully aware of Harry's good intentions, replied, I would be delighted, but remember, there is a curfew. Harry responded, I possess an invisibility cloak. If we wear it, we shall be safe. Lilya, somewhat taken aback, asked, an invisibility cloak? Surely, it cannot be the one from the Tale of the Three Brothers? Harry looked at Lilya in confusion. The Tale of the Three Brothers? What is that about? Lilya explained. It is said that three brothers, traveling at dusk along a narrow path, came upon a river too deep to cross. Fortunately, being skilled in magic, they conjured a bridge to traverse the water. At that moment, Death intercepted them, feeling slighted that travelers usually perished in the river. Death, cunning as he was, feigned admiration for the brothers' magic and offered to reward them. The eldest requested the most powerful wand, which Death fashioned from a nearby elder tree. The second brother, longing for his deceased beloved, asked for the ability to bring her back, and Death found him a stone from the river. The youngest brother, however, asked for something that would allow him to depart without being pursued by Death, and reluctantly, Death bestowed upon him his own invisibility cloak. Subsequently, the eldest brother wielded the wand to slay those with whom he had quarrels, only to be murdered in turn by another wizard who coveted the wand. The second brother returned home, turned the stone 3 times in his hand, and his lost love was resurrected. Yet, she soon became sorrowful and distant, for she did not belong to the mortal realm. The anguish and despair drove the second brother to madness, leading him to take his own life. And Death claimed him as well. As for the youngest brother, Death sought him for many years but could not find him. Eventually, the youngest brother lived to a ripe old age, passed the invisibility cloak to his son, and greeted Death like an old friend as he joyfully departed with him. Harry appeared to ponder this tale, and Lilya suggested, it is possible you are a descendant of the three brothers. Just remember not to reveal the existence of the invisibility cloak to too many people. Thank you for sharing that story, Lilya. I shall see you in the Great Hall tonight, Harry replied. All right, Harry, Lilya said. As Lilya finished packing her belongings, she noticed 2 owls perched by the window, one bearing a dark green ribbon, a deep blue silken dress interwoven with silver threads, and a pearl necklace. Without needing to see the name, Lilya recognized the sender. And there was also a letter. Lilya, Merry Christmas. This will be our last Christmas together. It was written in Lucius's handwriting. Lilya carefully sealed the items in a box and placed it deep within her wardrobe. Soon, evening arrived, and Lilya and Harry gathered in the Great Hall, donning the invisibility cloak. Is this the mirror? Lilya inquired. Harry affirmed, yes, Lilya. She peered into the mirror, seeing nothing but her own reflection. Suddenly, Dumbledore entered the room. Lilya, Harry, what did you see? I saw my parents, Harry replied. And you, Lilya? I saw nothing but myself, Lilya answered. Dumbledore regarded her intently. Is that so, Lilya? Only the happiest of individuals gaze into this mirror and see only themselves. Lilya stared at her reflection in silence. So, I can be happy even without family, Mr. Headmaster? Dumbledore responded. Each person defines happiness differently. As for family, Lilya, as I mentioned to you this morning, Mrs. Malfoy, while not your biological mother, is akin to one. From this perspective, you indeed have family. Then Dumbledore turned to Harry. It is not just the two of you who have come to see. Countless individuals have squandered their time before this mirror. It will not impart knowledge to you, so I intend to relocate it. You must promise me not to become enamored with it." Harry's silence indicated his acquiescence, while Lilya posed a question to Dumbledore. "Mr. Headmaster, what did you see in the mirror?" After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore replied, "A dear friend." Before long, the Christmas holiday came to an end, and Hermione was particularly delighted to learn that Lilya had become her roommate. After joining Gryffindor, rumors swirled around the school, yet Lilya saw no need to engage in disputes. When Ron inquired why, Lilya stated, "Rumors cease with the wise." As for Draco, his father Lucius had strictly forbidden him from befriending anyone from Gryffindor, except for Harry Potter, with whom he maintained a cordial relationship. One day in the library, Hermione discovered a book regarding Nicholas Flamel and concluded that someone intended to offer the Philosopher's Stone to that individual, prompting them to embark on an adventure that night. As night fell, the group prepared to venture out when Neville appeared in the Gryffindor common room. "Where are you all headed?" Neville asked curiously. Lilya replied, "Neville, it's not something I can share with you. You should get some sleep. It's getting late. I assent it." It was Hermione who stunned him this time. And Ron remarked, "You're truly terrifying, brilliant, but terrifying." Lilya commended Hermione. "Well done, Hermione." "Thank you, Lilya. I learned it from you," Hermione replied. Upon arriving at the location of the three-headed dog, Lilya had heard of its immense size, but was unprepared for its actual enormity. They soon realized they were too late. The three-headed dog had already been lulled to sleep by music, and they seized the opportunity to descend, only to be ensnared by the devil's snare. Ron, feeling frightened, was reassured by Hermione, who had read about the plant, advising everyone to relax. They all fell, save for Ron, but Lilya suggested that the devil's snare feared light. So she waved her wand, illuminating the area and allowing Ron to fall free. "Thank you, Lilya," he said. "Don't mention it, Ron," Lilya replied. Harry remarked to Ron. Good thing Hermione and Lilya paid attention in class. They then passed through a door and encountered a swarm of keys. A broom was conveniently nearby, and Harry soared up to catch one of the keys. After securing it, they entered a room with a wizard's chessboard, which was Ron's forte. "It seems we must finish this game of chess to escape," Ron declared. In the final move, Ron was knocked unconscious. Harry instructed Lilya and Hermione to carry him back. But Lilya refused. "Harry, I'll wait here for you." Harry consented. Time dragged on until a shadowy figure burst forth, and Lilya rushed to check on Harry, who had collapsed, with a stone lying beside him. Lilya surmised that it must be the Philosopher's Stone. She cradled the stone and Harry, transporting them to the infirmary, where she returned the stone to Dumbledore. Then came the exams, and after they concluded, Harry finally regained consciousness. His exploits became widely known, and he was once again hailed as the savior. When the time came for the awarding of the House Cup, Slytherin was far ahead, and Lilya regretted having awarded so many points to them. Cheers erupted from Slytherin, but Dumbledore interjected, "Indeed, Slytherin, well done, but recent events must also be accounted for." Miss Hermione Granger, when her friends were in peril, displayed her remarkable intellect, earning 50 points. Mr. Ronald Weasley, for playing the best game of chess in Hogwarts history, also earns 50 points. And Mr. Harry Potter, for his bravery, I shall award Gryffindor 60 points. Complaints arose from the Slytherin table. "Gryffindor is only 50 points behind us." Dumbledore had not yet finished, and Mr. Neville Longbottom, for standing firm in support of his friends, earns 10 points. Moreover, Miss Lilya, with her astute intellect, aided everyone in navigating through a challenging predicament. Despite being swayed by certain influences, she steadfastly held her own opinions and would not easily abandon her friends. Even amidst rampant rumors, she refrained from engaging in disputes with others. Her calm perseverance, unwavering courage, and resolute spirit earned Gryffindor an additional 100 points. It seems the decorations in the Great Hall could use a refresh. Surrounded by her friends, Lilya felt enveloped in warmth. Professor Snape regarded the girl before him, as if reminiscing about the past, while Draco quietly observed his sister. Chapter 10. Life during the holidays. Hermione cast a concerned glance at Lilya. "Where will you be staying during the holidays?" Lilya jested. "Perhaps I shall dwell among the butterflies or reside atop a mound of ice cream." Hermione embraced Lilya, expressing her regrets. "I'm truly sorry. I'll be visiting my grandmother. Otherwise, I would have certainly invited you to my home." "Such a pity." Lilya smiled and reassured her. "It's perfectly all right, Hermione. There will always be opportunities ahead." At that moment, two upperclassmen approached. "Perhaps you could come to our house," one of them suggested. "Indeed, you are good friends with our brother," Ron added. "Absolutely. You are welcome to our home. My mother would be delighted to host you, as she adores girls." Lilya readily agreed, considering she had nowhere else to go. "I appreciate your kindness. May I know your names?" "We? Hey, Fred." Is she referring to us? "Indeed, George, she is speaking of us. I am George, and this is Fred." Lilya appeared somewhat bewildered. "Didn't you just call him George? And he called you Fred?" "Oh, She is quite perceptive, Fred remarked. Yes, indeed, Ron confirmed as he introduced Lilya to his two mischievous brothers. Apologies. They are quite fond of pranks. Lilya chuckled. No worries, they are quite entertaining. Fred addressed Lilya. Are you suggesting we are amusing? Thank you. Perhaps we can provide you with some amusement, George added. Ron quickly intervened. You wouldn't want to provoke her. Why not? George queried, puzzled. Lilya fixed her gaze on Ron, eager to discern his thoughts. You will find out, Ron replied. It sounds as though you resemble a troublemaker, George remarked. Lilya chose not to pursue the conversation further, simply stating, we should be on our way. Upon exiting the station, Lilya encountered Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley. After explaining her situation, Mr. Weasley readily consented. They encountered the Malfoys, exchanging silent glances as they passed one another. How cruel, Ron remarked to Lilya. Lilya slowly responded. Pretending not to know them is the best course of action for us. Fred furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend, but they are your family. Once, perhaps, Lilya replied. Mrs. Weasley gently patted Lilya's shoulder. Dear child, the Malfoy family has lost out by not having you. Lilya's emotions were undeniably complex. The years of companionship made it disingenuous to claim she felt no attachment. However, remaining at Malfoy Manor risked a complete collapse of her self-esteem. To this day, she had not devised a strategy to confront Lucius and Draco. Perhaps maintaining distance was the most prudent solution at present. Spending the entire holiday at Ron's home, Lilya felt no discomfort. Her days were filled with reading, dining, playing with Ginny, teasing the mischievous brothers, posing questions to Percy, and assisting Ron with his studies, followed by sleep. Naturally, there were minor interruptions during her tutoring sessions with Ron, such as, Ron, did you complete the homework I left for you yesterday? Ron, you cannot go outside until you understand why cauldrons explode. Ron, do you plan to let that rat assist you in your exam? Ron, please practice your handwriting. Ron, have you memorized the history of magic? Ron, enunciate clearly when casting spells. Ron, throughout this holiday, Ron became thoroughly intimidated by Lilya. The mischievous brothers could never manage to prank Lilya, or at times, they could not even locate her. This was because Lilya often transformed into a butterfly to play with Ginny. And it was apparent that George and Fred were oblivious to the fact that Lilya was that very butterfly. The results were released, with Lilya achieving first place, Hermione second, and Draco third. Hermione, ever the sportswoman, conceded defeat and sent Lilya a book by Gilderoy Lockhart. Ron, stop fooling around and come back to study. Lilya called from the window to Ron, who was playing outside. With only a few days remaining before school resumed, Ron informed Lilya that he had been unable to contact Harry and had never received a reply to his letters. Ron proposed they drive to his house to find him, as Harry had previously shared his address, and Lilya decided to accompany him. The mischievous brothers found this to be an intriguing venture and decided to tag along, hoping to tease Lilya in the process. Does Mr. Weasley know we are driving? Lilya inquired. No, we want to let him know, George replied. Do you often do this? Oh, we're not sure, Fred answered. Perhaps you would like some candy? Fred offered a piece to Lilya. No, thank you, Fred. You don't trust me. Fred feigned a pitiful expression aimed at Lilya. With no other option, Lilya reluctantly accepted it, only to immediately find herself with a nosebleed. I knew it, Lilya remarked, exasperated as she grabbed a tissue. Fred and George high-fived each other, exclaiming, we finally pranked Lilya. Indeed, gentlemen, I am proud of you, Lilya said with a hint of sarcasm. Before long, they arrived at Harry's window. Hey, Harry, open the window. Ron knocked on the glass. Harry appeared surprised and hurriedly opened the window. In the process of moving Hedwig into the car, they accidentally made a loud noise, attracting the attention of Harry's uncle. Ultimately, they managed to bring Harry out safely. Harry looked at Lilya. What happened to your nose? Lilya replied, thanks to Fred. Harry turned to Fred. Did you hit her? Fred responded, I merely gave her a piece of candy. She was too excited. Lilya quietly added, if it weren't for the rule against using magic outside of school. Believe me, gentlemen, you wouldn't see the sun rise tomorrow. Ron remarked, Lilya, I ought to tell those who wish to know you that you are not as gentle as you appear. Oh, by the way, Harry, happy birthday. Harry replied, thank you, Ron. Actually, Lilya is rather nice. She is really cool. Lilya and Harry exchanged high fives. You can speak, Harry. Happy birthday. Harry asked Lilya. Thank you, Lilya. I don't know when your birthday is. Lilya responded, I'm not certain. Mrs. Malfoy said she found me on June 18th, so let us consider that my birthday. Fred exclaimed, June 18th? Why didn't you tell us? We could have given you an unforgettable birthday. Lilya smiled faintly. Yes, I'm sure it would have been memorable. But honestly, I'm not very keen on celebrating that birthday. George interjected, No, Lilya. I suggest you take this opportunity to enjoy yourself. No one will like you if you constantly wear a sour expression. The car felt somewhat cramped at that moment, with Lilya squeezed between Harry and Fred in the back seat. Lilya transformed into a butterfly and fluttered to the backrest of the seat. You're that butterfly? I knew a normal butterfly couldn't live for a month, George remarked. Lilya ignored him and simply landed on Harry's hand. Harry was quite elated. This was his first opportunity to observe the purple butterfly up close. He raised his hand to eye level, but Lilya, feeling a tinge of fear, swiftly took refuge in his hair. Comfortable in her newfound perch, she appeared quite content, while Harry, frozen in place, dared not move. Thus, they maintained this position all the way home. Chapter 11, Second Year, Commencement of School. Where have you been? Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. Oh, Harry, it's wonderful to see you. The bed is empty, there are no notes, and the car has been taken away. Though I certainly don't mean you, Harry. Ron replied. They wouldn't let Harry eat, and even sealed his window. You'd best pray I don't seal your window, Ron Weasley. You should take a leaf out of Lilya's book. She is simply perfect. Ron stared at Mrs. Weasley in disbelief. But Mum, Lilya, what about her? Mrs. Weasley interjected. The lovely Lilya is currently in her room, reading. George chimed in. What? Fred added. That's impossible. Lilya descended the stairs, cradling her cat, Ice Cream. Hello, gentlemen. Harry, taken aback, remarked. You should be in Lilya. Smiling, interrupted. Where should I be? Harry fell silent. It's nothing. Come on, Harry, Lilya, it's time for breakfast. Harry quietly inquired of Lilya. How did you manage that? Lilya replied. Flying is simply faster than walking, is it not? And it's quite easy to fly through windows. Ginny, upon seeing Harry Potter, seemed petrified and hurried upstairs. Ginny has been raving about you all holiday, Ron remarked. Harry glanced at Lilya, hoping she might say something, but Lilya, oblivious to the cue, casually commented, what a lovely girl. After breakfast, the group planned to use Floo powder to reach Diagon Alley, only for Harry to lose his way. Eventually, he found himself at Flourish and Blots alongside Hermione. Who is that up ahead? Ron asked, perplexed. That's Lockhart, a renowned author, Lilya explained. Ron turned to Lilya. How do you know? You don't fancy him, do you? Harry shot a look at Lilya, who responded, not at all. Hermione sent me a copy of his book, Gaddying with Ghouls. The prose is quite good, but I fail to comprehend why anyone would fancy ghouls. Turning, Lilya spotted Harry. Oh. Hi, Harry. I forgot to cast the cleaning charm on you. Harry thanked Lilya. This spell is incredibly useful. Suddenly, Lockhart beckoned Harry over for a photograph, and Harry's awkwardness was genuinely endearing. Lockhart also gifted Harry a plethora of books, and Mrs. Weasley intended to have them signed. Lilya expressed a desire to visit Gringotts to ascertain her funds, while the others wished to shop for various items. Draco blocked their exit. You must be quite pleased, Harry. The illustrious Harry Potter gracing a bookstore is bound to make headlines. Don't provoke him, Ginny cautioned. Oh, Harry, have you found a girlfriend? Draco taunted. Lilya admonished Draco. Draco, don't behave like that. If Mother were aware of your rudeness, she would be upset. Draco's ire intensified as he regarded Lilya. Mother? You dare call her that? I doubt she would be upset. After all, no one can report me to her now. Lilya chuckled softly. Indeed, I am unworthy of calling her mother, and thus, I need not concern myself with your affairs, for who cares what a liar has to say? Lilya had previously wagered with Draco that if he failed to surpass Hermione academically, he would respect all of Lilya's friends and refrain from uttering the term mudblood. Mr. Weasley, I apologize. Let us depart, Arthur Weasley said, patting her shoulder. It's all right, dear, let us go. Just as they were about to leave, Lucius entered. Draco, must you be so rude? He is your elder, Mr. Weasley. It seems you have been neglecting your appearance lately. Lilya had cast cleaning charms on everyone. Yet, you still cling to those tattered books. Lucius picked up Ginny's book and returned it. I believe it is necessary to increase your allowance, lest you bring shame to wizards. Until we meet again at work. He exchanged a glance with Lilya before departing. See you at school, Draco said, looking at Harry. After their departure, Lucius chastised Draco for his poor grades, and your manners leave much to be desired. Draco, I expect you to show respect to others. Previously, Lilya managed you, but now you must govern yourself. Draco muttered, yes, father. Lucius sighed heavily. Lilya has lost weight. If only she had shown weakness then. If only I hadn't uttered that remark. Alas, there are no ifs. Draco remained silent, memories of the joyful moments he shared with Lilya flooding his mind. Since her departure, the house had been devoid of laughter, and the red roses she cherished had all withered. The Malfoy Manor no longer witnessed the vibrant flutter of that purple butterfly. Lilya arrived at Gringotts, eager to discover how many galleons Mrs. Malfoy had stored for her. When the goblin opened the door, Lilya was astonished by the sight of golden galleons before her. It was enough to purchase a spacious house for herself, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville. Lilya found the vicinity near the Weasley home quite appealing, with ample space available. She resolved to construct a 3-story house, even envisioning the design of each room. All that remained was to find a builder. Lilya enlisted Mrs. Weasley's assistance in contacting an architect, ensuring the construction would be completed before the holidays end. She shared this news with her friends, who were all delighted for her. Harry, in particular, was overjoyed, as this meant he would not have to return to his dwelling in the Muggle world. In his excitement, Harry brought up a rather peculiar house elf named Dobby. Lilya, of course, was aware that he was the Malfoy Manor house elf and informed Harry, Dobby works at Malfoy Manor. He's quite adorable, but his sudden appearance is somewhat peculiar. All I can say is, be cautious, Harry. Harry continued, Malfoy. That makes sense. I saw Draco and his father in Nocturne Alley this morning. Lilya was momentarily rendered speechless. Ron exclaimed, that must have been Dobby's doing. I thought he genuinely wanted to befriend us. Lilya interjected, this matter should not be attributed to Draco. He truly wished to befriend you, I swear. However, the reason I left Malfoy Manor was that Draco's father disapproved of our friendship, which led to my subsequent adoption. Perhaps after I left, I became a cautionary tale for Draco. Hermione remarked, that is indeed uncertain. We should remain vigilant. The entire group passed through, with Ginny visiting Hogwarts for the first time. The Weasley couple guided her through the barrier, while Harry, Lilya, and Ron were not so fortunate. Harry proposed waiting by the car for the Weasleys, but Ron suggested a more adventurous idea. Why not simply fly the car to Hogwarts? As they boarded the enchanted vehicle, Lilya reminded Ron to press the invisibility button, for Muggles would not take kindly to a car soaring through the skies. The journey proved perilous, especially as they narrowly avoided a train collision, and upon arriving at Hogwarts, the car suddenly malfunctioned, crashing directly into the Whomping Willow. Even Lilya, proficient in spells, was unable to thwart the tree's assault, and they miraculously survived, though Ron's wand was broken by the tree's wrath. Argus Filch awaited their arrival, seemingly aware of their entrance. Cherish your last night at Hogwarts. The trio faced Professor Snape's admonishment. You should be grateful that no Muggles witnessed your driving. Otherwise, you would be in serious trouble. And Miss Lilya, I did not expect such recklessness from you. Believe me, if you were ever a student of Slytherin, you would certainly face expulsion. Alas, Headmaster Dumbledore, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, arrived, but regrettably, he is a student of Gryffindor, and they ought to be dealt with by Professor McGonagall. In the end, they were not expelled. Yet they were required to serve detention. Chapter 12, The Quidditch Pitch Dispute. In herbology, the lesson involved repotting mandrakes, and Hermione raised her hand to answer a question, earning points for Gryffindor. In the midst of it all, Neville fainted, and Draco was bitten by a mandrake, a rather tumultuous class indeed. During the defense against the dark arts lesson, Gilderoy Lockhart distributed a test paper, proclaiming it to be a quiz. However, to Lilya, this test appeared to be a farce. Was mastering Lockhart's preferences truly the essence of a defense against the dark arts class? Absurd. Nonetheless, Hermione was utterly enamored with Lockhart, and Lilya felt unable to voice her thoughts, bracing herself to respond. He even released a house elf for the students to capture, causing most of them to flee in terror, while poor Neville found himself hanging from a chandelier, fortunately aided by Hermione. At Quidditch practice, Slytherin had commandeered Gryffindor's pitch, merely to flaunt the Nimbus 2001 that Draco's father had gifted them. Would declare that Lilya was the new chaser and required training. Slytherin appeared particularly disdainful of Lilya. No need for training, Wood asserted. She is a prodigy. Geniuses do not require training, do they? Listening to the piercing laughter of Slytherin, Lilya felt disheartened. Harry offered to assist, but Lilya interjected, I can handle this myself, Harry. She was not one to endure bullying. Seems you hold me in high regard, gentlemen. Pray tell, is it because I contributed 1/5 of Slytherin's points last year? What a pity that did not secure Slytherin the House Cup. Might I ask why? Draco addressed Lilya. How dare you insult Slytherin? Gryffindor's victory last year was merely a stroke of luck. They are ultimately foolish lions. Lilya retorted, I am capable of many things. As you should well know, Gryffindor is not composed of foolish lions. Moreover, Mr. Malfoy, we are not so familiar. Draco glanced at Hermione. Indeed, I am quite aware. Miss Granger, it is precisely because of this mud, Lilya interrupted him. Silence. Mr. Malfoy Langlock. Draco found himself unable to speak, gesturing for Lilya to lift the curse. She told him, you, who do not honor your promises, go seek Professor Snape to remove the curse. It is he who taught me this spell. Draco and his companions hurriedly fled, and Lilya turned her gaze to Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Go check on your genius, Captain. He is your team's investor. Flint sneered at Lilya. Humph. You are a child no one desires. Lilya, unfazed, shot back. A child no one desires. Yet you cannot best me, Flint. How dare you bring this up, especially considering your seniority? Flint, infuriated, attempted to ambush Lilya, intending to petrify her. However, Lilya employed the shield charm, resulting in Flint himself becoming petrified. Amused by Flint's frozen expression, which seemed to question how the spell had rebounded, she composed herself and released him from the curse, saying, Care to experience the taste of petrification again? I believe today's match belongs to Gryffindor, Captain Flint. Flint, his face flushed with shame, retreated with the remaining Slytherins. Wood, observing the retreating Slytherins, remarked, "You are truly remarkable, Lilya. Where did you learn such spells?" Lilya replied graciously, "Thank you, Wood. Some were taught to me by Professor Snape, while others I learned out of boredom. Now, I believe we can commence training." Wood responded, "Indeed. Everyone take your positions, and be cautious. Pay attention." Ron whispered to Hermione, "No wonder you are friends. When you both get terrifying, it's almost identical." Harry chimed in, "I was about to come to Lilya's defense, but now it seems I ought to speak for Slytherin," urging Lilya to ease up on them with her spells. Hermione chuckled, "Lilya is a wonderful friend. Though somewhat intimidating, I do like her." That evening, Harry and Lilya were tasked by Lockhart to assist him in responding to letters. Harry turned to Lilya, asking, "Lilya, have you heard any strange sounds?" Lilya replied, "I haven't, Harry. Did you hear something?" He responded, "Someone is calling for me." Lilya, perplexed, inquired, "Calling for you? To where?" Lockhart, observing their conversation, deemed it late and dismissed them. "Honestly, Lilya, did you not hear anything?" Harry questioned. "No, Harry, I assure you, I heard nothing," Lilya answered. On their way, they encountered Hermione and Ron. Harry recounted the incident, but they too had not heard anything. As they walked, they discovered Filch's cat petrified, with blood-written words adorning the wall. Filch assumed Harry was responsible, but fortunately, Dumbledore and others defended him, even suggesting that Lilya was an accomplice. Snape intervened, defending Lilya, "Do not hurl baseless accusations, Filch. You had better have evidence." Filch retorted, "What further evidence do you require? They were right here." Lilya despised her friends being misunderstood. Even more so when the same fate befell her. "Forgive my boldness, sir, but which murderer would be foolish enough to linger here waiting for you to identify them? Let alone an accomplice. Rather than casting suspicion here and there, why not swiftly seek evidence?" Filch was left speechless until Lockhart arrived, clarifying that Lilya and Harry had been diligently assisting him in responding to letters. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall instructed the students on transforming animals into cups, first requesting Lilya to demonstrate. Effortlessly, she transformed her cat, Ice Cream, into a delicate crystal goblet. Next, it was Ron's turn, who produced a cup with a tail. McGonagall advised Ron that it was time for a new wand. Curious about the Chamber of Secrets, Hermione prompted McGonagall to recount the tale during class. Hermione grew somewhat anxious, as she was precisely the type of person Salazar Slytherin deemed unworthy of learning magic. After class, Hermione suggested they could use the Polyjuice potion to transform into Millicent and gather information from Draco. However, only one of them could transform, and it had to be Pansy. As she was the sole girl, Lilya told Hermione she could transform into a butterfly and eavesdrop nearby. Everyone was quite pleased with the plan, although the potion required considerable time to brew. Soon, the day of the Quidditch match arrived, Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Draco seemed determined to win this match, and Lilya spotted Lucius in the stands, causing her some concern. "Do not worry, Lilya, you will be fine," Harry reassured her. "Thank you, Harry. I believe Slytherin will fight tooth and nail against us this time. We must win this match and demonstrate that mocking Gryffindor is truly foolish." Harry chuckled, "Indeed. It is a foolish act." As the match commenced, Lilya surged forth, scoring numerous points for Gryffindor. The Slytherins attempted to bring her down several times, but failed miserably, instead facing setbacks. It is worth noting that if Lilya desired, she could outshine Slytherin in their own game. The paramount focus remains on the Golden Snitch. Harry and Draco find themselves in a deadlock, resulting in Draco crashing to the ground first, shortly followed by Harry. However, unlike Draco, Harry manages to seize the Golden Snitch. Undoubtedly, this clash between Gryffindor and Slytherin culminates in a resounding victory for Gryffindor. Yet, the bludger seems to be under a curse, relentlessly targeting Harry while Hermione attempts to cast a spell to halt it. Gilderoy Lockhart tends to Harry's injuries, albeit inadvertently erasing the bones from his arm. Lilya, exasperated, turns to Lockhart and inquires, "Are you certain you have ever healed anyone with that spell?" Lockhart, grinning foolishly, retorts, "It has been so long that I have forgotten." Lilya discreetly rolls her eyes at Lockhart, mentally berating him as nothing more than a decorative pillow. In Chapter 13, The Heir of Slytherin, Harry is transported to the hospital wing, where the next day he informs Lilya of Dobby's return and the mishaps that befell those who missed the train, all of which he attributes to Dobby's mischief, undoubtedly linked to Malfoy. Lilya concurs, asking, "Harry, does your arm hurt significantly?" To which Harry replies, "Yes. It feels as though I am being tortured." Lilya gently pats Harry's head, assuring him, "Just bear with it, Harry, it will pass. I shall make Lockhart pay for this." Lilya enjoys the tactile sensation of touching Harry's head, while Harry, apprehensive, remains utterly still. Severus Snape summons Lilya to his office under the pretext of discussing her assignments. Lilya, do you know why I have called you here? He inquires. Lilya responds, yes, Professor Snape, regarding yesterday's events on the Quidditch pitch. Snape states, Lilya, I recognize your intelligence, and I am aware that this incident was instigated by Malfoy and Flint, yet you cannot inflict such severe consequences upon them. Do you recall how Draco appeared when he came to see me yesterday? Lilya answers, I do not, Professor. Snape continues, Lilya, you must learn to bide your time and not display your prowess indiscriminately. The matter of your departure from the Malfoy household has already caused quite a stir. If that person discovers your cleverness, it will not bode well for you. Moreover, Draco has begun to complain to me that I am teaching you too many spells. Lilya apologizes, I am sorry, Professor. I shall refrain from showcasing my abilities in the future. Snape nods in satisfaction and then asks, Lilya, is it truly impossible for you to return to Slytherin? To which Lilya firmly replies, never. I am sorry, Professor. The Slytherins hold me in very low regard. Snape gazes into Lilya's eyes, sighing, I understand. It is not entirely your fault. You may go now, child. On Valentine's Day, Lockhart whimsically devises a unique event, dressing gnomes as cupids to deliver love letters to Hogwarts students, which only intensifies Lilya's disdain for him. While the delivery of love letters itself might be bearable, the necessity of singing them aloud, regardless of class schedules, subjects Lilya to relentless scrutiny throughout the day. Hermione comforts her, saying, this merely indicates how well-liked you are, Lilya. Lilya retorts, if only Professor Snape would cease glaring at me throughout class. Holding a stack of love letters and chocolates, she adds, Ron, you are merely blinded by beauty. Ron, in resignation, replies, no one has sent me chocolates. Harry chuckles, reassuring Ron, it's all right, Ron, I haven't received any either. No sooner had he spoken than a cupid approached Harry. Are you Harry Potter? The cupid inquires. Harry, perplexed, responds, yes. The cupid presents him with a piece of chocolate and, accompanied by a harp, sings. His eyes are as green as a freshly pickled toad. His hair is as dark as a sleek raven. I hope he is mine, for he truly is handsome, a warrior who conquers dark wizards. Harry's face instantly flushes crimson, prompting Lilya to sympathetically offer a piece of chocolate to Ron. Now you have some too, Ron. During the break, a crowd gathers to hear the love letter, causing Harry to flee through the throng. In truth, the letter was rather well composed. Lockhart established a club, presenting Lilya with an opportunity. Unfortunately, before Lockhart could utter a spell, Professor Snape swiftly brought him to the ground. Finally, Lilya volunteers, Mr. Lockhart. I have always struggled with the disarming charm. Could you please demonstrate it for me once more? Lilya gazes at Lockhart with her large eyes, adopting a pitiful expression that prompts Lockhart, eager to redeem himself, to agree. 3, 2, 1. Expelliarmus. Lockhart tumbles to the ground once again, and Lilya quickly apologizes. I'm sorry, Mr. Lockhart. I always have trouble controlling the force of my spells. Lockhart reassures her. It's all right, Lilya. I was merely allowing you to win. Let us try again. With a smile, Lilya exclaims, you truly are a splendid teacher, Professor Lockhart. Expelliarmus. This time, the sound produced by Lockhart is even louder than before. Lilya feigns concern. Professor Lockhart? Are you all right? I truly apologize for bringing you to this state. Lockhart forces a smile, responding, it's quite all right, Miss Lilya. I believe we should let the students compete amongst themselves. Lilya, still eager, volunteers again, but this time Lockhart selects Harry and Ron instead. Professor Snape endorses Draco, citing Ron's wand as inadequate for spellcasting. With a victorious expression, Lilya encourages Harry, assuring him he will prevail. Draco strikes first, and Harry retaliates with a spell of his own. Ultimately, Draco employs a sophisticated incantation, Serpensortia. Lockhart, attempting to intervene before Snape, fails to subdue the serpent, inadvertently provoking it. Harry, speaking Parseltongue, commands the snake to refrain from attacking anyone. However, onlookers misconstrue it as an order to attack. Professor Snape swiftly eliminates the serpent, and all eyes turn to Harry. What trickery is this? A boy queries, perplexed. Lilya, equally bewildered, wonders why Harry spoke the snake language. Did you know Harry could speak Parseltongue? Ron and Hermione respond in unison, no? The three share a moment of mutual confusion. Upon reaching the Gryffindor common room, the trio confronts Harry about the situation. Harry asserts, there are surely many who can do it. Hermione interjects, no, Parseltongue is a mark of that person. You are referred to as a Parselmouth. Now, many will suspect you to be the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets, the heir of Slytherin. Harry falls silent. What do you think, Lilya? He inquires. Lilya replies, I believe you are not, Harry. If you were, why would Voldemort have sought to kill you? You would be his heir, someone he needs. However, the ability to speak Parseltongue is indeed unusual. I think you should consult Professor Dumbledore. Harry nods in agreement. As the students work on their assignments, a throng of peers gaze at Harry. Sitting beside him, Lilya grows increasingly impatient but strives to maintain her composure. Harry, unable to endure any longer, exits to the common room. Just after he leaves, the whispers regarding the heir of Slytherin begin anew, with claims that Harry intends to harm Muggles. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lilya interjects. Could you possibly lower your voices while discussing such absurd claims? To which a boy retorts, absurd? Can he speak Parseltongue? Lilya, surely you are aware that Parseltongue is the mark of a Slytherin. He must be the heir of Slytherin. Lilya countered, by your reasoning, does that mean this individual wishes to kill his own heir? Have you considered how your statements contradict each other? Parseltongue is the signature of that person, Harry is his heir, and thus Harry followed his orders to open the Chamber of Secrets. Yet, does that person intend to kill Harry? Is it because he fears Harry will usurp him as the Dark Lord? Do you realize that when that person sought to kill Harry, he was merely an infant who could not even speak? Could Harry, unable to utter a word, have been speaking Parseltongue? Did Voldemort know at the moment of Harry's birth that he would speak Parseltongue? Did he recognize him as his heir? Is this not absurd? Lilya spoke a long string of almost tongue-twisting words, nearly breathless, but after articulating her true thoughts, she evidently felt much lighter. The classmate fell silent, and Lilya cast her gaze over each individual. Listen, every one of you, before you cast suspicion upon others, consider whether your own words are in conflict. Moreover, when Harry contributed to Hogwarts in his first year, you were still there listening to stories. With that, Lilya picked up her textbook and departed. Hermione remarked. Lilya's words are truly sharp. Ron added, but she's not wrong. Neville simply watched Lilya in silence. Chapter 14, Testing Draco. When Lilya caught up with Harry, he was seated next to a petrified individual, with Filch nearby. Professor McGonagall arrived and instructed Harry to go to the headmaster's office. Lilya was unaware of the specifics, as she was taken back to the girls' dormitory by Professor McGonagall. The following day it snowed. The mischievous twins threw snowballs at Lilya, but she paid them no mind. Allowing their antics to unfold, the twins sensed something unusual about Lilya today. After tossing 2 snowballs, they ceased their onslaught. What's the matter, Lilya? Are you pondering who to drag into the Chamber of Secrets with Harry tonight? George jested. Lilya was unfazed. If I could indeed open the chamber, the first to be petrified would be you, George. George exchanged a glance with Fred, smirking but remaining silent. Hermione informed them that Draco would not be going home for Christmas, meaning their plan was about to be executed. On Christmas night, Lilya received gifts from Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville, as well as a quill made from swan feathers from Mrs. Malfoy. Harry gifted her a butterfly hairpin, Hermione a spellbook, Ron a sweater knitted by his mother, and Neville a handcrafted dried rose. Frankly, it was the day Lilya received the most gifts. Hermione provided Harry and Ron with 2 drugged cakes for Goyle and Crabbe to consume. The plan was indeed successful, though Hermione transformed into a cat. Lilya consoled her, actually. You look rather adorable, Hermione. One might be tempted to pet your ears. I am certain they feel better than ice cream. Hermione merely smiled. Perhaps. But I don't want them to see me like this. Could you help me inform them that I want to be going? Lilya replied, of course. After explaining everything to Harry and Ron, the trio commenced their operation. Upon exiting the girls' restroom, Lilya transformed into a butterfly, flying close to the ceiling. Along the way, they encountered Percy, while Draco took Harry and Ron back. In the familiar Slytherin common room, Draco instructed, you may sit. The Weasley family hardly resembles purebloods, looking so impoverished. They truly bring shame to the wizarding world. Not to mention they dare to care for Lilya. By the way, have you heard any news about Lilya recently? Ron's expression soured at this, and Lilya was taken aback. So he had indeed been inquiring about her? Lilya pondered. Ron was at a loss for words, glancing at Harry. Harry stated, well, on Valentine's Day, she received numerous love letters and chocolates, or else she was with Harry Potter and his friends. Draco scoffed, the great Harry Potter. The beloved Lilya, they really are a pair. Can you believe some think Harry is the one who opened the chamber? Truly ludicrous. Seizing the opportunity, Harry asked, then you must know who opened the chamber. Draco replied, I've told you countless times, I do not know. However, I did hear my father mention the chamber. 50 years ago, it was opened once, and a girl died. Ron wanted to ask more, but noticed Harry's scar had revealed itself, and Harry saw Ron's red hair manifest. Both quickly excused themselves due to an upset stomach. Ron hesitated. Do you think Draco really doesn't know about the chamber? Lilya chimed in. He does not seem to be lying. Harry, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, yes, he has been sending people to dig for information about you. Unbelievable. Hey, let's not dwell on that, all right? Let's go back to the girls' restroom to find Hermione. Ron, upon seeing Hermione's new appearance, chuckled. Hermione, have you grown a tail? Hermione remained silent. After escorting Hermione to the infirmary, Harry and the others discovered water flooding the corridor, hastening towards the girls' restroom. From Moaning Myrtle. They learned someone had thrown a book at her. Harry picked up the peculiar book, which bore no text. Lilya recognized it. She had been strictly forbidden by Lucius to touch it as a child, and she informed Harry. Harry believed it must be connected to the chamber and intended to take the book back to the infirmary to ask Hermione about it. In the infirmary, Ron examined the diary with curiosity. Tom Riddle, I know him. Wait, how do I know him? Oh, right. The night I was punished and had to clean the trophies. His award was among them. Harry inquired, what award? Ron replied, he received an award 50 years ago, something called the Special Contribution Award. Hermione interjected. Are you sure it was 50 years ago? That means Tom Riddle was at Hogwarts when the chamber was opened. Perhaps he wrote about it in there. Lilya added, unfortunately, there is not a single word inside. Harry resolved to keep the diary with him. The next day, he informed them, it was Hagrid, 50 years ago. Hagrid released the monster. Hermione promptly refuted, it cannot be Hagrid, absolutely not. Ron remarked, we don't even know Tom Riddle. He sounds like a despicable little snitch. Harry pondered for a moment, considering the monster killed someone. What would we do if we were in that situation? Hermione frowned. Hagrid is our friend. Why don't we just ask him directly? Ron retorted, oh, that would be a delightful visit. Tell us, Hagrid, did you let out some furry wild creature again? At that moment, Hagrid appeared behind them. Furry wild creature? You aren't talking about me, are you? Ron, startled, quickly replied, no. Harry shifted the topic. What do you have there, Hagrid? A remedy for the flesh-eating slug, meant for the mandrakes. Professor Sprout said they need to grow a bit longer, once their pimples are gone. They can be chopped and boiled to help the patients in the hospital regain their senses. So, during this time, you all better take care of yourselves. Neville rushed over, saying, Harry, I don't know who did it, but you should check on your dorm. The dormitory was in utter disarray, resembling the aftermath of a burglary. Someone must be searching for something, Lilya remarked. Harry replied, indeed, and he has found it. The diary of Tom Riddle is missing. Chapter 15, An Adventure in the Chamber. The Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was called off, as Professor McGonagall delivered the grim news that Hermione had been petrified. Lilya and Harry hurried to the hospital wing, where Professor McGonagall held up a mirror found near the library in Hermione's hand. Do you know what this is used for? She inquired. Harry replied, no. Neville and Lilya returned to the greenhouse, this time not to admire roses, but to inspect mandrakes. Neville confessed, I've always been terrified of their cries. The sound is simply dreadful. Lilya chuckled, yes, Neville, I still remember the last time you fainted on the spot. To which Neville responded, stop making fun of me, Lilya. Sadly, I still have to tend to these mandrakes. Lilya encouraged, you truly have a gift for herbology. Professor Sprout values you greatly. Neville added, just as Professors McGonagall and Snape value you. Lilya informed Neville that she had arranged to meet Harry and the others in the library before departing. Upon exiting the greenhouse, she encountered Cedric Diggory. Hello, Cedric. Is it fate that I see you every time I leave the greenhouse? Cedric smiled. Perhaps it is, Lilya. Just call me Cedric. Lilya inquired, where are you off to? Cedric replied, to the library. What a coincidence. I'm headed there too, Lilya responded. Cedric suggested, then let us walk together. You and Hermione certainly love the library. Lilya acknowledged, indeed, but it seems the library isn't very safe lately. In the library, the trio searched for clues about the monster, but found nothing. Professor McGonagall announced new school regulations, stating that Hogwarts might face closure if the culprit was not apprehended. Harry, feeling anxious, insisted, we should ask Hagrid. Hogwarts cannot close. Lilya transformed into a butterfly to hide, while Harry and Ron donned the invisibility cloak. And they made their way to Hagrid's hut in search of clues. Before they could gain any insights, Dumbledore arrived with Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. The butterfly concealed itself outside the window, while Harry and Ron hid in a corner, cloaked in invisibility. Fudge accused Hagrid of being involved with the perpetrator and threatened to take him away, but Dumbledore stated, I have complete faith in Hagrid. At that moment, Lucius Malfoy barged in, presenting a suspension order signed by 12 governors. Dumbledore was suspended, and Hagrid was taken away. As he departed, Hagrid left them a hint to follow the spiders to find clues. Why must we follow spiders? Why not butterflies or something? Ron questioned. Lilya jested. How about I follow the spiders, and you follow me? Ron, frightened, replied, let's stick to following the spiders. The three followed the spiders into the eerie Forbidden Forest, where they discovered Ron's father's flying car. At the end of their journey, they encountered the enormous spider, Aragog. It recounted the events of the past, clarifying that 50 years ago, Hagrid did not open the chamber, nor was he the creature's master. The monster was born within the castle, while it had come from afar, brought by travelers. After a brief exchange, a horde of spiders attacked, compelling them to flee. This is revolting. Lilya, hurry and fight them off. Ron exclaimed in terror. Lilya retorted, there are too many. We can't fight them off. Run. These were the offspring of the giant spider. obeying their parent not to harm Hagrid, but viewing the trio as a feast. In their escape, the magical car appeared beside them, and they clambered in, barely managing to evade the spider's pursuit and return to the castle. Lilya, why didn't you cast some spells against them? Ron stammered, still shaken. Lilya responded, with so many spiders. I, as a girl, would be frightened too, Ron. Ron quipped, so you do acknowledge you're a girl? Lilya, exasperated, replied, yes, Ron. I am acutely aware of that fact. The three arrived at the infirmary to check on Hermione and unexpectedly retrieved a piece of parchment from her petrified hand. Lilya read aloud. Among the many terrifying beasts that dwell on land, the basilisk is the deadliest. It can live for hundreds of years, and those who meet its gaze perish instantly, while spiders flee in terror. The monster in the chamber is a basilisk. Harry affirmed, yes, that's right. At that moment, they heard the professors hastening towards the second-floor corridor, and they cautiously observed from a corner. It was yet another message left by the heir of Slytherin. Following Professor Snape's suggestion, Professor McGonagall assigned the task of confronting the monster to Lockhart. Wait, Lockhart? Absolutely not. He can't save Ginny. He is merely a pompous fraud. Lilya declared. Harry suggested, we should find Lockhart in his office and have a word with him. Ron concurred, indeed. I can't trust my sister to that man who only knows how to smile. Thus, they made their way to Lockhart's office, intending to inform him about the chamber's developments, only to discover he was preparing to flee. They soon understood his true nature. You are a complete fraud, utterly hypocritical, Ron exclaimed. Lilya threatened Lockhart with her wand, saying, surely you've witnessed the potency of my spells. I assure you, I possess many spells. If you wish to remain alive, it's best you accompany us to rescue Ginny. Lockhart agreed. All right, I'll go with you. Harry asked Myrtle, can you tell me how you died? Myrtle recounted the circumstances of her demise. Harry approached the sink and uttered an incomprehensible phrase in parcel tongue, unlocking the entrance to the chamber. The four entered a passage within the chamber, where Lockhart snatched Ron's broken wand, attempting to cast a memory charm. The spell backfired, erasing all of Lockhart's memories. At that moment, the cave was disturbed, and a falling rock separated Harry, Lilya, and Ron from Lockhart. Harry once again used Parseltongue to open the final door, revealing Ginny. A man approached them slowly. Harry, it seems you've brought a friend, he said. Harry implored, Tom, please save Ginny. She still breathes. As Lilya gazed at Tom Riddle, unease filled her heart. He did not appear friendly. Tom Riddle replied, very well. I have found an even more powerful substitute. As the words left his lips, Fawkes swooped in, delivering the sorting hat to Harry. Voldemort sneered, you brought this, and seized Harry and Lilya's wands, summoning the basilisk. Harry gasped, you killed those people. You opened the chamber? Tom admitted, yes, Harry, but I no longer consider mudbloods my target. Now, my aim is you. Harry and Lilya dodged the basilisk's attacks. Why? Harry questioned in confusion. Tom Riddle slowly articulated, because I am Voldemort. Lilya attempted to transform into a butterfly to divert the basilisk's attention. But Voldemort uttered something incomprehensible in Parseltongue. The basilisk turned its gaze toward the butterfly, and Lilya realized its focus had shifted. After several narrow escapes, Lilya was knocked to the ground near the sorting hat. Fortunately, Fawkes blinded the basilisk's eyes just in time. Harry, catch! Lilya exclaimed, using her last ounce of strength to throw the hat to him before succumbing to unconsciousness. Harry beheld the sword within the sorting hat, having vanquished the basilisk. Yet he was aware that the venom from the creature had now tainted his wounds. Tom Riddle ominously informed him that his time was limited, mere minutes remaining. A realization dawned upon Harry as he grasped the basilisk's fang and drove it straight into the diary, eliciting a painful reaction from Tom. Harry, undeterred, plunged the fang into the diary once more. With each strike, Tom's presence began to wane, and soon Ginny awoke. Harry gently cradled Lilya, while Fawkes shed tears upon their wounds, which gradually healed. However, Lilya remained unconscious, and when she finally awoke, it was in the infirmary. The first face she saw was Harry's, and she smiled, saying, thank you, Harry. I almost thought I would never see you again. Harry replied, don't speak nonsense, Lilya. You will be just fine. Lilya inquired, what about Ginny? Is she all right? Ron chimed in, she's fine. She just woke up as well. Lilya nodded and asked, and Hermione? Harry responded, she hasn't awakened yet, but we have all been awarded special commendations by Professor Dumbledore. He mentioned he would formally present them once you were awake. Lilya suggested, then let us go to the headmaster's office. Upon their arrival, Dumbledore officially presented them with the commendations and addressed Lilya, saying, Lilya, have you discerned whether you are more suited to Slytherin or Gryffindor? I wish to reiterate to you what I said to Harry. Our true nature is determined not by our abilities, but by our choices. Though you were sorted into Slytherin, you later chose Gryffindor. That is your choice. Do you understand, Lilya? Lilya replied, I understand, Professor Dumbledore. Very well, everyone, You may return now. I believe Harry has something he wishes to discuss with you, Dumbledore concluded. Once outside the office, Lilya asked Harry what was on his mind. Harry revealed. The book was indeed placed in Ginny's hands by Lucius. And, what else? Lilya prodded. I set Dobby free, but Mr. Lucius appeared rather displeased. Lilya, thinking it was not a grave matter, responded, Good job, Harry. I thought you had something significant to tell me. And even if I am still their daughter, I wouldn't hold it against you. You are my savior, and I am grateful to you. Otherwise, I would owe you my life. Harry blushed and fell silent. Chapter 16. Coexisting together. Due to the recent events, Hogwarts cancelled the examinations. Lilya and Hermione felt somewhat disheartened, while Ron and Harry were exuberantly pleased. This year's House Cup undoubtedly belonged to Gryffindor. Lilya chuckled as she observed Slytherin's disappointment over not securing the cup. Harry, the house is repaired. You can stay with me this holiday and needn't return to your home in the Muggle world, Lilya said with a smile. Harry was elated at the prospect of living with Lilya, exclaiming, That sounds wonderful, Lilya. However, I cannot stay in your house without contributing, right? I shall pay you rent. Lilya laughed. No need for that, Harry. I told you I would repay you in this manner. Thank you, Lilya, Harry responded gratefully. Ron interjected. I think Harry wants to be more than just simple friends with you. Harry shoved a piece of chicken leg into Ron's mouth. Eat more chicken, Ron. Lilya continued. Oh, and Ron, I'm just a short distance from your home, so feel free to visit any time. Ron replied. Does that mean I can escape to your place when my mom gets mad? Lilya fell silent, contemplating, perhaps, but I would prefer you visit to study. Hermione expressed her disappointment. I wish I could live with you both, but my parents would never allow me to stay at someone else's home. Lilya reassured her. What do you mean by someone else's home? What is mine is yours. You know I care for you, and when you grow up, your parents surely won't prevent you from living elsewhere, right? Don't worry. I've preserved rooms for all of you. There will be ample space. Hermione embraced Lilya. Thank you, Lilya. After their meal, they boarded the train home, but this time Harry appeared exceedingly happy and excited, for he would no longer return to that so-called home. Lilya inquired, Harry, do you need any supplies? We could visit the wizarding supermarket to purchase some. Harry replied, No thank you, Lilya, I already have everything I need. Lilya smiled, however. There is one issue. I cannot cook. Harry assured her, That's all right, I can cook. Lilya joyously ruffled Harry's hair. Thank you. You are truly remarkable. Let us buy some ingredients and cookware. They have everything we need there. Hermione nudged Ron. Do you think they resemble a newlywed couple? Ron responded, Absolutely. Upon arrival at their destination, Lilya found a secure spot, and, with a flick of her wand, they apparat to the nearest wizarding supermarket. What shall we buy? It might be wise to get 2 spare toothbrushes, a few towels, and some seeds for red roses, cups, plates, spoons, forks. Harry, breathless from being pulled along, asked. Will all this fit? Lilya reassured him, No problem. I know a spell that can fit in as much as we need without any strain. Finally, having acquired everything they required, they returned home. Harry marveled. Your home is enormous. How many galleons did Mrs. Malfoy give you? Lilya replied, I lost count. I only know it was nearly full. And this isn't just my home. It will also be your home. This is our home. Harry's face turned crimson at her words. I think we should open a window. Your face is flushed, Lilya suggested. Harry stammered, Yes, indeed. Chapter 17. The Culinary Companion. After finally settling everything, Lilya remarked, Today has been quite fulfilling. I believe we need to sit down and rest for a while. Harry, still feeling a bit awkward, cautiously sat on the sofa. You seem rather tense, Lilya observed. Harry admitted, I suppose I am just a bit out of my element. Lilya affectionately patted Harry's head. Don't be anxious, Harry. This is your home. I shall prepare some hot cocoa for you. With that, Lilya busied herself in the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, she returned with 2 cups of hot cocoa and a plate of cookies. Here, Harry. Drinking some hot cocoa should help you feel more at ease. My mother used to make it for me often since I didn't like milk. Harry smiled at Lilya. You really do love your mother. Indeed. My mother is a wonderful person, truly a lady of grace, beauty, and kindness. She is incredibly nurturing towards her children. Sadly, in public, I can only refer to her as Mrs. Malfoy or Draco's mother. To be honest, I envy you, Harry. At least you know who your parents are. While I am merely a discarded child. As Lilya stirred her cocoa with a spoon, she seemed lost in contemplation of her past. Harry comforted her. But we once had them, and that is enough, isn't it, Lilya? Lilya replied, Yes, although it was brief. Curious, Harry asked, Why don't you return to the Malfoy household? Lilya sighed, It's complicated, I don't know. I cannot accept that I am an adopted child. And I cannot face the Malfoys. Moreover, now that I have become their adversary, there is no way back. I could never accept being Voldemort's so-called slave, a Death Eater. Harry nodded, somewhat understanding. I believe that being proud serves you well, for you truly possess strength. Lilya smiled, Thank you. Time had slipped away. And your room is just across from mine. As they reached the doorway, Lilya turned to Harry and bid him good night. Harry reciprocated, wishing her a good night as well, and they both gently closed their doors. The following morning, as Lilya descended the stairs, she found Harry already busy preparing breakfast. "Good morning, Harry." "Good morning, Lilya. I thought I had risen early enough, yet you were up before me. Did you not sleep well last night?" Lilya inquired. "No, not at all. I merely wanted to prepare breakfast early so that you could enjoy it as soon as you woke," Harry replied. As he set the table, Lilya gazed at the meal and exclaimed, "I never imagined there would come a day when I would partake in breakfast prepared by you. And I never thought I would find myself making breakfast for you." Harry responded with a smile. "It seems I have gained a culinary companion." "From certain perspectives, indeed," Lilya agreed. "We must visit our neighbors at noon." "Very well. I shall bake some cookies," Harry replied. "I will prepare some hot cocoa," Lilya added. After their meal, the two busied themselves in the kitchen, kneading dough together. However, Lilya found herself at odds with Harry, who criticized her for the overly hard cookies she had baked the previous day. "I think you should take a break, Lilya." "I can manage here," he suggested. Lilya looked at him with a pouting expression. "Are you displeased with me?" Harry swallowed nervously. "No, it's just that, I believe Ron's teeth might not appreciate your cookies." "Fine, you take over, and I will make the hot cocoa," Lilya conceded. With everything ready, an array of delightful cookies in various shapes was presented alongside a steaming mug of hot cocoa inscribed with the name Weasley. Lilya knocked on the door. "Good day, Mrs. Weasley." Mrs. Weasley opened the door. "Lilya, Harry, I heard from Ron that you are our new neighbors." "Yes, we brought a little something for you. Please accept it," Lilya said. "How lovely. You needn't have gone to such lengths," Mrs. Weasley replied. "Ron, Lilya, and Harry have arrived," she called out. Ron hurried down the stairs. "Hi, Lilya." "Hi, Harry. Mom, can I play with them for a while?" "Of course, dear. Just be sure to return before dark," Mrs. Weasley instructed. Ron grabbed a cookie as he dashed outside. "Not bad. Who made these?" "I did, though Lilya helped," Harry admitted. "If you consider merely bringing out the flour as helping," Lilya interjected, casting a glance at Harry. "You were a tremendous help," Harry insisted. Lilya scoffed lightly. "Huh." Chapter 18. Planting flowers together. Once Ron had departed, Lilya and Harry began planting red roses in the garden. Lilya asked, "What flowers do you like, Harry?" "Perhaps roses as well, though I have a fondness for white roses," Harry replied. Lilya smiled. "Then let us buy some white rose seeds later. These flowers will look splendid when they bloom." They buried the seeds in the soil and watered them. Before long, it began to rain, yet the sun remained shining. Lilya pulled Harry inside as they watched the sun from the window. "How curious that it rains without a cloud in the sky," Harry remarked. Lilya chuckled. "It seems we need not water the plants after all." Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Lilya. Her two small braids, dampened by the rain, framed her face, adorned with the butterfly hairpin Harry had gifted her. Her cheeks bore traces of mud, and her white dress clung slightly from the rain as she beamed at Harry. Harry gazed into Lilya's eyes, his heart skipping a beat. They both savored the warmth of the moment. At that moment, in Malfoy Manor, the garden's red roses had all withered. Lucius was seething with anger over Voldemort's unfulfilled task. "Harry Potter, that Potter again. Why is it that Lilya is always by his side whenever trouble arises?" Draco and Snape sat quietly across from Lucius, listening intently. "I believe Lilya will continue to remain by Mr. Potter's side, Lucius, especially since it was Mr. Potter who saved her when her life hung in the balance," Snape remarked. Lucius turned to Draco. "Draco, can you tell me how you became friends with Harry Potter? I recall you promised me that when Lilya departed, you would ensure Harry Potter stood with us." Draco's gaze faltered, and he lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Father." Lucius snapped. "I do not wish to hear apologies. It seems there is no longer any need to befriend him, nor to salvage Lilya." Draco cautiously asked Lucius, "Are we truly powerless against him?" Snape gestured for Draco to remain silent, but it was too late. Lucius turned to Draco and answered, "Undoubtedly." Draco stared out the window, lost in thought. The freshly rain-soaked grass emanated a refreshing scent of earth. After bathing, Lilya smiled at Harry. "What splendid weather. Shall we study potions?" Harry stammered. "Perhaps we should skip it for now." Lilya's smile faltered, and she fixed him with a foreboding gaze. "Repeat that." Harry, taken aback by her expression, stammered, "And no, it's fine." Lilya quickly regained her cheerful demeanor. "That's more like it. Don't give up just because your grades aren't stellar." She pulled Harry over to the cauldron to brew potions together. Not bad at all. "You're far cleverer than Ron," Lilya remarked happily as she observed the results. Harry, however, was focused on Lilya. "Can we eat now?" "Yes, we can," Lilya replied. As they walked, Harry asked, "What do you want to eat?" "Just a salad will do. I've gained a bit of weight lately, and you must help me diet," Lilya said. Harry chuckled helplessly. "All right, as you wish." Lilya smiled as she joined him in the kitchen to wash the vegetables. The salad was prepared swiftly, and Lilya stole a glance at Harry, whispering, "Your lips are so red, your teeth so white. What was that? Harry asked. I was complimenting your handsomeness, Lilya replied. Through their time together, Harry had grown less shy. Do I need to say it? Lilya, noticing his smug expression, snatched a cherry tomato from his plate and remarked, you get all proud from just a few compliments. How ridiculous. We should go buy some clothes soon. You're so tall now. You ought to get yourself a couple of well-fitted outfits. Harry grinned at Lilya. Are you buying clothes for me or for yourself? Definitely for you, Lilya affirmed. That's the way it should be, Harry teased. Lilya plucked another cherry tomato from his plate and took a bite. Chapter 19. Haphazardly together upon arriving at Madame Malkin's robe shop, Harry turned to Lilya. This is where we first met. Indeed, you were quite shy back then. Look at you now. Lilya chuckled. Harry playfully nudged her head with his hand. What are you talking about, shorty? Short? Where am I short? You're only slightly taller than me, Lilya retorted. After a brief quarrel, Lilya emerged victorious. And they entered the clothing shop together. Good day, Madame Malkin. Could you please select 2 suitable outfits for Harry? Lilya requested. Certainly, Miss Lilya. I happen to have some garments that would suit Mr. Harry perfectly, Madame Malkin replied. She presented several outfits for Harry to try, and Lilya expressed her approval. I'll take these, and the white suit over there. By the way, do you have any new arrivals? Madame Malkin nodded knowingly. This way, Miss Lilya. With a heart full of joy, Lilya followed to the red and white dress. Oh, and I'll take those tops and trousers as well. Thank you. After paying Madame Malkin, Lilya happily pulled Harry out of the shop. Seeing Lilya's elation, Harry knew she had likely indulged in some extra purchases. He chuckled helplessly. Lilya, at this rate, how many galleons do you think you'll have left by graduation? Harry inquired. Lilya was aware that Harry was criticizing her for being extravagant. Yet she found herself unable to refute his claims. All right, I understand. But this will last me for 2 years, she retorted. That means you won't be growing any taller in the next 2 years, Harry responded. That is not true, Lilya exclaimed. Their playful banter continued until Lilya ultimately triumphed. For it was she who had paid for Harry's purchases. Later that evening, as they returned home, Lilya donned her newly acquired dress and asked Harry, Does it look good? Harry gazed at her and replied, You look splendid. Red suits you remarkably well. Not bad. You've learned to compliment, Lilya said with a smile. It seems you have taught me well, Harry replied, rising to his feet. In high spirits, Lilya stood in the garden with her violin, the twinkling stars adorning the pitch-black sky, while the bright moon hung among them. A gentle breeze not only scattered a few blossoms from the peach tree in the garden, but also stirred Lilya's flowing dark hair. Harry, clad in his black hoodie, stood before her, patiently waiting for the music to cease. He gazed at Lilya, the girl he had silently adored, a girl beloved by many, and one he felt he might not be worthy of. As Lilya opened her eyes, their gazes met. The moonlight was tender, yet it paled in comparison to the depth of their shared glances. Harry slowly approached her and said, Lilya, let us be together. A flicker of surprise crossed Lilya's eyes as she locked her gaze onto his, her smile blossoming. They embraced, and Harry remarked, It seems I shall have to break the school rules. With that, he cast a spell of rapid growth upon the patch of roses he had planted. Lilya released her hold on him, staring in disbelief at the intertwining red and white roses, exhilaration coursing through her. Suddenly, she felt that this was too casual. He had to declare his feelings formally. Is it really necessary? Harry asked. It is absolutely necessary, she insisted. The roses cannot compare to the graceful sway of your dress. The night pales next to your raven hair, and the moon is not as brilliant as your eyes. Miss Lilya, would you do me the honor of being Harry Potter's girlfriend? After a brief hesitation, Lilya replied softly, I would, Mr. Harry Potter. Hand in hand, they made their way to the living room and sat down slowly on the sofa. Lilya turned to Harry and inquired, Harry, tell me the truth. When did you start liking me? Harry's cheeks flushed as he admitted, I have always had feelings for you. It was only just now that I acknowledged my affection. So, when did you begin to like me? Lilya shyly answered, perhaps it was that day in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry nodded. The two blushing individuals sat in silence for 5 minutes. Finally, Lilya broke the silence. It's getting late, so, good night. Harry replied, yes, good night, or rather, good evening. Chapter 20. The Morning Awkwardness. Lilya fell into a deep slumber around 3 in the morning, only to awaken the following noon, stirred by the sound of Ice Cream the cat. Instinctively, she reached out to stroke Ice Cream's fur, only to realize the texture felt different. Ice Cream, you need a grooming, she murmured. Blinking in confusion, she discovered she had been petting Harry's hair instead. Quickly, she pulled the covers over herself and hurled her feather pillow at Harry, exclaiming, How dare you enter my room without my consent? Harry stammered. I waited downstairs for a long time. I thought you hadn't eaten breakfast and might be hungry, so I took the liberty of bringing you something. I'm sorry, Lilya, I only placed the food on your nightstand. I didn't do anything else, I swear. Sitting up in bed with a shocked expression, Lilya asked, You didn't intend to do anything else? Harry panicked. No, I didn't. Lilya composed herself and said, get out. Right now? Harry dashed out of the room. Lilya rolled around in bed, pounding her pillow, then turned to Ice Cream, who had also fled. Harry's perspective. It was noon, and Lilya still hadn't risen. Perhaps I should take her breakfast to her room? After knocking for a long while with no response, I wondered if something was wrong. I opened the door and found her sleeping soundly. I crouched down to place the food on her nightstand. Suddenly, a hand brushed my hair. Turning, I was met with the shocking sight of Lilya. Oh no, what should I do? She spoke to me. Should I respond? Just then, a pillow struck me. Thankfully not too painfully, so I hurriedly fled. Lilya stood before her wardrobe, contemplating her outfit. A dress? Too formal. Pajamas? Too casual. Perhaps I'll wear sportswear. That works. As I can use it as an excuse to go for a run later. She decided on that. Standing before the mirror, she pondered, should I wear makeup? If I do, it might smudge while running. But if I don't, will he think I'm not taking him seriously? I wonder if he saw me when I just woke up. She touched her face, relieved that it wasn't oily. Then, just skincare it is. And a hint of lip balm will suffice. Is that what he made for me? It looks rather cute. He made sandwiches knowing I'm on a diet. But I was so harsh with him earlier. Will he be upset? Oh well, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Oh, I need to grab the food first. Harry's perspective. Does this outfit look alright? She bought it for me yesterday. Was she really angry just now? How should I apologize? Should I add a couple more dishes? Or take her out? But where to? Maybe we could stay home. But if we do, what would we talk about? Will she ignore me? Continuing with his potion making, he fretted about possible failures. First things first, I'll prepare the food. Lilya approached the dining table, pondering. Should I offer to help him? Why are we preparing so much food for just the two of us? Does he think I eat too much? She considered whether she would still go for a run later. Will he regret dating me? What if we break up? Will he move out? Ugh, this is so annoying. Maybe I should use the excuse of needing coffee to chat with him. Does he enjoy coffee? Maybe I'll make him pumpkin juice instead. Lilya stealthily entered the kitchen, startling Harry. Oh, hi. Hi, Lilya, good morning. Lilya responded, haha, good morning. I'm going to make some coffee. Do you want coffee or pumpkin juice? Oh, just coffee is fine, Harry replied. Lilya smiled and turned her head, immediately adopting a comical frown. Why did I have to walk so lightly? I startled him. It'll definitely be more awkward speaking to him now. Early romance is truly complicated. Harry suddenly spoke. Lilya, is there anything else you'd like to eat? Just fried eggs will do, ha ha ha. Chapter 21, Confirming the Relationship. Finally, the two finished their meal, marking the quietest dining experience they had ever shared. At last, Lilya broke the silence. The weather is lovely today. I think I'll go for a run. Then I'll tidy up the house, Harry replied. Lilya felt a weight lift off her shoulders. All right, thank you, Harry. I'm off now, she exclaimed as she dashed out of the house, circling Godric as hollow. As she ran, she thought to herself, I'm his girlfriend. Why should I avoid him? I was a bit too extreme this morning. I should apologize when I return and gauge his reaction. Yes, that's the plan. Back at home, Harry finished his cleaning and sank into the sofa. Petting Ice Cream the cat. Should I apologize to her again? She probably didn't hear me this morning, right? She didn't seem very upset earlier. I should have a proper conversation with her. Ice Cream meowed softly. Before long, Lilya returned home, drenched in sweat. Harry, I'm back. I'm going to take a shower. Harry was startled by the sudden sound and replied with a simple okay. Before long, Lilya had finished her bath, dried her hair, and was enveloped in a delightful fragrance. She tied her long hair into a ponytail and changed into her loungewear before descending the stairs. Upon reaching Harry, they both almost simultaneously uttered, I think we should talk. They were momentarily taken aback. You go first? No, you go first. Perhaps you should lead the way. They both insisted, caught in a stalemate. Lilya then said, I apologize, Harry. I shouldn't have snapped at you this morning, especially after you were so kind. Harry replied, It's all right, Lilya. I also wish to apologize for my rudeness. Both felt a wave of relief wash over them. Harry stood up and asked, Would you like some lemonade? Lilya nodded, responding, Yes, thank you. Harry replied, No need to thank me. After all, I am your boyfriend. Lilya laughed at his theatrical demeanor, saying, All right then, boyfriend. Harry then inquired, Does this mean I can skip studying potions? Lilya's expression turned cold in an instant. Don't even think about it. On the contrary, Mr. Harry Potter, you will face an even more rigorous study plan. Harry, with a look of feigned grievance, asked, Not even as your boyfriend? Lilya firmly replied, Absolutely not. Harry conceded. Very well, I shall obey the orders of Lady Lilya. Lilya affectionately ruffled Harry's hair, saying, Good boy. Suddenly, a large black dog burst into the garden, causing Snowball to immediately dive into Lilya's embrace. Lilya and Harry approached the dog, and Lilya crouched down, gently saying, Hello, little pup, are you lost? Harry, astonished by Lilya's demeanor, remarked, I suspect the garden gate wasn't closed properly. I should carry him out. Lilya nodded in agreement, stating, then farewell, little pup. With that, Harry scooped up the large dog and carried him away. In the evening, Harry and Lilya were swinging in the garden, engaged in conversation. Harry mentioned his mother, saying, my mother's name is Lily. I've been told my eyes resemble hers. Lilya replied, many people say my eyes are reminiscent of a dear departed friend of Professor Snape. Perhaps they are one and the same. Harry remarked, that seems unlikely. I always get the impression that Professor Snape doesn't particularly like me. Lilya reassured him, in truth, he is a good professor. He may appear stern, but he has a warm smile beneath that facade. Harry, envisioning Snape smiling, shook his head. I've never seen him smile. Lilya teased, if you excel in potions class, he might just smile at you. Harry responded, then perhaps it's best he doesn't. Chapter 22, Lilya's birthday. The day of Lilya's birthday arrived, and she was in high spirits, having donned a white dress. Harry brought a birthday cake to Lilya's room, knocking on the door and asking, are you awake, Lilya? Lilya opened the door, replying, yes, I'm awake. Come in, Harry. Harry quipped, it seems you won't be throwing pillows at me this time. Lilya retorted playfully, is that all you think about? I suppose I should try to be a bit kinder to you. Harry placed the cake on the table, saying, indeed, just like when we first met, and then mimicked Lilya's mannerisms. Hello, I am Lilya, Lilya Black. Not to be outdone, Lilya mimicked back, hello, I am Harry Potter. They both burst into laughter. Harry continued, oh, look at this cake. I woke up early to make you a strawberry layered cake. Don't you want to reward your hardworking boyfriend? The exquisite cake warranted a reward. So Lilya playfully smeared a dollop of cream on Harry's face, laughing, then enjoy some cream. Harry retaliated with a fingerful of cream, saying, you should have some too, Lilya. In their playful scuffle, Lilya lost her balance and fell onto the bed, with Harry tumbling right after her. Cream splattered onto Lilya's face, and they exchanged glances in a peculiar position. Just as Lilya's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, Harry leaned in and kissed the creamy part of her face, rising with a smile. The cream is quite sweet, a delightful reward. Lilya, still processing what had just happened, felt a mix of confusion and exhilaration. Had Harry just kissed her? And in that manner? No, she thought. Wasn't it me who initiated the kiss? How did it end up with me kissing Harry? Harry produced a carefully prepared gift for Lilya, which she eagerly unwrapped to reveal a butterfly bracelet. Lilya smiled. You truly have a fondness for butterflies. Harry replied, allow me to put it on you. Lilya gazed at Harry, saying, thank you, Harry, for being so thoughtful on my birthday. Harry looked at her earnestly. I must also thank you for giving me a home. Feeling touched, Lilya asked, have you told Hermione and Ron about us? Harry answered, no, not yet. Ron's family is in Egypt, and Hermione is visiting her grandmother. I've been unable to reach them. Lilya proposed, then we shall tell them when school begins. They will surely be surprised. Harry replied, perhaps. Chapter 23, Shopping. As usual, Harry and Lilya were in the study revising their lessons. Lilya remarked on Harry's remarkable progress. Well done. I believe we can start previewing the third-year syllabus. Harry immediately hung his head. Lilya, can't we take a day off? Given your rapid improvement today, I suppose we can rest, she said. So, what do you wish to do? Harry suggested, how about we explore the Muggle world? Lilya responded enthusiastically, that sounds great. I've always been curious about the Muggle world. Harry and Lilya were strolling through the streets when Lilya spotted a clothing store. She shook Harry's arm, asking, can I go in and take a look? Harry glanced at the store and replied, no, it's too expensive. Lilya sighed in disappointment. I've never seen styles like these. Please let me just look. Reluctantly, Harry conceded, all right, but only to browse. Lilya joyfully took Harry's hand and entered the store. Good day, beautiful miss. How may I assist you? The attendant inquired. No, thank you. I'll just look around, Lilya replied. The attendant smiled, very well. After examining each dress in the store, Lilya turned to Harry and said, let us make a quick escape while no one is watching. Just as she was about to push Harry toward the exit, the attendant chimed in. Excuse me, miss. Did you not find anything to your liking? Lilya smiled. Yes, so far, nothing has particularly caught my eye. The attendant continued. We have just received a new shipment. If you're interested, you could take a look with your boyfriend. Just as Lilya was about to decline, Harry interjected, sure, let us take a look. The attendant enthusiastically began to introduce them to each piece of clothing. These are our new arrivals, each one meticulously handcrafted. Lilya found herself entranced by a stunning blue dress, a gradient masterpiece transitioning from silver to deep blue, elegantly fashioned into a mermaid silhouette. Harry discerned her fascination and addressed the attendant, requesting, please allow this young lady to try on the dress. The attendant responded affirmatively, saying, of course, sir. If the young lady would kindly follow me to the fitting room. Lilya cast a bewildered glance at Harry before replying, all right. Upon emerging from the fitting room, Lilya was met with Harry's unwavering gaze, while the attendant remarked, you look absolutely stunning in that. Harry then instructed the attendant, please wrap this dress for me. Confused, Lilya looked at Harry and, after leaving the boutique, finally asked, isn't it rather expensive? Harry replied, indeed, but your happiness is worth it. Besides, you've been quite frugal today. Consider it a reward. Lilya's face lit up with joy, and she planted a kiss on Harry's cheek as a token of gratitude. Hand in hand, they strolled down the bustling street. Today has been so delightful, Lilya exclaimed with excitement. Harry teased, you've indulged in quite the feast. It seems someone's diet plan is in jeopardy. Pouting playfully, Lilya retorted, are you criticizing me? Harry clarified, I was referring to someone else. With a huff, Lilya released his hand and marched ahead. Harry chuckled to himself, just then encountering a young boy selling flowers. He told the lad, I'll take all these flowers, but please deliver them to the young lady ahead. The boy nodded enthusiastically. Lilya, upon spotting the flowers, turned in surprise, only to find Harry missing from sight, causing her to frown in frustration. Yet, when she turned around, Harry stood right before her. She playfully punched him, exclaiming, what are you doing? You startled me. And now you're buying flowers? Harry grinned, consider it compensation. Unable to suppress her amusement, Lilya replied, all right, let us head home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lilya and Harry walked hand in hand down the golden-lit street, playfully teasing one another. Chapter 24. Harry's birthday. On July 31st, Harry's birthday, Lilya rose early to bake him a cake. However, her efforts were thwarted as several cake layers turned burnt. As time ticked away, she thought to herself, surely a bit of magic could remedy this. By the time Harry emerged from his slumber, a cake stood before him. Harry glanced at the cake and then at Lilya, asking, did you make this? Lilya replied, yes. What do you think? Harry nodded, I like it, but it's a 3-tier cake. We 1T finish it ourselves. Lilya shot back, if we can't eat it all, it can serve as lunch and dinner. Harry gulped, perhaps I should blow out the candles first. After the candles were extinguished, Lilya inquired, what wish did you make? Harry feigned contemplation, I 1T tell you. Lilya, gazing at him, resolved to be gentle. As it was his special day, if you 1T share, let us cut the cake. As they savored the cake, its flavor was unexpectedly delightful. This chocolate is exquisite. How did you achieve this? Harry praised. Lilya brandished her wand and pointed toward the kitchen. Harry peered in. Why do I smell something burnt? Lilya sighed. I truly lack culinary skills, before stuffing a generous bite of cake into her mouth. Harry chuckled at her stuffed cheeks. You look like a pufferfish. Lilya shot him an indignant look, prompting Harry's laughter to intensify. Now you resemble one even more. Eventually, Lilya finished her last bite and playfully shoved a large piece of cake into Harry's mouth. Now it's your turn to laugh, she exclaimed, bursting into giggles. Harry glowered at her, but Lilya quickly adopted a serious expression. All right, I concede. Allow me to make amends with a gift. With a smile, Lilya presented a wrapped package. Open it and see if you like it. Harry unwrapped it to discover a leaf bracelet. A bracelet? He questioned. Yes. Now we have matching couple bracelets. Lilya beamed. When did you buy this? Harry asked. I spotted it at a little shop the last time you made me upset while we were shopping. Harry chuckled. Aren't butterflies fond of flowers? Your butterfly seems to prefer leaves. Lilya, a touch annoyed, retorted, my butterfly has an affinity for leaves, and that's none of your concern. Besides, before becoming a butterfly, a caterpillar munches on leaves. And what kind of man gifts a floral bracelet? Harry affectionately ruffled Lilya's hair. Understood. I genuinely cherish this gift. Thank you, my esteemed girlfriend. Now, could you assist me in putting it on? With her smile returned, Lilya helped him wear the bracelet. Now we're getting somewhere. After their meal, Lilya painted in the garden while Harry observed. Her artwork featured white and red roses, a moon, a swing, butterflies, and a peach blossom tree. Once finished, Harry asked, are you capturing the day we spent together? Lilya answered, without a doubt, Mr. Potter. Harry leaned in for a closer look. It's splendid. We should hang it in the living room. Lilya replied with a grin, it must be placed in the center. Harry vowed, I'll ensure it happens. As they admired the painting hung prominently in the living room, Harry declared, this is the best birthday I have ever experienced. Lilya pinched his cheek. There will be even better ones to come. Chapter 25. The Leaky Cauldron. One day, an owl delivered a letter. Harry, we received a letter from Hogwarts. Do you know what this implies? Lilya exclaimed. Harry replied nonchalantly, it likely doesn't mean a holiday. Lilya confirmed, correct. It also means we must venture to Diagon Alley to procure the monster book of monsters that Hagrid requested. Harry remarked, but Hagrid already sent me one. Lilya responded, he hasn't sent one to me, Mr. Potter. We must go to Diagon Alley. Harry suggested, as long as we avoid Madame Malkin's, we should be fine. Lilya declared, I, Lilya Black, vow to go to Diagon Alley solely to buy the monster book of monsters. Upon arriving at the Leaky Cauldron, they encountered Ron and Hermione, who were embroiled in a debate over the classic dilemma of cats and mice. How fortuitous. Lilya has brought ice cream today, she chimed in. Hi, Hermione. Hi, Ron. I heard you discussing cats and mice, and I'm quite intrigued by ice cream. She waved her ice cream cone playfully. Hermione and Ron beamed upon seeing Lilya and Harry, with Hermione embracing Lilya and Ron hugging Harry. Ron believes Crookshanks will devour his silly old mouse, Hermione said. Ron replied, Hey, Crookshanks has been eyeing Scabbers. Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glance, then turned to Lilya. He always behaves this way. Lilya responded, Boys are like that, and cast a thoughtful glance at Harry. Hermione quickly caught on. How was your holiday? Lilya leaned in and whispered in Hermione's ear, Harry and I are together now. Hermione gasped, When did this happen? Lilya replied, On June 16th, the day after we started living together. Hermione exclaimed, That's incredibly fast. You've been dating for a month and a half. Lilya nodded. Yes, he is entirely different from when we first met. Hermione asked, Are you heading to Diagon Alley? I would love to accompany you and hear all about it from start to finish. Meanwhile, Ron learned of Harry and Lilya's relationship and exclaimed, Good grief. How did Lilya end up with you? Harry fell silent, as Arthur Weasley approached him with a matter to discuss, while Lilya and Hermione set off together to purchase the Monster Book of Monsters. On their way, Hermione and Lilya engaged in an enthusiastic discussion about romance. Hermione was both amazed and exhilarated. Upon returning, Harry relayed Mr. Weasley's words to Lilya, who was unaware of the situation concerning Sirius Black. Harry informed her, Sirius. His last name is Black, just like yours. Lily was somewhat taken aback that I had never heard her mother mention the name Sirius Black. Harry remarked that perhaps it was wise of her mother not to disclose such information, given that he had just escaped from Azkaban. Lily, perplexed, queried, But why would he want to harm you? You were merely a child. Harry shook his head, asserting it was still connected to Voldemort. Lily's disdain for Voldemort grew ever more pronounced. She patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, Do not worry, I will protect you. If he dares to approach, I shall torment him with spells. Harry chuckled, I feel, Lily, that you resemble a prisoner freshly escaped from Azkaban. Lily playfully tapped his head, exclaiming, You dare say that? Harry replied, It's nothing. I shall refrain from further comment. At that moment, George, Fred, Mrs. Weasley, and Ginny descended the stairs. Oh, Lily, Harry, how delightful it is to see you both. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed as she enveloped them in warm embraces. George chimed in, It's been ages, little butterfly. Fred added, Ron hasn't been boasting about your trip to Egypt, has he? Lily replied, No. Ron raised his head, lamenting, I wanted to boast, but no one paid me any attention. The mischievous twins erupted into laughter at Ron's expense. Chapter 26, the start of third year. Hand in hand, Harry and Lily boarded the Hogwarts Express, officially declaring their relationship. The four of them casually selected an empty compartment and settled in. Ron exclaimed, You two are really together, are you? Harry raised their entwined hands, showcasing their bracelet. Without a doubt. Ron turned to the other person. Who is that? Hermione replied, Professor R.J. Lupin. Ron questioned, How do you know everything? Hermione retorted, It's written on his suitcase. Harry, glancing at Lily who was stroking a cat, remarked, Did you see Malfoy's expression? I felt as if he were about to devour me. Lily laughed, replying, I didn't see Malfoy, but I did notice Ginny looked rather displeased. Just then, Malfoy entered, and upon seeing Lily and Harry holding hands, was about to speak when Pansy rushed in, pulling him out. Calm down, Malfoy. Malfoy, bewildered, retorted, How am I to calm down? That's my sister. Pansy shot back. Not anymore. Malfoy turned and exited. In the compartment, Lily thoughtfully stroked the cat. Harry inquired, Are you all right? Lily smiled and replied, I'm fine. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, engulfed in darkness. That's a Dementor, Lily exclaimed. The Dementor was sucking the very soul from Harry, and just as Lily prepared to utter the Patronus charm, Professor Lupin intervened, causing Harry to faint. Professor Lupin gazed curiously into Lily's eyes. Who are you? Lily responded, Hello, Professor. I am Lilya Black. Lupin appeared surprised. Black? Whose child are you? Lily awkwardly smiled. It's a long story. I was adopted by Mrs. Malfoy, who was formerly a Black, hence I carry her name. Professor Lupin nodded in understanding, smiling as he remarked, Ah, I see. Not many children your age are aware of the Patronus charm. You possess considerable talent. Lilya expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Professor. I merely read about it in books, practicing for fun. When Harry regained consciousness, a group of people surrounded him. Professor Lupin offered, Have some chocolate. It will do you good. Harry regarded Lily with caution. She informed him, This is Professor Lupin. He just saved you. Harry thanked Professor Lupin and accepted the chocolate. Professor Lupin remarked, No need for thanks. The Dementors are here due to Sirius Black's recent escape from Azkaban. Upon arriving at the Great Hall of Hogwarts and after singing the welcome song, Dumbledore announced, Welcome our new professor, R.J. Lupin, who has graciously agreed to fill the vacancy. Additionally, the care of magical creatures class will be taught by Hagrid, and I must inform you that, at the Ministry's request, Dementors will be residing at Hogwarts. I remind you all that Dementors are inherently unforgiving, yet we can always find joy, even in darkness. During Dumbledore's speech, Goyle and Crabbe were discussing the romance between Lily and Harry, speculating on why she would be interested in Harry Potter. Perhaps it was due to him saving her in the Chamber of Secrets. They heard Harry had fainted as well. Malfoy glared at Goyle and Crabbe, saying, "Enjoy your little cakes, you fools." Their bickering grew loud enough for Gryffindor to hear. Neville turned to Lily, saying, "Congratulations." Harry replied, "Thank you, Neville." Lily smiled. "You too shall find the right person. Neville, you are a wonderful person." Neville beamed. "Thank you, Lilya." Chapter 27, Divination Class. Lilya chose to take divination and care of magical creatures, just like Harry. In divination class, Professor Trelawney was teaching students to read tea leaves. She spotted Lilya and said, "Child, try to interpret the patterns in your tea leaves." Lilya looked into her cup and remarked, "There is a butterfly in the circle. I believe it signifies I will find joy and love." She then glanced at Harry and smiled. Professor Trelawney took the cup from Lilya's hands. "Absolutely correct, child. What is your name?" Lilya replied, "Just call me Lilya, Professor Trelawney." Professor Trelawney stated, "You are exceptionally gifted, Miss Lilya. Should you have any questions, feel free to visit me. You are one of the few children I've seen who does not fumble through the books." At that moment, Hermione suddenly appeared beside Ron. Ron exclaimed, "How did you suddenly end up next to me?" Hermione replied, "I have been here all along." Professor Trelawney directed her gaze to Ron. "Child, why don't you give it a try?" Ron held Harry's teacup and, flipping through a book, said, "Harry, there's a crooked cross, which represents suffering, and a sun, symbolizing joy, so he will find happiness amidst suffering." Professor Trelawney looked at the cup and exclaimed, "Child, you have foreboding." Another student interjected, "Foreboding means death." Harry was frightened by this as well. After class, Lilya comforted Harry, teasing, "Why do I foresee joy and love while you have foreboding? It seems my happiness is built upon your suffering, Harry." Harry responded, "You wouldn't actually kill me, would you, Lilya?" Ron patted Harry's shoulder, adding, "It's not entirely out of the question. Have you forgotten how she knocked Draco out?" Harry conceded, "That does make a lot of sense." Lilya and Hermione whispered, "They have truly gone too far." Hermione remarked, "I always find her somewhat unreliable." Harry stated, "I believe the foreboding is because of Sirius Black." Hermione responded, "Come now, Harry. With Lilya around, Sirius cannot possibly harm you." Lilya exclaimed, "Hey, friends, I am not some terrifying monster. Why do you always perceive me as violent?" Hermione replied, "Because of the troll." Ron added, "Because of the fainted Draco." Harry chimed in, "Because of, the pillow." Lilya fell silent. In care of magical creatures class, Pansy approached Lilya, saying, "Draco seems quite upset about your relationship, Lilya." Lilya retorted, "What concern is that of mine, Pansy? He is no longer my brother, remember?" Pansy replied, "I told him the same, but he seems even angrier. I simply don't understand." Lilya changed the subject. "What about you and him lately?" Pansy responded, "It's just the same. He still sees me only as a friend." Lilya said, "That shouldn't be. I noticed you cut your hair short. It looks lovely." Pansy replied, "Thank you, but it seems he still prefers long hair. I need your help, Lilya." Lilya pondered, "What is it that you require of me?" Pansy replied, "You should have a sincere conversation with Draco. For some inexplicable reason, I sense that he harbors different feelings towards you." Lilya's confusion deepened. "Draco towards me? That is impossible. He has always loathed me since childhood." Pansy insisted, "Regardless, you ought to speak with him. Besides, it has been quite some time since you last conversed." Lilya nodded. "Very well, please inform him to meet me atop the astronomy tower after lunch." Pansy acknowledged, "Thank you, Lilya." Lilya smiled, "No need for thanks, Pansy. You know you are my only female friend since childhood. We have known each other for over a decade, remember?" Pansy embraced Lilya. "Of course I remember. Thank you, Lilya." Chapter 28, Care of Magical Creatures. At that moment, Harry approached, and Pansy remarked to Lilya, "It seems he is quite attached to you. I shall not intrude any longer. I will take my leave." Lilya nodded in response. Harry inquired, "What is the matter?" Lilya replied, "Oh, nothing much. Pansy wants me to have a chat with Draco at noon." Harry nodded. "Indeed, I will wait for you in the library with Ron and the others at lunchtime." Lilya assured him, "I will definitely be at the library before afternoon classes." Pansy then informed Draco of Lilya's desire to converse with him at noon atop the astronomy tower. Draco glanced at Lilya and Harry, exchanging a few words with Pansy. He called out to Harry, "Look, a Dementor." Harry and Lilya turned back, but saw nothing. Upon looking again, they spotted several tiny Dementors. Lilya couldn't help but laugh at Harry. "Ignore them, Harry. Draco is still as childish as ever." With that, she pulled Harry forward, while Ron and Hermione stuck their tongues out at them from behind. At that moment, Hagrid exclaimed, "Hello, Buckbeak. Children, come and meet Buckbeak." Ron asked, "What kind of creature is he, Hagrid?" Hagrid replied, "He is a hippogriff, Ron. First and foremost, I must warn you that they are very proud and temperamental, which means they can be dangerous, even fatal. Now, who would like to approach Buckbeak first? Everyone stepped back, leaving only Harry and Lilya, who were still holding hands. Lilya noticed Hagrid turn around, and she and Harry simultaneously released each other's hands. Hagrid said, "Very good, Harry and Lilya. Now, you both should greet Buckbeak and bow." Harry and Lilya exchanged glances and stepped forward to bow to Buckbeak. Lilya nervously stepped on a twig, and Hermione, feeling a bit frightened, grasped Ron's hand. After a moment of bending down, Buckbeak showed no reaction. Hagrid encouraged, "You may try to pet Buckbeak now." Lilya and Harry gently stroked Buckbeak's head, and Hagrid announced, "Now you can ride Buckbeak. Lilya, you go first." Lilya, feeling slightly anxious, stammered, I think Harry should go first." Before she could finish, Hagrid lifted her onto Buckbeak. Lilya exclaimed, "Haha, thank you, Hagrid." Hagrid replied, "No need to thank me, Lilya. Now, Harry, it's your turn." Harry climbed up, unsure of where to place his hands. Hagrid advised, "Put your hands on Lilya's waist, Harry." Draco, observing this, furrowed his brow at them. Lilya reassured Harry, "It's all right. Harry, go ahead and place them there. With you holding me, I feel safer." Harry, receiving her consent, placed his hands on her waist. Hagrid declared, "All right then, Buckbeak, you may fly." Lilya exclaimed in panic, "What?" Buckbeak took off swiftly, and Lilya's scream echoed through the sky. Harry chuckled, "I've never seen you so frightened before." Lilya, blushing, retorted, "Why are you laughing at me? Aren't you scared?" Harry laughed, "I am scared, but I'm not what?" "Ha ha ha." Lilya fell silent. Harry quickly composed himself, "I'll stop talking." As Buckbeak circled the lake. Reaching the highest point, Harry declared, "Lilya, I love you." Lilya joyfully replied, "I love you too, Harry." Lilya and Harry laughed together, losing their fear and wishing to stay up there longer. Once back on solid ground, everyone rushed forward, exclaiming, "That was incredible, Harry." "Lilya, weren't you scared?" "I want to try too." Only the little lord, striding with a mischievous intent, approached Buckbeak, declaring, "You aren't scary at all, you ugly creature." Buckbeak, irate, knocked Draco to the ground. Draco's expression contorted in pain as he exclaimed, "He's going to kill me. He is going to kill me." Lilya and Pansy rushed forward. With Lilya urging, "Hagrid, quickly take him to the hospital wing." After moving Buckbeak aside, Hagrid said, "Oh, all right, I'm a teacher, I'll carry him." Lilya signaled to Harry, "I'm heading off now, Harry. Save me a spot at lunch." Harry replied, "Sure thing." Chapter 29, A Conversation with Draco. Lilya accompanied Hagrid to the hospital wing, where he said to her, "Lilya, could you please keep an eye on Draco for me? I have some matters to attend to regarding Buckbeak." Lilya responded, "Of course, Hagrid. I also have some things to discuss with Draco." Hagrid thanked her, "Thank you, Lilya. I will leave him in your care." With that, he departed. Lilya turned to Draco, who was grimacing in pain, and couldn't help but chuckle. "I haven't seen that expression on your face since you were 8. Draco retorted, "Stop laughing, Lilya. I will make sure my father deals with Hagrid and that ugly creature." After Draco was bandaged up, he and Lilya walked out together. Lilya cautioned, "Please don't think like that, Draco." He nodded knowingly. "Look at what you've done for your friends. You've even abandoned our family." Lilya felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, Draco. I'm no longer a part of the Malfoy family." Draco responded wistfully, "Yes, it seems that way, just as you told father." Lilya fell silent. Draco suddenly turned to her. "Actually, mother and father miss you, as do I, but it's certain that you cannot return to Malfoy Manor now. Why has our family changed so drastically?" Lilya replied, "I'm sorry, Draco, but I still cannot accept becoming a Death Eater or losing my friends." Draco sighed. "You remain as stubborn as ever. Fine, I cannot sway your decision, but we can still be siblings, right?" Lilya smiled. "Indeed, we are still siblings. However, if any ill-intentioned individuals discover that we have reconciled, it poses a threat to the Malfoy family, especially since father has chosen that person." Draco regarded Lilya and lamented, "How I wish I were not a Malfoy." Lilya playfully flicked Draco's forehead. "What are you saying? Aren't you afraid father will hear you?" Draco frowned. "Father is not here. Do you think Potter knows how violent you are?" Lilya retorted, "Hey, why does everyone say that? I'm not violent at all." Draco smirked. "You know very well what's in your heart. Let us not dwell on that. Is Potter treating you well?" Lilya affirmed, "He treats me wonderfully. You need not worry." Draco, "Speaking of which, what do you think of Pansy?" Draco replied, "Pansy? She is lovely, a good friend." Lilya teased, "You want me to clarify, don't you? I mean, do you like her?" Draco stated, "I don't have those feelings for her, Lilya. You are just like father. He always wants me to marry Pansy." Lilya turned to Draco and said, All right. I merely wish to express that Pansy is a splendid girl. If I were a boy, I would undoubtedly marry her without hesitation. Speaking of which, it's time for lunch. You head to your Slytherin, and I shall go to my Gryffindor. Oh, and do refrain from mentioning your injury to Dad. He would certainly cause quite the uproar. Goodbye." Lilya briskly walked ahead. Draco furrowed his brow in confusion and exclaimed, "Hey Lilya, you're just going to abandon me? I'm still bandaged up." Lilya turned back and advised Draco to seek out Pansy. Draco, exasperated, replied, "I am truly at a loss for you, Lilya." Chapter 30. Defense Against the Dark Arts. At noon, Lilya and her companions were engrossed in their studies at the library. Hermione noticed that Harry's book was flipped to the back and remarked, "Lilya, you've been teaching Harry to study for third-year material ahead of time, haven't you?" Harry chuckled resignedly, undoubtedly. Ron cast a sympathetic glance at Harry. "Lilya is the most formidable teacher." Harry agreed. "Indeed, when casting spells, you must execute 3 perfect attempts. If you fail even once, you must start anew." Lilya quietly observed her 2 diligent students conversing and interjected, "Gentlemen, if you desire a holiday filled with academic tasks, feel free to let me know, especially you, Mr. Harry Potter." Harry shot her a terrified look, and Lilya added, "Don't look at me while I'm reading." Ron whispered to Harry, "Are you sure Lilya is your girlfriend and not your tutor?" Hermione said to Lilya, "Perhaps I could stay with you during this year's holiday. My parents have agreed." Lilya responded, "That would be splendid, Hermione. I am certain you will excel beyond both of them." Ron questioned, "Are you sure, Hermione? Do you really want to be a third wheel?" Hermione replied, "Of course, if you don't mind." Lilya affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair, saying, "Of course, I don't mind. Hermione, you know I've always dreamed of living with you, and you too, Ron. Hermione is certainly not a third wheel. I believe Mrs. Weasley would be delighted for me to assist you in your studies. Perhaps I could even suggest that you stay with me for the entire holiday." Ron fell silent. Harry chimed in, "Come on, Hermione and Ron. With you two around, Lilya will be less inclined to torment me." Lilya pulled out her wand and gazed at Harry. "How have I tormented you, Mr. Potter?" Harry lowered his head. "It's nothing." Class commenced, and it was Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts lesson, focusing on the humorous transformation of a boggart into something amusing. The first to face it was Neville, who was terrified of Professor Snape. Professor Lupin instructed him to envision Snape in women's clothing. As Snape approached, Neville stammered, "Ridiculous." Snape transformed into a comical figure in women's attire, eliciting uproarious laughter, though the Slytherins were not amused. Lilya initially showed no reaction until she beheld Snape in high-heeled shoes, and she couldn't help but laugh. The second was Ron, who turned a terrifying giant spider into a silly roller-skating spider. Professor Lupin exclaimed, "That is hilarious." Next, when it was Lilya's turn, she recalled her childhood fear of a large brown bear, a memory of a mischievous venture into the forest with Draco that ended with her clothes being torn by the bear's claws. Lilya thought of something less frightening and boldly declared, "Ridiculous." A large brown bear appeared, adorned with rabbit ears and a pink frilly dress. Professor Lupin burst into laughter. "Well done. Continue." The fourth was Harry. After a while, he sensed something amiss, and Professor Lupin, sensing his unease, transformed into a moonlit night. "Ridiculous," exclaimed Lupin as the moon morphed into a balloon and floated away. "I apologize, everyone, but that will be all for today. You may return." Lilya pulled Harry back. "Were you just thinking about Dementors?" Harry admitted, "Yes." Lilya advised him, "I think you ought to speak with Professor Lupin. You cannot continue living in fear." Harry nodded, "All right. I'll heed your advice." Chapter 31. Professor Lupin. That evening, Hermione and Lilya discussed Ron. "What do you think of Ron, Lilya?" Lilya, brushing her hair, replied, "Brave, straightforward, and a bit endearing." Hermione faltered, "You won tea." No, it's nothing," Hermione insisted. "It's just that we accidentally held hands for a moment." Lilya teased, "Are you sure it was an accident?" Hermione affirmed, "Absolutely." Lilya continued to jest, "How did it feel?" Hermione responded, "It was all right. A bit nerve-wracking in that instant." Lilya probed, "Do you truly have no feelings for Ron?" Hermione hesitated, "Well, perhaps a little. I'm not entirely sure." Lilya laughed. "Be cautious, Hermione. The day I got together with Harry, it was also a fleeting moment. In that instant, I saw myself reflected in Harry's eyes, and I decisively chose to be with him." Hermione nodded, somewhat understanding, "I see. But Lilya, do you ever regret being with Harry?" Lilya replied, "Not at all. However, in the beginning, I felt a bit lost. It was a strange, exhilarating, yet frightening feeling. The excitement stemmed from Harry being my first boyfriend, and the fear was that there might be a second or third." Hermione smiled. "I believe Harry won't break up with you, Lilya. You are too sought after, and it's evident that he loves you dearly." Lilya remarked, "Hey, Hermione, I am already with Harry. Meanwhile, you should contemplate Ron." Hermione responded, "Stop teasing me, Lilya. Can you still go to Hogsmeade tomorrow?" Lilya replied, "No. So Harry and I plan to seek out Professor Lupin and then go on a date. As for you, Hermione, perhaps consider what you might do with Ron tomorrow." Hermione blushed, "It's getting late. Good night." Lilya suggested, "Let us sleep together tonight, Hermione." Before Hermione could respond, Lilya snuggled into her bed with a pillow. Hermione, blushing, exclaimed, "Lilya, you're so warm. Lilya replied, then cool me down, please. Hermione, after saying that, embraced her. You're really soft, like a baby. The two quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Harry and Lilya bid farewell to Hermione and Ron. Lilya reminded, don't forget what we discussed yesterday, Hermione. Hermione replied, I know, thank you, Lilya. After saying that, she embraced Lilya. Harry took Lilya's hand. We should go find Professor Lupin. Thus, Lilya was led away by Harry. On the way, Lilya asked Harry, why did you separate me from Hermione? We were just getting started. Harry replied, you two were becoming inseparable. If you didn't part, I might lose my girlfriend. Lilya chuckled, hey, are you jealous? Harry retorted, jealous? Not at all. Lilya teased, really? Well, I still slept with Hermione last night, and since you're not jealous then. Harry interrupted, what? You two? Lilya? You've never initiated a hug with me. Lilya responded, Haven Ti? Well then, let us hug now. With that, she embraced Harry and looked up at him with wide eyes. Is it all right now? Harry rubbed Lilya's cheek. I can't help but be exasperated with you. At that moment, Professor Lupin arrived. Oh, it seems I've interrupted you. Lilya released her hold. I apologize, Professor Lupin. Lupin replied, it's quite all right. Do not consider me an old relic. Young people, after all, speaking of which, Harry began dating before his parents did. Harry exclaimed in surprise, you knew my parents? Indeed. They are my friends, Lupin replied. Harry, your eyes resemble lilies, while the rest of you bears a striking resemblance to your father. Harry responded, yes. I've heard many say the same. Lupin turned to Lilya and remarked, however, it seems that Lilya's eyes are more akin to lilies. Perhaps it is due to her being a girl? Lilya replied, perhaps. Professor Snape always claims that my eyes remind him of someone. Do you think that someone could be Harry's mother? Lupin paused momentarily and said, that someone is indeed Harry's mother. Lilya, we were classmates. Receiving her answer, Lilya nodded. Harry, somewhat perplexed, wondered aloud, were Professor Snape and my mother friends? Then why does he always take points from me? Lilya continued, actually, Professor Lupin, I believe Harry should learn the Patronus charm from you, as he is utterly terrified of Dementors. I fear for him. Lupin acknowledged her concern. I understand your worries, Lilya, but it is an extremely advanced spell. Harry, are you capable of mastering it? Harry replied, if Lilya can, then I can too. Lupin agreed, very well. Then come find me every weekend from now on. You too, Lilya. Harry and Lilya nodded in unison, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Professor Lupin. Chapter 32, A Date. After their conversation with Professor Lupin, Harry and Lilya made their way to the Black Lake, where Harry settled on the grass. Lilya reclined on Harry's lap and said, Draco used to love riding his broomstick here. Do you remember, Harry? You and Draco made a bet in your first year, and the loser had to call the other big brother. Harry chuckled. I remember it vividly. Draco's expression was quite furious. Lilya added, indeed, he has always been fiercely competitive, often putting on a proud facade, but deep down, he is quite kind. Harry gazed at Lilya and asked, do you have something to tell me, Lilya? She responded, I just suddenly grasped what Professor Dumbledore once told us. Everyone chooses differently, and thus, their paths diverge. Harry replied, I understand now. You and Draco have reconciled. Lilya affirmed, yes, even if our stances differ, he will always be my brother, or perhaps a younger brother. That remains to be seen. Harry inquired, so, one day in the future, will you and Draco be bickering? Lilya laughed, exactly, just as we did when we were younger. Harry joked, I think Draco must have had a rather miserable childhood. Lilya, unfazed, looked up at the sky and said, hey, Harry, doesn't that cloud look like a sheep? Harry asked, where? Lilya replied, right above your head. As Harry looked up, Lilya swiftly sat up and kissed his cheek, causing his face to flush. Unable to contain her laughter, Lilya giggled. Harry wrapped his arms around her. You are so mischievous. It seems I must impose a punishment upon you. With that, he extended his mischievous little hand. Lilya, unable to escape his tickling, exclaimed, stop. I'm laughing so hard I'm in tears. Harry insisted, no, it's rare that I get to tease you for a while. Lilya playfully shouted, Harry Potter, just you wait. At that moment, Professor Snape appeared behind them, saying, oh, what have I discovered? Miss Lilya and Mr. Potter, what are you two up to? Harry quickly released Lilya, stammering, in nothing. Snape looked at Harry, really, Mr. Potter? Just like your father. Now, leave this place. As for you, Miss Lilya, follow me. Lilya straightened her appearance. Yes, Professor, and gestured for Harry to leave quickly. Harry hurried away. Snape said, now, Miss Lilya, shouldn't you explain something to me? Lilya replied, Professor, I am with Harry. Snape remarked, the news of your association with Harry is hardly new, Miss Lilya, regardless of how much you love each other. I must inform you that such behavior as what I just witnessed cannot occur, especially within the confines of the school. Lilya acknowledged, yes, Professor, I will be mindful of my conduct. Snape stated, that is most commendable. Furthermore, if your grades with Harry decline even slightly, You will both serve detention together. Now, you may return. Lilya responded, Yes, Professor. As she walked back to the Gryffindor common room, Harry asked, How did it go? Did he give you a hard time? Lilya replied, No, it's just that if our potions class grades drop, we will be in detention. Harry appeared relieved. Then there's no problem. Lilya added, Indeed. But it seems we must be more cautious with our behavior at school in the future, at least to avoid Snape's gaze. Chapter 33, The Attack Incident. After a while, Hermione and Ron returned, with Hermione lamenting about missing the Banshee's house. As Lilya and her friends prepared to return to the common room, they discovered that the fat lady was missing. According to her, the assailant was Sirius Black. In an instant, panic ensued among the students, and Dumbledore instructed them to remain in the Great Hall. Lilya, wishing to discuss the day's events with Hermione, felt disheartened and unable to sleep. She overheard a conversation between Dumbledore and Professor Snape. The following day, Professor Snape took over the defense against the dark arts class. Open your books to page 394. Snape instructed. He then asked, Who can tell me the difference between an animagus and a werewolf? Lilya and Hermione raised their hands, and Snape called on Lilya to answer. She explained, An animagus is a wizard who can choose to transform into an animal, whereas a werewolf has no choice and transforms under the full moon. Forgetting who they are, anyone who stands in their way may be harmed, even their closest friends. Additionally, werewolves only respond to the calls of their kind. Snape remarked, Excellent. Gryffindor earns 5 points. Malfoy imitated a wolf's howl. Lilya noticed Malfoy passing a paper crane to Harry and felt a twinge of curiosity. What did he write to you? Harry replied, He cursed the object that made me fall. It seems I've been struck by lightning. Lilya commented, He's still so immature. Just ignore him, Harry. During the Quidditch match, Gryffindor faced Hufflepuff. Amidst the thunderous rain, Lilya felt particularly fearful. Do you know, Harry? In my transformation into an animagus, my greatest fear is the storm's arrival. The referee's whistle blew, and the Quidditch players soared into the air, concluding with Harry falling from his broom and Gryffindor ultimately losing the match, with Harry's broom damaged. Where's Lilya? Harry asked. Hermione replied, That's another thing I wanted to mention. Lilya has a fever and fainted. She pointed to the opposite bed, where Draco and Pansy were keeping vigil by Lilya's bedside. Her face flushed with fever. Harry immediately rushed to Lilya's side. Draco warned him, Don't get too close. You just fell. If you catch Lilya's fever, you'll be incapacitated. Go back to your bed. Harry conceded. All right then, thank you for looking after Lilya. Draco retorted, Don't thank me. I'm just afraid Lilya will kill me if she finds out, and it was Pansy who insisted on dragging me here. Pansy shook her head, indicating it was Draco who insisted on bringing her. When Lilya awoke, she found Draco anxiously watching over her. Lilya, she smiled. Draco, noticing she was awake, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. You're awake? I thought I would have to spend the entire weekend with you, my walking furnace. Lilya teased, Can you really utter something nice? Draco? Draco remarked, You seem to be feeling better. It appears Pansy need not worry any longer. Lilya chuckled. Ha ha ha. You and Pansy, Draco retorted. What on earth are you thinking every day? Lilya suggested, You should go find Pansy and head to Hogsmeade. Don't worry about me. I feel quite rejuvenated now. Draco replied, All right, I'll go right away. You rest a bit longer, and remember to take your medicine. Lilya smiled, Sure, I got it. Chapter 34, Hogsmeade. Just as Draco departed, Harry arrived. Lilya, you're awake. Splendid news. George and Fred just gave me the Marauder's map. We can go to Hogsmeade. Lilya inquired. But aren't we supposed to find Professor Lupin? Harry explained, I just visited Professor Lupin. He said he can only teach us during the holidays. Lilya responded, That is wonderful. What should we do then? Harry replied, Just follow me. At Honeyduke's, Harry and Lilya emerged from the cellar, donning the invisibility cloak as they made their way outside. Harry asked, How should we find Hermione and the others? Lilya suggested, Let us head to the Shrieking Shack. Trust me, they'll definitely be there. Indeed, they encountered them on the way. Harry and Lilya concealed themselves nearby, observing the two. Harry queried, Why aren't we approaching them now? Lilya urged, Shoo, don't disturb them, just watch quietly. Harry remarked, You've just recovered from your fever. Can you handle being dressed like that? Lilya assured him, Don't worry. Hermione and Ron were engaged in awkward small talk, and Lilya, unable to bear it any longer, said to Harry, Hey Harry, we can approach them now, but let us be cautious. Slowly, Harry and Lilya moved closer. And just as Harry was about to remove the invisibility cloak, Lilya nudged Ron, causing him to nearly kiss Hermione. Ron looked around, seeing nothing, and said, Sorry. My foot just went numb. Hermione replied, No, it's fine. Lilya's prank plan was not yet complete. She grasped Hermione's hand. Hermione noticed and immediately bowed her head. Finding nothing there, Harry was fiddling with the 2 balls on Ron's hat, and she understood, smiling, Come on out. Lilya and Harry removed the invisibility cloak. Ron exclaimed, When did you two become such pranksters? Lilya laughed. Speaking of pranks, your twin brothers are the real experts. Harry explained the backstory to Ron, who felt it was unfair, saying, why didn't they mention the Marauder's map to me? As they passed the 3 broomsticks, Professor McGonagall and the Minister of Magic were discussing Harry Potter, prompting Harry to pull Lilya into their conversation. Hearing about Sirius's past actions made Harry somewhat agitated, and Lilya held his hand, trying to offer warmth. Together, they exited the 3 broomsticks, moving to a secluded area, where Hermione and Ron soon followed. Harry stated, he betrayed them. I hope he finds me. If he does, I'll kill him. Lilya embraced Harry, saying, calm down, Harry. We should return to Hogwarts. Your priority now is to learn the Patronus charm. Harry nodded in agreement. Before long, the holidays arrived, and Harry and Lilya sought Professor Lupin, who requested Lilya to demonstrate. Lilya readily agreed and successfully repelled a boggart back into its trunk. Professor Lupin praised her. Very good. Did you see that, Harry? Now, try saying expecto patronum aloud. Harry replied, all right. Professor Lupin opened the trunk, and the boggart flew out. On his first attempt, Harry failed and fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, Lupin offered him a piece of chocolate, encouraging him to recall a happy memory. On his second attempt, Harry succeeded. He smiled at Lilya, exclaiming, I did it. Lilya beamed back. Yes, you did. Wonderful, Harry. Lupin presented another piece of chocolate to Harry, saying, you are just like your father. Now go rest, Harry. Chapter 35, Cat and Mouse. What splendid weather. One remarked. Indeed, unless you're being torn to shreds, retorted another. Hermione and Ron were bickering, prompting Lilya to ask, what's the matter, Hermione? Hermione replied, Ron lost his rat. Ron insisted, he was eaten by your cat, not lost. They argued back and forth, while Harry glanced at the cat cradled in Lilya's arms, saying, actually, Lilya has a cat too. Lilya affirmed, indeed. My lovely Ice Cream is also a cat. Ice Cream meowed adorably. Ron commented, he doesn't look like a rat eater. Lilya countered, all cats eat rats. Don't insult Ice Cream. Once she grows up, she'll catch rats. Ron clarified, I didn't mean it that way. She's very cute. While Hermione's cat is quite frightening. Hermione protested, how is my cat frightening? Lilya added, who says cute cats can't catch rats? All right, Ron, stop overthinking it. Your rat will be just fine. Ron replied, I hope so. The group arrived at Hagrid's hut. Hermione greeted, hello, Hagrid. How have you been? Hagrid replied, not bad. Lucius Malfoy surprisingly didn't punish me. Lilya observed, it seems Malfoy really didn't inform his father. Hermione noted, quite surprising. Ron chimed in, yes. More surprising than Crookshanks not eating Scabbers. Hermione exclaimed, really? You're still thinking about that stupid rat? Ron defended, yes. Scabbers has been with us for 12 years. He has family. Lilya queried, 12 years? Can a rat live that long? That's even stranger. Harry interjected, let us head back. Hagrid, there seems to be some tension. Hagrid agreed, of course, no problem. In divination class, they were studying crystal ball divination. Professor Trelawney urged Lilya to give it a try. Lilya gazed intently at the crystal ball for a long time, becoming mesmerized. Professor Trelawney prompted, what do you see, Lilya? A bit nervously, Lilya replied, Professor. I see Professor Snape and Professor Lupin, along with someone I don't recognize. They are arguing about something, but I couldn't see the rest clearly. Trelawney patted Lilya on the shoulder. That's already quite good, Lilya. Perhaps Professor Snape and Professor Lupin are having a disagreement regarding the defense against the dark arts class. After class, the trio visited Hagrid's hut, where Hagrid addressed Ron. Hey, Ron, is this your rat? Here, take good care of him and don't lose him again. Ron exclaimed, thank you, Hagrid. Oh, Scabbers, you're alive. Hermione pressed, now, shouldn't you apologize? Ron replied, oh, I'll apologize to Crookshanks the next time I see him. Hermione clarified, I meant me. Ron conceded, all right, I'm sorry, Hermione. Just then, Scabbers bolted from Hagrid's hut, prompting Ron to chase after him, shouting, Scabbers, come back. Harry bid farewell to Hagrid as the group hurried outside. Hermione remarked, what a bothersome rat. Lilya concurred, I finally understand why cats eat rats. Eventually, Ron caught Scabbers near the Whomping Willow. At that moment, a sinister figure appeared behind Harry, biting Ron's leg before scurrying beneath the tree. Just as Lilya, Harry, and Hermione attempted to follow, the Whomping Willow extended its branches, injuring Lilya, who transformed into a butterfly and slipped through. Hermione and Harry grappled with the tree for a while before it finally let them in. Chapter 36, The Truth Revealed. They walked along the path leading to the Shrieking Shack. To be safe, Lilya transformed into a butterfly, hiding on the roof. Sirius stood there, and Hermione positioned herself protectively in front of Harry, asserting, if you intend to kill Harry, you'll have to kill us first. Sirius replied, no, only one person will die tonight. Professor Lupin arrived and helped Sirius to his feet. An old friendship was rekindled. Hermione exclaimed, so you have always been his friend. How foolish of me to trust you. She continued, he is a werewolf, which is why he occasionally misses class. Lupin inquired, when did you figure that out? Hermione replied, after Professor Snape assigned the werewolf essay. Lupin remarked, I must say, Hermione, you and Lilya are the brightest witches of your age. Speaking of which, where is Lilya? Sirius, filled with impatience, sought vengeance, but Lupin urged him to let Harry learn the truth. Harry stated, I know why. Because you betrayed my parents, you caused their deaths. Lupin countered, the true culprit behind your parents' demise is someone else, Harry. That individual is Peter Pettigrew. He is still alive, and you saw him on the Marauders map. He is right here. At that moment, Professor Snape burst in, and chaos ensued. Harry knocked Snape down, demanding explanations from Lupin and Sirius. After the explanations, Sirius transformed Scabbers back into his true form. Lilya felt a sense of dread, as it mirrored what she had witnessed before. Once the tumult subsided, Harry and Sirius supported Ron as they exited, with Lilya trailing behind. As Harry and Sirius engaged in conversation, Lupin restrained Pettigrew. Unfortunately, it was the night of the full moon, and Lupin was compelled to transform into a werewolf. In the ensuing chaos, Pettigrew, seizing the opportunity, transformed into a rat and fled, with Lilya in pursuit. Eventually, Pettigrew found himself at a cliff, and as he attempted to retreat, Lilya, having transformed back into her human form, collapsed, leaving the foolish rat unconscious. Reluctantly, Lilya placed him into her bag, taunting, did you think no one was watching? You foolish rat? Perhaps if you had shed some weight, I might not have been able to catch you. Upon returning to the Shrieking Shack, Lilya found it deserted and resolved to seek out Dumbledore at Hogwarts. After a brief search, she arrived at the infirmary, where she encountered Dumbledore at the entrance. Suddenly, Hermione and Harry also appeared at the infirmary door. Understanding Lilya's purpose, Dumbledore asked, you wish for the truth to be revealed, do you not? Where's the evidence? Lilya retrieved the unconscious Pettigrew from her bag, declaring, this is the evidence, Headmaster. Dumbledore accepted the unconscious rat, praising Lilya, well done, Lilya. However, is he alive or dead? Lilya responded, he is merely unconscious, Headmaster. Dumbledore said, very well, Miss Lilya. You need not worry about what comes next. I shall inform the Minister of Magic. Someone will take Pettigrew's place in Azkaban, and Sirius will be exonerated. Speaking of which, Miss Lilya, I believe it is time for you to tend to your wounds. Lilya agreed. Yes, Professor. Hermione lamented. If only we hadn't let him go. Dumbledore reassured her. He will know he is safe now. I must take my leave. It would be troublesome if he awakened soon. Upon entering the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey was administering treatment to Ron. Upon seeing Lilya, Ron exclaimed in surprise, Hey Lilya, we were just looking for you. Where have you been? Lilya replied, in fact, I just caught your rat and handed him over to Professor Dumbledore. Ron asked, you were actually capturing Pettigrew? Is he still alive? Lilya confirmed, indeed, he is alive, and he will spend the rest of his days in Azkaban. Madame Pomfrey interjected while bandaging. Oh, very well. Miss Lilya, let us first attend to your wounds. Look at your arm. Lilya thanked her. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey responded, no need for thanks, Miss Lilya. I am the school nurse. Be cautious. During this time, your arm must not come into contact with water. Someone will need to assist you, as it's your right arm that is injured. Now, I've bandaged it. You may chat. Harry apologized. I'm truly sorry, Lilya, for leaving you alone. Lilya smiled. What is there to apologize for? I'm perfectly fine here. Harry embraced Lilya, but Hermione quickly intervened. Hey, let go of Lilya. Her arm is in a cast. Be careful. Ron chimed in. Hello? Does anyone notice me? I'm in a cast too. Laughter erupted among them. The next day, Harry brought Lilya to see Professor Lupin. Have you been dismissed? Harry asked. Lupin replied, strictly speaking, I resigned. After this incident, parents would not approve of me teaching their children. Since I am leaving, it is time to return the Marauders map to you. Oh, Lilya, I heard from Dumbledore that you caught Pettigrew. Well done. How is your injury? Lilya responded, it's not very painful. Lupin said, with you by Harry's side. I feel reassured. I am certain we will meet again, but for now, it is time to say goodbye. With that, Lupin departed. Harry and Lilya entered the Great Hall, only to be surrounded by a throng of people. It turned out someone had gifted Harry a firebolt, and the feather from Buckbeak would reveal the sender's identity. This year's House Cup, as expected, still belonged to Gryffindor, and the quartet's holiday began. Chapter 37. The first day living with friends. On the Hogwarts Express home, Hermione and Lilya appeared exceedingly excited. We can sit on the garden swing and read together, exclaimed Hermione. We can coordinate outfits all day. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. And Harry said, we are superfluous. Ron agreed, indeed. The two shared a knowing high five. Upon arriving at Godric's Hollow, Ron stated, I'll go home to inform my mom and pack my things. Lilya offered, do you need me to come? Ron replied, no, you all go ahead. I'll catch up shortly, as it's not far. Lilya said, all right then. The trio continued on their way back home. Hermione asked, Lilya, where's my room? Lilya responded, follow me. It's on the second floor. Ascending to the second floor, Lilya pointed to the room near the study. This is it. The left is Ron's room, and the right is the study. You understand. Lilya raised an eyebrow at Hermione, who said, thank you. Lilya, this room is simply marvelous. Lilya draped her left arm over Hermione's shoulder. What are we to each other? No need to be polite. I'll help you with your luggage. Harry approached. Taking the luggage. Let me handle this. You're injured, so no need to move things. Lilya remarked, my boyfriend is so considerate. Harry chuckled. Is there a reward? Lilya replied, no, just go ahead and carry your luggage. Hermione turned away in exasperation. I'm the one who is superfluous. Lilya said, let us head down, Hermione. We have a healthy Harry Potter here. Harry sighed. I'm the one who is truly superfluous. They continued organizing. As they descended the stairs, Ron arrived just in time. Hermione remarked, that was quick. Ron frowned. Yeah, my mom was thrilled to hear I'd be staying here for the entire holiday. She shoved a bag of clothes at me and sent me on my way. It seems she was eager for me to leave. There is a second thing in the garden. Upon reaching the garden, Lilya exclaimed, oh my, these roses are still alive? Ron explained. The second thing is that my mom said it would be a shame for these flowers to go unattended, so during the school year, she'll regularly water and fertilize them. Lilya replied, Mrs. Weasley is truly wonderful. Look how well these roses are thriving. Turning to Hermione, Lilya suggested, let us go to the wardrobe. I just remembered a dress that would suit you perfectly, Hermione. Hermione inquired, where is it? Lilya answered, on the third floor. Ron asked, hey, Lilya, where's my room? Lilya replied, the first room on the left upstairs. Ron then asked, where's Harry now? Lilya responded, the second room on the left upstairs. Lilya and Hermione entered the wardrobe, with Hermione exclaiming in astonishment, is this all your clothing? As Lilya rummaged through her garments. She replied, there are still a few more in my room. Hermione swallowed nervously and asked, goodness, have you worn all of these? Lilya responded, some of them. I have not. Holding up a soft pink off-shoulder dress, Lilya exclaimed, yes, this one. Give it a try. Hermione protested, no, no, no. I've never worn a dress that exposes my shoulders. It simply doesn't suit me. Lilya handed her a pair of white high heels, insisting, well, this will be your first time. Put them on, Hermione. How can you know if it suits you if you don't try? Hermione relented, saying, all right, I will give it a try. With that, she stepped into the changing room. Chapter 38, Hermione in a dress. When Hermione emerged from the changing room, she nervously asked, does it look good? Lilya was taken aback, exclaiming, you look absolutely stunning, Hermione. Come here, I'll style you a bit more. Hermione questioned, but why do I need to be styled? Lilya explained, if you wish to capture Ron's attention, you must first ensure he notices you. In other words, you need to reveal a different side of yourself. Lilya styled Hermione's hair and applied a touch of makeup, saying, all right, Hermione, go take a look in the mirror. Hermione slowly approached the mirror, astonished, is that really me? Lilya smiled and reassured her, of course it is, Hermione. But I must say, the real you is even more beautiful than the reflection. Hermione asked, don't you wear dresses? Lilya replied, no, wearing a dress with bandages would detract from its elegance. Hermione inquired, well, what should I do while wearing a dress? Lilya replied, darling, you can do anything you desire in a dress, like reading a book. Hermione asked, in the garden? Lilya affirmed, precisely. Let us read together. The two of them selected a Muggle novel from the study and headed towards the garden. As they passed through the living room, Harry and Ron were engaged in conversation. Ron exclaimed in surprise, Hermione, you're actually wearing a dress? Lilya laughed and asked Ron, isn't Hermione stunning in a dress? Ron replied, well, it's not bad. Harry added, it looks great. Hermione is quite suited to wearing dresses. Hermione beamed with delight, thanking them, and linked her arm with Lilya as they walked to the garden. Sitting on a swing, Hermione asked, how did I do just now? Did I seem strange? Lilya reassured her, not at all. You were perfect. The only strange one was Ron. Did you see how he stammered? Hermione replied, all right, let us not talk about that. Let us read. Lilya agreed. Very well, we can chat later. Harry approached and asked, what would you like to eat? Ron said he wanted roast chicken. Lilya glanced at Hermione and said, then roast chicken it is. What do you think, Hermione? Hermione replied, I agree, roast chicken sounds perfect. All right, you all continue your conversation. Harry said before departing. Lilya caught a whiff of the aroma of roast chicken and said to Hermione, let us go eat. The roast chicken is ready. Hermione also inhaled deeply, noting how delightful it smelled. Lilya praised Harry, saying, my boyfriend's culinary skills are exceptional. Where can one find a boyfriend like this? With that, she and Hermione made their way to the kitchen. Harry remarked, you've arrived just in time. I was just about to call you. Lilya responded, I could smell the delicious aroma from afar. Hermione added, Yes, Lilya was just praising your cooking skills. Harry wore a look of disbelief and paused briefly. Lilya praised me? It seems my wish has come true. Lilya responded, somewhat surprised. Have I never praised you? Just because it's infrequent doesn't mean it hasn't happened. Harry cut a piece of chicken and placed it on Lilya's plate, teasing. All right, I was just joking. Hurry up and eat before Ron devours it all. Ron interrupted. Still chewing on a chicken leg, for heaven's sake. Harry, don't include me in your love display. Lilya shook her injured arm in confusion. Is this what you call a love display? She then looked at Harry, who shrugged helplessly, saying, I haven't done anything. I'm just taking care of Lilya since she's not in a convenient state. With that, he fed Lilya a piece of meat with a fork. And she chewed contentedly, looking at Ron with a face that said, this is what love looks like, while Hermione smiled beside them, the atmosphere warm and joyful. Chapter 39, Evening Conversations. That night, Hermione and Lilya lay in bed, and Hermione asked, Lilya, do you think wearing a dress today will leave an impression on Ron? Lilya reassured her, absolutely. You look so beautiful tonight. He must still be thinking about you. Meanwhile, in Ron's bedroom, he and Harry were discussing. Why do you think Hermione suddenly wore a dress? Harry replied, Isn't it normal for girls to wear dresses? Lilya wears them too. Ron countered, No. Hermione has never dressed up before. Harry, covering his face with a pillow, said, Well, she's dressed up now. Ron removed Harry's pillow and said, Say that again. I didn't hear you. Harry reiterated, Well, she's dressed up now. Stop overthinking it, Ron. Let me sleep. I'm quite tired. Ron insisted. But she really is acting a bit out of character today. Harry, exasperated, looked at Ron with a strange expression. Do you like Hermione? Ron exclaimed, No. How could I like Hermione? Harry said, Don't lie to me, Ron. That's how I confessed to Lilya. Ron urged, Quick, tell me what happened that day. Harry, suddenly alert, recounted. That day, Lilya and I went shopping for clothes, then returned home. She changed into a red dress that complemented her dark hair beautifully. She played the violin in the garden. Everything was perfect. The weather, the setting, and the people. For me, it was the best opportunity to confess, so I instinctively did. Plus, tomorrow marks our 1-year anniversary, and the day after is Lilya's birthday. I'm still unsure of what to do. Ron responded, Goodness, relationships are so complicated. Harry asked, So can I sleep now? Good night. Ron replied, All right, good night. The next morning, Harry was the first to awaken, preparing breakfast downstairs. After a while, Ron also got up, glancing at the clock and noting, It's already 11. Where are they? Harry replied, They probably haven't woken up yet. Ron declared, I'll go check. I hope nothing has happened. Harry quickly intervened. Maybe you should reconsider if you don't want to be hit by a pillow. Ron assured him, I'll knock first. With that, he ascended the stairs while Harry silently wished him luck. At that moment, Lilya was sleeping in a bear hug with Hermione. Ron knocked on the door, calling, Hermione? Lilya? Wake up. Hermione was stirred awake, wriggling out of Lilya's embrace, which also roused Lilya, who lazily murmured, What's the matter? Hermione responded, Ron is knocking. Lilya, still slow to react, said Ron. Suddenly alert, she exclaimed, Oh my goodness, Ron. Hurry and wash up in the bathroom, Hermione. I'll get the door. Hermione replied, Okay, and dashed toward the bathroom. Lilya grabbed a pillow and opened the door, saying to Ron, Has no one ever told you not to knock on girls' bedroom doors? Ron replied, I thought something might have happened. You look frightful, Lilya. Where's Hermione? Lilya adjusted her hair and said, Leave this place immediately, and do it quickly, before I become even more frightful. With that, she tossed the pillow, and Ron hurried downstairs, telling Harry, You never warned me that Lilya could be so terrifying. Harry replied, Well, now you know. Ron exclaimed, I'm genuinely afraid that Lilya might devour Hermione. Harry reassured him, Hermione? No. She would just hand you over to Hermione. Ron exclaimed, Oh my goodness, Lilya looked truly scary just now. Harry chuckled. Didn't you get hit by the pillow? Ron replied, When that pillow flew by, it was merely a centimeter away from me. It seems you were quite fortunate today. Harry silently prepared 2 cups of coffee and placed them on a tray. Ron inquired, What are you up to? Harry ascended the staircase, responding, An adventure. Chapter 40. The coffee had a rather mild flavor. Harry approached Lilya's room, retrieving the pillow that had fallen to the floor, and knocked on the door, saying, Lilya, may I come in? Lilya took the pillow, exclaiming, Oh, it's you, Harry. And you brought coffee. Thank you. She took a sip of the coffee, and Harry placed it on the table, remarking, It appears your temper has cooled. Do you remember what day it is today? Lilya smiled and replied, Our 1-year anniversary together? Harry grinned, affirming, Correct, before embracing Lilya and pressing his lips against hers. Cornered against the wall, Lilya grasped his shirt as they savored a warm, lingering kiss. After a moment, Harry sensed Lilya was running out of breath and pulled away. At that moment, Hermione emerged from the bathroom, and upon seeing Hermione's astonished expression, Lilya quickly pushed Harry away. Harry also noticed Hermione and asked Lilya, "How does the coffee taste?" Lilya, blushing, responded, "It's quite good, though a bit on the mild side." Harry chuckled, "Then drink more coffee. Breakfast will be ready soon. I must be off." After Harry left, Hermione exclaimed, "Oh my, did he just kiss you?" Lilya laughed it off. "Ha ha, no, he was just fooling around." Hermione, with a skeptical expression, said, "I saw it all. Your lips are still red and swollen." Lilya, glancing in the mirror, continued to jest, "I just applied some lipstick. That's all, ha ha." Hermione regarded her with a blank expression, and Lilya immediately lowered her gaze, losing her smile. "All right, you got me," she admitted. Hermione, fuming, said, "That boy really should ask for permission before kissing you." Lilya replied, "Actually, it wasn't bad. That kiss lasted 3 minutes." Hermione exclaimed, "What?" and raised Lilya's chin with her hands. "What on earth are you thinking, Lilya? Did he slip you a love potion?" Lilya, grinning, countered, "Oh Hermione, come complain to me after Ron kisses you." Hermione playfully tapped Lilya's forehead, causing her to yelp in pain. After Harry descended the stairs, Ron asked, "How are you, Harry? You look a bit unwell, feverish perhaps?" Unable to contain his laughter, Harry replied, "No, I just kissed Lilya." Ron rushed over, "What? Did you use your tongue?" Harry nodded, and Ron shook Harry's shoulder, exclaiming, "That's amazing. How does it feel?" Harry said, "It's exhilarating." Ron probed, "What is it like to kiss her?" Harry described, "Her lips are incredibly soft, like eating pudding." Ron exclaimed, "Goodness, that's the most astonishing thing I've heard today." At that moment, Lilya cleared her throat softly and walked down the stairs, linking arms with Hermione. Hermione turned to Ron, asking, "What's so surprising? Do share." Harry and Lilya exchanged glances while Ron, a bit flustered, stammered, "Oh, nothing. I just feel like having pudding. Pudding is splendid, right, Harry?" He tugged at Harry's shirt. Harry, still focused on Lilya, said, "Indeed, we plan to go to Hogsmeade tonight. Are you coming, Lilya?" Lilya looked at Harry, replying, "Of course, if you're going, I will too." Hermione observed the affectionate duo as they approached the dining table, exclaiming, "Oh dear, today's breakfast is too sweet." Ron joined Hermione, saying, "Indeed. I suddenly have no desire for pudding." Upon noticing Ron sitting beside her, Hermione adjusted her posture. Ron remarked, "Hermione, you're not wearing a skirt today. Honestly, when you wear a skirt, I never know what to say to you." Hermione inquired, "Why is that?" Ron confessed, "I don't know, it feels strange. You seem like a different person in a skirt." Hermione was left speechless. Chapter 41, Learning Spells. After finishing breakfast, Lilya and Hermione instructed Harry and Ron in the knowledge of spellcasting in the study. Ron whispered to Harry, "Do you remember we're not allowed to cast spells outside of school? They're making us violate school rules, even though no one else is watching." Hermione playfully smacked Ron on the head with a book, as if we haven't broken enough rules already, Ron. "Do you have a problem with that?" Ron quickly replied, No, I'm very sorry." Harry smiled at Ron, and Lilya tousled Harry's hair, asking, "What are you laughing about? Have you mastered Levi Corpus yet?" Harry responded, "As long as you're there to protect me." Lilya twisted Harry's ear, saying, "What if there's danger and I'm not by your side? Don't you want to learn some protective spells? What are you waiting for?" Harry winced in pain, saying, All right, I'll learn. I'll protect you in the future." Lilya finally released his ear, stating, "That's more like it. Now, give Levi Corpus a try on me." Harry hesitated, "I'm not sure. It's not that I'm unwilling." Lilya urged, "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Ron laughed at Harry, shaking his head, while Hermione remarked, "Ron, you haven't even mastered Expelliarmus, and you're teasing Harry? Why don't you give it a shot on me instead?" Lilya and Hermione stepped aside, signaling them to commence their spellcasting. Harry pointed his wand at Lilya, saying, "Levi Corpus." Lilya was lifted into the air. Harry attempted to bring her down, but Lilya instructed, "No, use the other spell, Libera Corpus." Harry tried again, and Lilya successfully landed. He helped her up, asking, "Are you all right, Lilya?" Lilya replied, "I'm fine. Now let us get on with Stupefy." Harry hesitated, "But wouldn't you just faint?" Lilya reassured him, "Don't worry, I won't pass out." Harry then declared, "All right, Stupefy." This time, Lilya cast Protego. Harry succeeded, and Lilya, smiling, ruffled Harry's hair, saying, not bad. Let us call it a day for our learning session." On the other side, Ron, after several attempts, managed to disarm Hermione. She stated, "Well done, you can be dismissed now." Ron and Harry hurriedly exited the study, and Hermione and Lilya exchanged relieved smiles, saying, "This is more exhausting than school." Hermione added, "Lilya, you really are quite clingy. Are you like this with Harry too?" Lilya responded, "Of course not. Hermione, he's a boy, and you're a girl." Hermione teased, "So I'm your girlfriend then? Won't Harry get jealous?" Lilya, playfully rubbing Hermione's cheek, laughed, "Harry is my boyfriend, and you are my girlfriend. It's perfectly fine." Hermione gazed into Lilya's bright, expressive eyes, saying, "You're just too adorable, Lilya." Chapter 42, Syrup Fruit Pie. Lilya placed the clothes she had made under Harry's pillow and prepared syrup fruit pies, leaving them in the most prominent spot in the kitchen while reading in the living room with Hermione, waiting for their return. When Harry and Ron arrived, they were accompanied by George and Fred, who greeted, "Hello, Hermione, Lilya." "Oh, Hermione, you look lovely today. Is it all right if we stay the night?" Lilya, astonished, asked. "Did Mrs. Weasley agree?" George replied, "Yes," and Fred added, "Absolutely." Lilya and Hermione exchanged glances. "Surely, there won't be a lack of places for us to reside, right?" "That would be quite disheartening," Lilya remarked, noting that there were 2 rooms still available on the 3rd floor for them to choose from. Fred and George ascended the stairs. Lilya turned to Harry, inquiring about the situation. Harry replied that they had come to visit Ron's house, as Mrs. Weasley mentioned that George and Fred missed their brother, and thus, they had all come together. Lilya quietly observed that the house still felt rather small for them. Harry dashed into the kitchen, exclaiming, "I'll go prepare a meal," while Ron announced he would fetch their luggage. Lilya asked Harry, "Did you see the fruit pie I made with syrup? What did you think?" Harry remained silent, prompting Lilya to ask again, this time louder, but still received no response. After a moment, noticing the lack of replies, Lilya turned to Hermione and said, "Hermione, let us depart." Hermione questioned, "Where to?" Lilya replied, "To the dressing room," and promptly ascended the staircase. Preoccupied, Lilya began working on her clothing. Perhaps Harry was too busy cooking to notice the pie on the table, Hermione explained. "Indeed. It's also possible he simply does not enjoy it," Lilya added as she chatted with Hermione, oblivious to the position of the scissors. Hermione gently reminded her, "Lilya, your skirt." Lilya glanced down to find her long skirt had transformed into a short one, leaving her momentarily speechless. Hermione consoled her, "Actually, it looks quite lovely. The irregularity is charming." Lilya scrutinized herself for a moment, finding it too irregular. "Never mind, I shall quickly change into something else. I look like a madwoman," she said, casually grabbing a pair of pants before heading to the dressing room. Upon emerging from the dressing room, Lilya gazed at her reflection, declaring, "This outfit mirrors my chaotic mood perfectly." Hermione suggested, "How about pairing this blue top with gray pants?" Lilya, surprised, exclaimed, "I adore this color combination." "Thank you, Hermione. I shall try it on immediately." When Lilya reappeared from the dressing room, she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, I absolutely love it." Hermione replied, "It truly looks splendid." Lilya smiled, complimenting, "Your taste has improved remarkably." Hermione responded, "Thank you, Lilya. I'm feeling a bit hungry." Lilya suggested, "Then you ought to go eat. I'll head back to the bedroom once I'm finished changing." Hermione queried, "Aren't you hungry? You're all set to change again?" Lilya yawned and replied, "I'm somewhat tired, and besides, this is the outfit you picked for me. How could I treat it as sleepwear? Now off you go." Hermione conceded, "Very well then. Good night, Lilya." "Good night, Hermione." After changing, Lilya lay on her bed, exhaling deeply as she gazed at the moon outside, contemplating what emotions the night would bring. Today had been inexplicably frustrating, dampening her spirits. "Oh well, time for sleep," she thought, her mind drifting back to that day, recalling Harry's expression, which made her involuntarily smile. She then sat up, scribbling a note on a piece of paper and affixing it to the door. "No entry without permission, knock first. Unauthorized entry will not be tolerated, except for Hermione." Meanwhile, Harry, who was about to deliver food to Lilya's room, saw the note at the door and silently retreated. Hermione asked Harry, "Why didn't he respond to Lilya's question?" Harry explained, "I intended to, but I was eating pie and couldn't manage to speak." Hermione continued, "Yet she asked you twice." Harry defended, "It was so delicious that I indulged a bit more." Hermione sighed, "You are quite something, Harry." George chimed in, "So you didn't clarify afterward?" Harry replied, "I truly didn't know what to say." Fred remarked, "Mate, you really lack romantic experience." Harry inquired, "Is Lilya upset?" Hermione reassured him, "No, she seems rather calm, unnaturally so." Chapter 43, Growing Up. That night, Lilya was awakened by a sharp pain in her abdomen. She made her way downstairs and collapsed onto the sofa, where Snowball had not yet fallen asleep and nestled onto her stomach, mewing softly. Lilya stroked Snowball's fur, saying, "Our little Snowball is the most adorable with her fluffy coat, isn't she?" Snowball responded with another meow, while Crookshanks also meowed, jumping onto the sofa. Lilya laughed. "You're both equally charming." Suddenly, the lights flickered on, startling Snowball and Crookshanks, who leapt off the sofa. Lilya, alert, glanced towards the switch, finding Harry, who was still clad in the outfit from beneath his pillow. Lilya questioned him, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Harry settled beside Lilya and asked, "Aren't you angry with me?" Lilya replied, "No, why would I be angry?" Harry explained, "Because I didn't answer your question." "I'm sorry, Lilya." I was eating the syrup fruit pie. Did you conjure it? It's truly impressive. Lilya clarified. Actually, no, I learned to make it from Hermione. Harry responded. That makes it even more remarkable. And this outfit fits you perfectly. Thank you, Lilya. Lilya, gazing at Harry's bewildered expression, chuckled. There's no need to thank me. These are trivial compared to what you've done for me. Honestly, I wasn't angry. I just felt a bit down without a response. But now that you've explained, it's all forgotten. Harry, you needn't apologize. Harry asked. You're truly not upset? Absolutely not, she assured him. Harry sighed in relief. You didn't eat dinner. You must be hungry. Lilya admitted, a bit. Harry retrieved a slice of syrup fruit pie from the kitchen. Lilya accepted the plate, asking, Didn't you finish it? Harry replied, In fact, I made a few more, but Ron devoured them all. This piece was the one I managed to snatch from him. Lilya envisioned the scene, laughing. It seems this dessert has just undergone a grand adventure. She took a few bites, declaring, this adventure was a resounding success, giving a thumbs up. Harry smiled, pleased to see Lilya's satisfied expression, and produced a hair tie adorned with musical notes, saying, I thought you might like this, so I bought it. Let me help you style your hair. Lilya nodded, turning around to patiently await his assistance. Harry gathered Lilya's hair and fashioned a simple low ponytail, commenting, My hands are clumsy. I hope I'm not hurting you. Before Harry could finish, Lilya leaned in and kissed him, the gentle touch catching Harry off guard, causing him to fall back onto the sofa. Lilya's hair cascaded around him, brushing against his nose, filling the air with the scent of roses. After the kiss, Lilya opened her eyes, looking at Harry's flushed face and laughing. Consider this your repayment, Mr. Potter. Why are you still so shy? She then helped him sit up, her gaze fixed intently on him. Good night, Harry. See you in your dreams. Harry remained on the sofa, stunned, as Crookshanks looked at him and meowed, seemingly mocking him. You're hopeless. Awakening the next morning, Lilya sensed something was amiss. Upon rising, she noticed the sheets had turned red. She rushed to the bathroom, realizing, is this my period? After placing some sanitary paper, she hurried to Hermione's room. Hermione had just risen and, seeing Lilya's bewildered expression, asked, What's wrong, Lilya? I got my period. Lilya replied. Hermione quickly rummaged through her drawer and handed Lilya a pad, urging her, Quick, go to the bathroom. Lilya heeded Hermione's words and dashed to the toilet. Hermione remarked, You've grown up, Lilya. Lilya recalled the previous night, saying, I hope I didn't make a mess on the sofa. Hermione questioned, On the sofa? How could that happen? Lilya answered, It's nothing. I just need to hurry back and change the sheets. Lilya dashed back to her room, first changing the bed linens and then her attire. After freshening up, she made her way to the living room, where Hermione was engrossed in her book. Fortunately, nothing seemed amiss. It was all right, she reassured herself. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from behind her. What do you mean it's all right? George, toothbrush in hand, inquired. Lilya turned to him and replied, It's nothing. George remarked, You certainly don't appear to be fine, little butterfly. Your complexion suggests otherwise. Lilya chuckled nervously, saying, I simply had a restless night. Where's Fred? George responded, Fred's in Ron's room playing pranks. Do you want to go see? I advise against it. He might be undressed. As Lilya poured herself a cup of hot water, she exclaimed, Wow, thanks for the heads up. From the second floor, Ron's voice rang out, Fred, give me back my clothes. George raised an eyebrow, just as I suspected. Fred descended the stairs, clutching a pile of garments, and greeted Lilya and Hermione with, Hi, Lilya, Hermione, good morning. Hermione glanced at the heap of clothes and replied, Good morning, Fred. Are those Ron's clothes? Fred placed the clothes on the sofa and said, Indeed. Unless he emerges in the nude, he won't be having breakfast. Lilya asked, What did he do? Fred replied, Nothing much, just that he snatched my dessert last night. Lilya responded, I see. But isn't it a bit excessive to take the blankets as well? Fred countered, Hey, I left him with sheets and a pillow. That should suffice. Hearing Ron's continued cries, Lilya nodded, silently apologizing to him. I'm afraid I can't save you now. She then glanced at Hermione, who shook her head in resignation. Chapter 44, The Eve of the Birthday. Ultimately, Ron did manage to have breakfast, as Harry retrieved his clothes for him. Throughout the meal, Ron remained in a foul mood. George said, Come on, Ron, don't be upset. At least you came out dressed. Ron retorted, Easier said than done, with girls around. He made me look ridiculous. Fred chimed in, If you hadn't stolen my dessert yesterday, this wouldn't have happened. Still sulking, Ron set down his fork, grabbed the pile of clothes from the sofa, and left, losing a few items along the way. Harry followed behind, picking them up to return to the room with him. Lilya asked Fred, Is this really okay? Fred replied, Oh, absolutely. George added, He'll be fine in a bit. After breakfast, Lilya and Hermione ventured out to purchase some essentials, and upon their return, Ron had yet to come down. Hermione inquired, Is Ron still upset? Harry answered, No, George and Fred just visited his room for a while, and then everything was fine. Lilya turned to Fred. Really? Fred confirmed. Everything is indeed fine. What did you buy that requires black bags? Lilya replied. Oh, it's nothing, just some trinkets. George remarked. Oh, a secret. Lilya instinctively hid them behind her. George said, relax, little butterfly, we're not that curious. Fred added, indeed, it hurts my heart that you don't trust us. Lilya responded, no, I do trust you. Fred laughed, we were just teasing you. She always takes us seriously, George. George said, yes, she is quite adorable, isn't she? Harry, do you remember the nickname you gave Lilya in your first year? Hermione interjected, you mean the adorable genius beauty? It's amusing to think that most of Gryffindor knew that nickname back then. Harry replied, although it sounds embarrassing, it's true. Lilya is indeed very charming. Lilya joked. Oh, thank you, charming genius beauty boy. Fred remarked, hey, no flirting here. George followed up, exactly, we're still present. Lilya rolled her eyes and said, you know, I'm beginning to question the true meaning of flirting. I'm not feeling well. I think I'll head back to my room early. After Lilya ascended the stairs, the living room remained lively. Harry said, all right, Hermione is back. So how shall we arrange Lilya's birthday surprise for tomorrow? It must be exceptionally special. George asked, would you mind if there were some prank elements? Harry replied, let us gauge Lilya's mood. If she is in good spirits, then we can consider it. Next, Fred proposed a surprise. Ignore her at first, then bring out the cake when she gets angry? Harry countered, no, if Lilya truly gets upset, we might not survive to tell the tale. What do you think, Hermione? Hermione suggested, I think we should prepare everything before Lilya wakes up. Balloons, bouquets, gifts, cake. And of course, keep it all a secret from her. Harry said, that plan sounds promising, let us go with that. Now, let us head out to buy balloons and such. Hermione asked, shouldn't we bring Ron along? Fred replied, oh, he is asleep, let us not wake him. George added, right? Let him continue dreaming. Harry approached Lilya's bedside, gently covering her with a blanket. Lilya, we're going out to buy some things. Since you're not feeling well, you should stay home and rest with Ron, all right? Lilya smiled and replied, okay. Harry kissed Lilya's forehead and said, I'm off then, take care of yourself. Lilya responded, I know, go on. Chapter 45, The Picnic. Not long after Harry departed, Lilya fell asleep. When she awoke again, it was morning. Once she tidied herself and opened the door to greet the beautiful day, she was showered with streamers and confetti, startling her. Ah, she screamed, covering her ears. George and Fred exclaimed loudly, happy birthday, Lilya. Harry chuckled, Lilya, your expression is priceless, ha ha. Lilya playfully punched Harry's shoulder, you're so mean. And so are you too. George said, it was Hermione's idea. Hermione added, the evidence shows Lilya is quite happy. Lilya hugged Hermione and said, thank you, Hermione. This is truly the best birthday I've ever had. George said, what about us, Fred and I? We waited outside your door all night. We were exhausted. Fred yawned in agreement, yeah? Lilya glanced at Harry, who nodded, and she also embraced George, Fred, and Ron. Harry opened his arms wide, and Lilya took hold of his hand. Thank you, Mr. Harry. Just as Harry was taken aback, Lilya leaped forward, gently biting his ear, and quickly jumped back down, leaving Harry blushing. Fred and George covered Ron and Hermione's eyes. Little kids, don't look, it's bad for you. Ron protested, but we're the same age. Fred and George simultaneously lowered their hands. It's fine, they didn't do anything. What a pity. Lilya smiled at Fred, why don't you find a girlfriend? I've heard there are plenty of your little admirers in Gryffindor. Fred replied, we've never heard of that. If you know someone, introduce us. Lilya raised an eyebrow. Depends on my mood. Where's the cake? My favorite cake? George said, that is for later, now we should head out. Lilya asked, where to? George replied, where do you want to go? Lilya joyfully exclaimed, to the Muggle Park for a picnic. On the grassy expanse, Lilya styled Hermione's hair into a centipede braid, while Fred and the others set up the barbecue to grill skewers, and Harry and Ron arranged the picnic spread on the blanket. After a brief interval, the tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air. Harry distributed a skewer of chicken wings to both Lilya and Hermione. Lilya's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, this is absolutely delicious. Fred, George, your culinary skills are outstanding. You should consider opening a restaurant. Fred replied, oh no, little butterfly, we aspire to establish a theater. George chimed in, of course, if the theater doesn't succeed, we can always attempt to open a restaurant. Lilya remarked, regardless of the establishment. Do not forget about us when fortune smiles upon you. George grinned, certainly. You shall receive a generous discount of $99.99. At that moment, a child of about 6 or 7 approached Lilya, saying, sister, here is some candy for you. Lilya smiled and gently patted his head. Thank you, little one. What is your name? I am Amber, he replied. Lilya inquired with earnestness, where is your family, Amber? They must be worried about you coming over to your sister. Amber pointed in front of Lilya and answered, "My brother is over there. He sent me here and told me that if I give you this candy, you will have an endless supply of sweets." The group turned to see a boy who appeared to be around 15 or 16, similar in age to them. Fred chuckled and patted Harry on the shoulder. "Looks like you have quite a few rivals, Harry." George added, "Indeed, it seems Lilya has numerous admirers, even outside of Hogwarts." Harry silently observed the boy, his demeanor stoic. Amber asked, "What does rival mean, sister?" Lilya addressed Amber. "Amber, please return this candy to your brother and tell him that your sister does not need it. All right?" Amber nodded and hurried back to his brother. "Take care," Lilya called after him. Once Amber had left, Lilya turned to Fred and the others. "Let us refrain from discussing such matters in front of children. We wouldn't want them to pick up any bad habits." Fred retorted, "His brother will inevitably lead him astray." George remarked, "Who would have thought a younger brother could become a tool for flirting?" He then glanced at Ron. "Well, it seems we can't rely on our own brother." Ron, holding a skewer, said, "Hey, that's your problem." Just as he finished speaking, the older boy approached Amber. "Hi, I hope I can have the honor of knowing your name." Lilya grasped his hand, and Harry immediately stood up, glaring at him. "It seems you are out of luck." "Sir, kindly take your leave." The boy replied, "Hey, don't be tense, mate. I merely wish to befriend this young lady." Fred and George also stood up. "Brother, are you not aware that her boyfriend is right beside her? Best you leave promptly." The boy asked who. Lilya interposed, raising their joined hands. "It is he, sir. My boyfriend. You might want to consider visiting a physician for your eyesight." The boy lamented, "What a pity, such a shame. I shall not intrude any further. Amber, bid farewell to your brother and sister." Amber, with a squeaky voice, said, "Goodbye, brother and sister." After they departed, Ron remarked, "That guy was truly irritating." Hermione responded, "Amber, however, is quite adorable." Ron looked at Hermione and said, "Hey, that is all bait, you know? If such a boy approaches you again, just let me know, and I will handle him." Lilya chuckled, and Harry looked at her, saying, "I truly do not deserve you, Lilya." Lilya affectionately rubbed Harry's face, smiling. "He simply has poor eyesight. How could our Harry not be deserving of me? Our Harry is so well-behaved and charming. Who wouldn't he adore him?" The Weasleys and Hermione feigned nausea. Chapter 46, The Birthday Party. After finishing their meal, the group strolled around the park, and by the time they returned home, it was evening. Lilya leaned back on the sofa and declared, "There's South truly no place like home." Hermione picked up Crookshanks, asking, "Did you miss me?" Crookshanks meowed twice. Lilya also cradled Ice Cream, suddenly noticing something amiss. "Ice Cream, why is your belly so large?" Hermione leaned in for a closer look, then glanced at Crookshanks. Could it be? The others gathered around. Ice Cream and Crookshanks both meowed simultaneously. Lilya reassured, "No, no, no. Ha ha ha. How could Ice Cream and Crookshanks? Ha ha ha. I refuse to believe it. They are still young." Hermione responded, "They're not so young anymore, Lilya. At this age, they are considered adults among cats. If Ice Cream were pregnant, Crookshanks would certainly take responsibility." Lilya exclaimed, nearly in tears, "This is the most extraordinary birthday surprise. I'm going to be a grandmother." "How miraculous." Harry added, "And I shall be a grandfather." Hermione chimed in, "And I shall be a grandmother." Lilya grasped Hermione's hand. "In-laws, how delightful." Fred remarked, "Had I known, the cake decoration should have been in the shape of a cat." George replied, "Life is full of surprises." Ron commented, "Soon, Lilya and Hermione will be inundated with kittens." Harry stated, "Looks like we'll need to purchase several more cat beds." Lilya interjected, "Let us not discuss that. Where's my birthday cake?" Fred and George produced the cake, proclaiming, "Tada, this is for you. Harry made it, and we helped a bit too. Hey, George, turn on the gramophone." Cheerful music filled the air as they both shouted, "Let the party commence." The brothers swayed to the rhythm, and Ron turned to Hermione, asking, "Shall we dance?" Hermione eagerly agreed. Lilya took Harry's hand, instructing him on how to dance. Harry appeared quite anxious, "But I don't know how." Lilya encouraged, "Harry, relax. Dance however you wish." Harry raised his hands, and Lilya twirled around, saying, "See? You can do it, and you're doing splendidly." Gaining confidence, Harry began to improvise, his steps quickening. "Wow," Lilya marveled, "you're learning quickly." Harry replied, "It's thanks to your guidance." Ice Cream and Crookshanks lay quietly on the sofa. The dancing continued until everyone grew tired, at which point Lilya felt a bit lightheaded from spinning and hurried to the dining table to eat cake. Hermione approached with a smile, and Lilya remarked on her expression, "It seems you all had a wonderful time dancing." Hermione confirmed, "Indeed. What about you?" Lilya replied, "Not bad. Except when I was spinning, I felt like a top." Hermione and Lilya burst into laughter. Hermione then said, "Lilya, you haven't made your birthday wish yet." Lilya mimicked the gesture of wishing. "I hope my friends will always be by my side, never depart." Fred teased, "How sentimental, Lilya." George added, "And where exactly do we plan to go?" Lilya responded, Hey, just in case. Harry looked at Lilya and assured, I will always be here. Lilya smiled and affectionately ruffled Harry's hair. I trust you 1TB with anyone else behind my back. Harry affirmed, of course not. George interrupted. Let us wrap up the cake and head to bed. I don't want to stay here any longer. Fred agreed. Chapter 47, Werewolf Murder Mystery. On this day, Lilya and her friends were in the living room, idly playing the Muggle game, Werewolf. Hermione had prepared 5 identity cards, 1 werewolf, 1 seer, 1 witch, and 2 villagers. Shuffled them, and allowed everyone to draw. Lilya drew the werewolf. Once everyone had drawn their cards, Hermione announced, Night falls, please close your eyes. Werewolf, please open your eyes. Lilya opened her eyes. Hermione instructed, Werewolf, choose the person you wish to eliminate tonight. Lilya pointed to herself. Hermione nodded. Werewolf, please close your eyes. Witch, please open your eyes. Tonight, he has been killed. Do you wish to save him? Or poison him? All right. Witch, please close your eyes. Seer, please open your eyes. Who would you like to investigate tonight? His identity is this. When dawn broke, it was declared a peaceful night. Starting with Fred, everyone took turns to speak. Fred announced, I am the witch. Last night Lilya was attacked, but I saved her, so Lilya is one of the good ones. Hermione said to George, please speak. George replied, I am a good person. Ron interjected, I am the seer. I can attest that George is a good person. Harry chimed in. Are we all good people? Then I am a good person too. Lilya declared, I am a villager. Hermione then stated, please vote to eliminate someone. All 4 of them voted for Harry. Hermione announced, Harry is eliminated. The game continues. Night falls, please close your eyes. Werewolves, open your eyes and choose your victim. Lilya pointed at Ron. Werewolves, close your eyes. Witch, open your eyes. He is destined to die tonight. Do you wish to save him? Ron shook his head. Would you like to poison him? Ron shook his head again. Witch, close your eyes. Seer, open your eyes. Please choose someone to investigate tonight. Hermione opened her eyes and selected George, while Lilya gestured to indicate he was a good person. All right. Seer, close your eyes. Daylight breaks. Last night, Ron and George were slain. The game ends. The werewolves emerge victorious. Lilya leaped with excitement. Hooray. Fred looked bewildered. You are a werewolf? You killed yourself. Lilya replied. Indeed. Ron glanced at Hermione. Is this how we play? Hermione affirmed. Yes, although I have never seen it played this way. Harry looked at Lilya. You are terrifying. Lilya responded. Thank you. It's strategy. I didn't expect you all to reveal yourselves in the first round. Hermione asked. Who will be the judge this time? Lilya replied. I will. Everyone began to draw identity cards. Ahem. Have you all seen your identities clearly? Good. Night falls. Please close your eyes. Werewolves. Open your eyes and choose your victim for tonight. Harry opened his eyes and pointed at Fred. All right. Werewolves, close your eyes. Witch, open your eyes. He is to die tonight. Do you wish to save him? Ron nodded. Would you like to poison him? Ron shook his head. Witch, close your eyes. Seer, open your eyes. Please select someone to investigate tonight. Hermione pointed at Harry. Lilya smiled and made a gesture indicating he was a bad person. Hermione returned the smile. Seer, close your eyes. Daylight arrives. Last night was peaceful. Players, please take turns to speak, starting with Harry. Harry said, I saved someone last night. George is a good person. Hermione proclaimed, I am the seer. Harry is a werewolf. Ron added, I agree. I am the witch. Lilya inquired, George, what do you think? George replied, I will follow the vote. Lilya chuckled, shaking her head. Harry is eliminated. The game ends. The good side wins. Harry sighed. I knew it. I always lose. Laughter erupted among the group. Fred remarked, this muggle game is quite entertaining. Hermione replied, indeed. I loved playing it with the neighborhood children when I was young. Chapter 48, The Pain Mask. One day, while Lilya and Hermione were watering the roses in the garden, they unexpectedly discovered that the peach tree had borne fruit. Lilya and Hermione picked some fruit, washed it, and began to taste it. Hermione anxiously remarked, this doesn't look like the peaches I usually see. Can we eat it? Lilya responded, let us give it a try. Life is about experimentation. After taking a bite, Lilya, who had been smiling, immediately donned the pain mask. Hermione hurriedly poured Lilya a glass of water. Are you all right, Lilya? After drinking the water, Lilya exclaimed, it is so sour. I have never eaten anything this sour. Hermione looked at the freshly picked fruit and suggested, what should we do with these? Perhaps we can use them as fertilizer for the flowers. Suddenly, Lilya had a clever idea. Let the boys taste it first and claim it's delicious. Hermione remarked, you are truly mischievous, Lilya. Lilya giggled, just teasing them. Staying cooped up at home all day is dull. Hermione agreed. Fine, let them experience it. Just as they were laughing heartily, Harry and the others came downstairs. Ron asked, what are you two laughing about so joyfully? Lilya picked up several fruits and said, These are from the peach tree we just picked. They are delicious. I was about to let you try them. Ron, somewhat skeptical, took a fruit and tasted it, earning himself a pain mask version 20. Ron looked at Hermione and Lilya, who exchanged glances. Hermione asked, "Isn't it delicious?" Ron replied, "It has a very unique flavor." After saying this, he passed the fruit to Harry. Harry bit into it, immediately realizing something was amiss. Pain mask 30. Just as he was about to spit it out, Lilya covered his mouth with her hand and swiftly popped a piece of candy into his mouth. Harry had no choice but to swallow it and looked into Lilya's eyes, saying, "It's very sweet." Ron watched in shock. Lilya said, "You two should try some too. They are really good." Fred and George exchanged glances and, with stoic expressions, took a bite. George inquired, "Is there more?" Fred replied, "Yes, it's truly delicious." Lilya began to doubt herself. Where was the pain mask she had imagined? She took another piece, pain mask 40. She realized she had been tricked, and the twins burst into laughter. Fred said, "Our acting is truly excellent." "Indeed, just look at her expression." Lilya, after drinking some water, self-deprecatingly said, "Well, I ended up pranking myself." Harry leaned in, and after some playful pushing, the candy found its way to Lilya's mouth, leaving a lingering strawberry flavor on his lips. The twin brothers looked on, revealing pain masks 50 and 60. Fred exclaimed, "Merlin's beard. This is much more sour than the fruit." George declared, "I am skipping lunch because I am already full." Hermione and Ron exchanged glances and awkwardly left. The only ones remaining were Harry and Lilya, with Ron still eagerly watching. Hermione, noticing Ron's intense gaze, tugged on his hat, leading him away. Ron protested, "I wasn't done watching." Hermione chided, "Children shouldn't stare." Harry and Lilya continued their friendly banter until the fruit was unknowingly swallowed by someone, and the candy returned to Harry's mouth. Chapter 49, Harry's Birthday, Part 1. Harry's birthday was the following day, and while he was asleep, Lilya went to the burrow to learn how to bake a cake from Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley remarked, "You are truly kind to Harry." Lilya smiled and replied, "Because he is also very good to me. I must repay his kindness." Mrs. Weasley grinned and said, "I believe you two will make it to the end, Lilya. Harry is a good boy, and you are a wonderful girl." Lilya responded, "Thank you for your kind words, Mrs. Weasley." After a while, the cake was completed, and Lilya respectfully bid farewell to Mrs. Weasley, saying, "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. I believe this cake will be delightful. If you wish, you can come with Mr. Weasley and Ginny and Percy to our place tomorrow." Mrs. Weasley smiled and replied, "Arthur has plans for tomorrow, so he probably can't make it, but everyone else will definitely come." "Oh, and please take the gifts from Ginny and Percy to Harry as well," Lilya replied. "All right, thank you," Mrs. Weasley said. "No need to thank me, dear. It's quite late. You should head back." Quietly returning home, Lilya concealed the cake in the study, then cast a cleaning charm to tidy the house, adorning it with ribbons and balloons. She toiled until the early hours, contemplating how to create a delightful surprise for Harry the next day. After so many attempts, what could possibly astonish him anew? Glancing at the bookshelf, an idea flickered in her mind. She tore a piece of paper into several equally sized fragments and inscribed something upon them, before retrieving her outfit for the following day from the wardrobe and retreating to her room to sleep. After 2 hours of slumber, Lilya awoke as dawn's light began to break. She donned her plush costume, grasped the gifts, and exited her room, leaving a note on the door that read, "See you in the study." Upon arriving in the study, Lilya jotted down 10 small questions concerning the gift givers. For every question Harry answered correctly, she would present him with a gift. Once the study was arranged, it was less than 2 hours before Harry and the others arrived, and Lilya was now pretending to be a large stuffed bear sitting on the floor. "Didn't Lilya say she was in the study?" Harry remarked. "She must be trying to surprise you," Fred replied. "When did Lilya buy this giant bear?" "I've never seen it before," Ron inquired. "I haven't either." "And isn't Lilya afraid of bears?" Harry answered. Hermione approached the desk and discovered the paper, reading it aloud. "Dear Harry, I will appear once you answer these 10 questions." "What kind of questions?" Harry asked. 1. When is Lilya Black's birthday? Hermione began. "I believe it's June 18th. That's the day she was adopted, and she considers it her birthday." 2. What was the first gift you gave to Lilya? "A butterfly hairpin." 3. When is Ron's birthday? March 1st. 4. When is Hermione's birthday? September 19th. 5. When are Fred and George's birthdays? April 1st, April Fool's Day. 6. What kind of shop do Fred and George wish to open in the future? A magical prank shop. 7. When is Ginny's birthday? August 11th. 8. When is Percy's birthday? August 22nd. 9. When is Mrs. Weasley's birthday? October 30th. 10. What is your favorite dish made by Mrs. Weasley? Cake. After answering all the questions, Lilya stood up, startling Ron beside her. "By Merlin's beard, I nearly thought I was heading to heaven." Lilya exclaimed, "Apologies, Ron. I just thought this would be more fun." Harry touched the thick bear headpiece Lilya wore. Isn't it hot? Shall I help you take it off? No, it is indeed quite warm, and I'm drenched in sweat. But I wouldn't want you to see me like that, Lilya replied, embracing Harry. Thank you for your kindness, Harry. She then struck an angry pose, hands on her hips, and gestured, follow me. Chapter 50, Harry's Birthday, Part 2. This idea is truly brilliant, Fred remarked. Indeed. I think we could borrow this for our next prank, George added. Lilya lifted a curtain, inviting everyone inside. I never knew there was such a place in the study. Hermione remarked. Consider it my secret hideout, though it's no longer a secret, Lilya replied. As Lilya turned, Hermione seized her in a hug. Your outfit is utterly adorable. Lilya cradled Hermione's face with her bare paws. Inside was a pile of gifts, and Lilya told Harry, now, Mr. Potter, you may unwrap your presents. But you must guess who each gift is from. You have 3 chances. If you guess wrong all 3 times, you'll have to wait until next year for your gifts. Harry sat before the pile of presents, first unwrapping a red feather quill. No doubt, this is from Hermione, he chuckled. Correct, she affirmed. The second gift was a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Ron, Hermione stated. Indeed, Ron replied. The third and fourth gifts were nosebleed nougat and fainting fancies. Such mischievous gifts must be from Fred and George, Harry laughed. I'd love to dispute that, but yes, right, Fred and George admitted. The fifth gift was a book titled Wizard's Antiquities. Harry hesitated. Is this from Lilya? Nope, she feigned annoyance. Is it from you, Hermione? Did you give me a second gift? Hermione shook her head. You have one last chance. Think of the 10 people mentioned in those questions, Lilya hinted. Harry pondered. It must be Percy. Correct, Lilya confirmed. The sixth gift was chocolate. That's from Ginny, Harry declared. Indeed, Lilya replied. The seventh gift, a wind chime, prompted Harry to ask, is this from you, Lilya? She nodded. The eighth gift, a dream catcher, received a confident guess from Harry. Lilya, it must be you. Well done, she acknowledged. The final gift, the largest one, sat apart from the others. This must be the cake from Mrs. Weasley, Harry surmised. Correct. Do you like this surprise? Lilya asked. Harry embraced her. Thank you, Lilya. I truly love it. I'm glad to hear that, she replied, waving her wand to levitate the cake. But a bear that can do magic is quite astonishing, Harry remarked. Lilya lowered her voice as much as she could. I am a magical bear. Laughter erupted from the group. Lilya carried the cake to the living room, continuing in that playful tone. Oh dear, the magical bear must change clothes. Don't touch the cake. Guests will be arriving shortly. Once back in her room, she hurriedly removed her costume, bathed, dried her hair, changed her outfit, and applied makeup before descending the stairs. In the living room, Mrs. Weasley, Ginny, and Percy had already arrived. Hello, Mrs. Weasley, Ginny, and Percy. Lilya greeted them warmly. Mrs. Weasley enveloped Lilya in a hearty embrace. Hello, Lilya. The house looks absolutely perfect. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, Lilya replied. Spotting Ron indulging in cake, she observed him as he said, Harry has already made his wish, and Mum approved my eating cake. All right. I'm hungry too, Lilya said, joining Ron at the table. Meanwhile, Ginny gazed at the ice cream. Is the ice cream pregnant? Harry quipped, yes. I think it's about to give birth to kittens. Mrs. Weasley remarked, the ice cream is so adorable. Its children must be lovely too. Ginny asked Mrs. Weasley, perhaps we could adopt its kittens? Mrs. Weasley replied, let us not, Ginny. No mother enjoys having her children away from her. Hearing this, Lilya thought of Narcissa. How was she faring now? The party continued late into the night, and after bidding farewell to Mrs. Weasley and the others, Lilya collapsed onto the sofa. Chapter 51, Dreams. In her dreams, Lilya beheld Narcissa, her pallid skin devoid of color, with hair casually draped. She lay quietly on her sickbed, softly calling out, Lilya. Lilya opened her eyes to find Harry anxiously wiping the sweat from her brow. Lilya, are you all right? He asked. With a choked voice, she grasped his hand, still damp from his efforts. I dreamed of my mother, she murmured, her eyes glistening with tears. She was lying on her sickbed, calling my name. She must be gravely ill. I need to return to her. Harry gently restrained her. Do not act impulsively, Lilya. If you go back now, Voldemort will only grow more suspicious. Mr. Weasley has invited us to the Quidditch World Cup tomorrow, and Mrs. Malfoy is likely to attend as well. Lilya's eyes shimmered with tears. Even in her rationality, she felt herself unraveling at the thought of losing Narcissa, her beloved mother. She pinched her skin, striving to regain her composure. In an instant, crystalline tears streamed down her cheeks, but she smiled through them, saying, yes, it was merely a dream. It's getting late. You should go to bed. At the foot of the stairs, Harry held her back. That is not what I meant, Lilya. She leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on his forehead. I know. Good night, Harry. The following day, the group gathered in front of the burrow, accompanied by Cedric and his father, Amos Diggory. Amos turned to Harry, saying, Harry Potter, it's a pleasure to meet you. Harry replied, "Likewise, Mr. Diggory. Just call me Harry." Cedric greeted, "Hi, Lilya. It's rare that we meet outside the greenhouse." Amos remarked, "You two know each other? That's splendid. I feared Cedric would find this trip quite tedious." Arthur inquired, "How did you meet?" Lilya and Cedric exchanged smiles and replied, "A series of coincidences. Cedric loves visiting the greenhouse." Cedric added, "And Lilya is quite fond of the library." Amos teased, "Such a lovely girl. What do you think of Cedric? He still doesn't have a girlfriend." Cedric chuckled, "Lilya already has a boyfriend. Dad, it's Harry." Amos, with a hint of embarrassment, said, "Ah, so it's Harry. I apologize. I merely intended to lighten the mood." Harry reassured him, "It's quite all right, Mr. Diggory. Cedric is a wonderful senior. I'm certain he is not lacking admirers." Amos laughed. "Indeed, my son certainly attracts the ladies." Using the portkey, they arrived at their destination, which intrigued Lilya, despite her stumbling upon arrival. Once in the tent, the girls lay on a bed, chatting about how they met Cedric, until the Quidditch match began. Lilya tidied her appearance and joined the others in the stands. On the way, they encountered the Malfoy family. While Lucius conversed with Mr. Weasley, Lilya scrutinized Narcissa, who returned her gaze. The Narcissa before her mirrored the figure from her dream, albeit with a pallid complexion that had been artfully enhanced, her disheveled hair now neatly arranged. Yet her frail form remained evident. Fighting back tears, Lilya stood at the back as they brushed past each other, accidentally bumping into Draco. He picked up a fan from the ground and handed it to her. "You dropped this." Once they had departed, Harry wiped away the tears that had fallen from Lilya's eyes, comforting her. "You've seen her. Don't be sad." Lilya opened the note hidden within the fan's seam. "I have something to tell you. Meet me at the entrance of the stadium." Draco. Harry noticed the note as well. "Do you need me to accompany you, Lilya?" Lilya replied, "No. If you disappear too, they will worry. Please tell them I forgot something and need to go back." Harry embraced her. "I'll wait for your return." Chapter 52, The Quidditch World Cup. At the entrance, Lilya found no trace of Draco. Suddenly, someone pulled her into a shadowy corner. As she raised her wand, she recognized Draco. He took her hand, leading her to a more secluded area. "I'm truly sorry for startling you," he said. "But, you know how many people are acquainted with us?" Lilya asked, "So, what is it you wish to tell me?" "Is my mother ill?" Draco looked slightly taken aback. "How did you know?" She continued, "You may not believe this, but I dreamed of her lying on a sick bed. And she looks so worn. What illness does she have?" Draco reassured her, "Do not worry. She merely has a severe cold, which has lingered for quite some time. However, she has been calling your name, and she came to the match believing you would be with the Weasley family. Hence, I thought perhaps you could return home." Lilya queried. "Has my father agreed?" Draco replied, "He is yet unaware. How could I return without him noticing? It's utterly absurd. Not to mention the number of people who would see me on the way to Malfoy Manor." Draco stated, "That's the issue I wanted to discuss. I propose that after the match, you transform into a butterfly and hide in my trunk for our journey back." Lilya furrowed her brow. "But how will I explain this to Mr. Weasley? I cannot simply say I'm leaving with you." Draco fell silent. "I hadn't considered that." Lilya sighed, "Never mind. I'll devise a plan. I will be in your trunk before the match concludes, but do not forget to save me a spot to crawl in. Where will you be seated?" Draco grinned. "Just look for the best box." Lilya rolled her eyes at his childishness. "I must take my leave. If I'm away too long, they will worry. Wait 3 minutes after I leave before you go, understood?" Draco nodded, "Understood. You must come back." Upon returning to the stands, the match commenced shortly thereafter. Ron kept shouting for Krum. Lilya asked, "Who is Krum?" Harry replied, "The seeker for the Bulgarian team." Lilya continued, "It seems Ron is quite fond of him." Ron chimed in, "Indeed, Krum is exceptional." Harry quietly asked Lilya, "Is your mother all right?" Lilya responded truthfully, "She has a severe cold, but according to Draco, she hasn't improved for a while. I plan to visit her at Malfoy Manor tonight." Harry inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Lilya replied, "You could help me find a suitable excuse to leave. I'll be gone before the match ends." Harry said, "All right, I'll speak with Mr. Weasley." As the match reached its midpoint, Lilya signaled Harry and departed. Mr. Weasley asked, "What is wrong with her, Harry?" Harry responded, "She is not feeling well. She is going home." Mr. Weasley remarked, "In such a hurry? Is Lilya ill?" Harry fabricated, "She just has low blood sugar. There's no need to worry." Mr. Weasley said, "What a pity. Lilya will miss such an exciting match." Hermione looked at Harry with suspicion, prompting him to quickly gaze at the sky. Lilya found a secluded spot and transformed into a butterfly, flitting into Draco's box. Chapter 53, Draco's Room. Inside the box, filled with clothing, Lilya found it quite comfortable. Initially worried about getting dirty, she eventually succumbed to sleep. When she awoke and peered outside, she discovered she was in Draco's room, where he was changing clothes. Quickly, she lay back down, pretending to be asleep. After a while, the suitcase was opened, and Draco delicately placed the butterfly onto a nearby pillow, disdainfully tossing aside the clothes that Lilya had just lain upon, coincidentally landing them atop her. He then proceeded to stow the remaining garments into the wardrobe. Lilya thought to herself, this little brat, still holding disdain for me, even resorting to throwing my clothes. If I weren't pretending to be asleep, I wonder if I would give him a piece of my mind. Upon noticing a slight movement of the white shirt, Draco knowingly remarked, stop pretending, come out. Once Lilya transformed back, she immediately descended from the bed to reclaim her own room. Draco cautioned, I advise against returning to your room. That place is cleaned by house elves every day. Lilya retorted, I can't possibly stay here all night. Draco replied, then remain here. You can sleep on the bed while I take the floor. Lilya, puzzled, asked, since when have you been so kind-hearted? Draco grinned, how about we sleep together? Lilya picked up a pillow and hurled it at Draco, who caught it and chuckled, just kidding. What if you obliterated me? Lilya responded, well, at least you know. Draco shook his head, sighing, little girls, they grow more gentle as they age, yet you seem to grow more violent. Be careful. Or Potter might just dump you one day. Lilya replied confidently, he won tea, but if that day ever comes, I'll make him understand the sorrows of the world. Draco turned off the light and lay on the floor, chatting with Lilya about Slytherin's methods and Gryffindor's temper. You really are something, Lilya. Another pillow struck Draco's face, but he remained unfazed, laughing, thank you. Draco then said, by the way, do you know what transpired while you were asleep? The dark mark appeared in the sky, summoned by the Death Eaters. Father says it's a sign of that person's return. Lilya replied, we both know Voldemort will eventually return. It's hardly surprising. Draco responded, yes, and I'm soon to become that person's slave. Isn't that laughable? Lilya paused, then said, Draco, you can also be a free person. We don't have to obey Voldemort. Draco inquired, are you suggesting I rebel against Father? Lilya countered, no, it's not about rebelling against Father. It's about resisting Voldemort. Ultimately, it hinges on your mindset. Do you wish to be a savior like Harry, or a slave to someone else's commands? She continued, when Father chose the latter, did he ever consider that years later, we might be in a situation like this? Draco asked, then why do you prefer the former? Lilya smiled, I wasn't born to be anyone's slave. Draco, I was meant to make them regret it. My glory and status must be earned by my own merit, not bestowed upon me by others. Draco fell silent, acknowledging Lilya's words. I understand, Lilya. She asked, so what is your choice? The same as yours. Chapter 54, Narcissa. In the morning, Draco and Lilya arrived at Narcissa's room. Narcissa remarked, Draco, why is there a butterfly on your shoulder? Lilya transformed back into her human form, surprising Narcissa, who then smiled. Lilya, is it really you? Come here, good child. Lilya crouched beside the bed, taking Narcissa's hand, smiling. Yes, it's me, Lilya. Narcissa caressed Lilya's face, saying, initially, when Draco told me he would bring you to see me, I didn't believe him. I thought you would never return. Tears welled in the corners of Narcissa's eyes. Lilya, filled with emotion, replied, but I have returned, haven't I? You must wait for me. After all of this is over, you must take good care of yourself, or how can I continue to vex you? Narcissa chuckled, you little rascal, still so mischievous. I promise to take good care of myself. Draco smiled at this heartwarming scene. Narcissa inquired, I heard from Draco that you're with Harry Potter. Is he treating you well? Lilya raised the bracelet Harry had given her, beaming, he treats me wonderfully. Narcissa said, if Harry bullies you, just tell Draco. And he'll sort him out. Draco laughed, I think Lilya can handle him on her own. Lilya shot Draco a glare, to which he exclaimed, help me, mother. Lilya seems intent on devouring me. Lilya retorted, I never said that, and playfully hit Draco again. He continued, look at her, mother. Narcissa watched the two playfully bicker, enjoying a delightful day together. Narcissa suggested, why don't you stay the night? Your father misses you terribly. Lilya, with a hint of pride, turned her head away, replying, no, I want to let him know I was here. Narcissa conceded, all right, Lilya, let Draco escort you home. Lilya nodded, then I'm off, mother. Take care of yourself. With that, she transformed into a butterfly and flew onto Draco's shoulder. As Draco exited the room, a house elf timidly inquired, excuse me, young master. Was there someone else in the room just now? Do you need Boppy's assistance? Draco replied, no, I advise you not to meddle, step aside. Boppy responded, yes, young master. Far from Malfoy Manor, Lilya transformed back into her human form, feeling a bit nauseous. Draco remarked, you're complaining while sitting? Consider yourself fortunate to have me as your steed. Lilya retorted, all right, I admit my fault. I should appreciate my good fortune. Draco smiled. Now that is more like it. Finally, some sensible words. Lilya playfully turned his head, saying, just give you a bit of sunshine, and you shine bright. Were my previous remarks not sensible enough? Or perhaps they were butterfly talk. Draco joked, who knows? Lilya shook her head, so childish. How did Pansy ever fall for you? Draco replied, hey, I'm still puzzled about how Potter came to like you. Lilya made a face, responding, that's none of your business. Draco disdainfully said, I know what you're going to say, Miss Troll. Lilya playfully tapped him on the head. All right, childish man. Draco rubbed his head, wincing Lilya. Lilya brandished her wand. What's wrong? Draco swallowed hard. Nothing. Chapter 55, Night. Upon returning home, it was already night. Lilya flicked the light on and was startled to find everyone lounging on the sofa. Merlin S. Beard. What are you all doing here? Ron replied, waiting for your return. Hermione added, Harry was worried about your safety. Fred chimed in, so we waited here all day. George echoed, indeed, we Haven tea even had dinner. Lilya questioned, where's Harry? Everyone pointed toward the staircase, and Lilya jumped again as Harry sat there. Could you all refrain from startling me at night? Go wash up and get some sleep. Everyone immediately rose to leave. Harry embraced Lilya, holding her quietly without saying a word. Lilya gently patted his shoulder, whispering, don't worry, Harry, I'm back. Harry asked, will you always be by my side, Lilya? Lilya smiled, of course. We have the bracelet as proof. Harry released her, touching the leaf bracelet, his face lighting up. Shall we eat, Lilya? Lilya shook her head, jumping up and wrapping her arms around his neck and legs around his waist. I'm not hungry. My feet ache from walking so far. With a smile, Harry gently patted Lilya's back, suggesting, shall I carry you back to sleep? Lilya nodded and responded in a playful tone, okay. Harry's cheeks flushed as he wrapped his arms around her waist and escorted her to the threshold of her room. We've arrived at the door, he announced. Lilya continued her playful demeanor, urging, won't you take me inside? Harry replied, but didn't you say I couldn't come in? To which Lilya answered, just this once, make an exception. He gently placed her on the bed, only for Lilya to pull him down by the neck. Had Harry not braced himself against the wall, he would have fallen directly onto her. Harry's face, still flushed from their earlier embrace, was a picture of anxiety as he stammered, Lilya, you. In the dim light of the night, they could only discern each other's outlines and the glimmer in their eyes. Lilya, lying on the bed with a smile, teased, I heard that boys prefer gentleness. From now on, I won't be so fierce with you. Do you like that, Harry? At that moment, Harry's heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. And he managed to stutter, I like it. Lilya undoubtedly heard the unspoken words of his heart. She rose and, in the shadows, approached him step by step until she had him cornered by the window. Her gaze was filled with teasing affection. And as the evening breeze caressed the wind chimes by the window, producing a melodious sound, Lilya glanced at Harry's lips, then into his eyes, and kissed him. In her ocean-like eyes, a glimmer of triumphant delight shone. In this friendly exchange, set to the rhythm of Harry's heartbeat, it was clear that Lilya held the upper hand. Soon, she withdrew from his lips, trailing her fingers down his face and slowly unbuttoning his shirt. Upon reaching the third button, Harry grasped her hand, gazing at the slowly rising corners of her mouth. He anticipated another kiss. But Lilya merely brushed her lips against his cheek like a fleeting dragonfly and leaned closer to whisper softly in his ear, good night. We'll meet in our dreams. The surprise and longing reflected in Harry's eyes brought immense satisfaction to Lilya, who smiled and mused. Or perhaps, you don't want to go back? Harry, with a subtle glance at her neckline, swallowed hard, wrapped his arms around her waist, and switched positions with her, leading to an even more fervent kiss. Lilya wrapped her arms around Harry's neck as he explored every inch of her mouth, before momentarily pausing to take a deep bite of her lip, causing her to emit a soft sound. Hearing Lilya's response, Harry, still yearning, continued kissing her, his restless hands tightening around her waist, until they were intertwined as if there were no distance between them. Ultimately, as they approached the brink of breathlessness, Harry paused, panting, good night, Lilya. With her lips numb to the point of feeling no pain, Lilya gazed at Harry's departing figure, a faint smile gracing her face. For this friendly exchange had balanced their relationship. Chapter 56, 3 kittens in the morning, after Lilya finished her morning routine. She looked in the mirror and chuckled at her swollen lips. I suppose I won't need any makeup. She then changed into a comfortable nightgown and headed downstairs. Upon her arrival, everyone regarded her with curious expressions. Hey, Lilya, your lips look quite swollen, Ron remarked. Fred and George chimed in. Oh, Lilya, what did you and Harry get up to last night? Lilya raised an eyebrow and smiled, guess. Just then, Harry's voice came from behind her. Both of them couldn't suppress their laughter as they joined hands and walked into the living room. Fred and George instinctively vacated 2 spots on the sofa for Lilya and Harry. Noticing the inquisitive glances from Fred and George, Lilya teased. If I said it was because I had a super spicy hot pot with Harry, would you believe me? Fred replied, no. George added, absolutely not. Lilya pouted, all right then. No explanations. She then turned and kissed Harry, playfully biting his lip. That's for you. Harry's lip bled slightly, yet he looked at Lilya with a smile. If you like, I wouldn't mind another. George, fixated on Ron, advised, take notes. Ron, this might come in handy when you have a girlfriend. Ron swallowed hard and glanced at Hermione. I don't need your reminders, George. You don't even have a girlfriend. George defended. Lilya promised to introduce me and Fred to someone. Lilya took a sip of water and laughed. I was just teasing you. Fred and George exclaimed in unison, bad girl. Leaning against Harry's shoulder, Lilya wore a provocative expression as if to say, I have someone, and you don't. At that moment, Crookshanks approached, meowing, followed by the sound of a soft whimper from Scabbers. Everyone hurried to the study. By the time they arrived, Scabbers had fainted, and 3 tiny kittens were nearby. Crookshanks was licking the kittens, while Lilya crouched down, affectionately stroking Scabbers' head. You've worked hard, Scabbers. Ron marveled, how tough. Giving birth in the study, truly your cat. Hermione addressed Crookshanks. You're going to be a daddy now. Harry, envisioning the scene of Lilya having children in the future, rushed to her side to help care for Scabbers. Fred and George gazed at the 3 kittens, exclaiming, aren't they adorable, George? Indeed, I want to have one too. Lilya considered the fact that the 3 kittens couldn't be left alone at home after school and suggested, why don't you each take one? You can look after them while at school, so Scabbers and Crookshanks can see them often, and the kittens won't miss out on care. Fred and George echoed. That sounds fantastic. Ron added, I'd be delighted, but just because I lost a rat doesn't mean people will think I fed Peter Pettigrew to the kittens. Everyone burst into laughter at Ron's remark. Lilya smiled. Ron, they're just newborns. They wouldn't eat that foolish, fat rat from Azkaban. If they did, they'd be heroes. Ron replied, better safe than sorry. After a while, the kittens' fur fluffed up, revealing their colors. The first was a little white female, like Scabbers, which Ron quickly claimed and named Isis. The second was a little male with yellow fur and white spots, resembling both Scabbers and Crookshanks, which Fred chose to name Elfie. The third was a yellow male resembling Crookshanks, which George picked and named Elfins. The 3 men began comparing which kitten was the most beautiful, while Lilya, Harry, and Hermione laughed together nearby. Chapter 57. 4th year begins. As they boarded the train, Harry Potter shared with everyone that he had a peculiar dream, prompting Hermione to suggest he write to Sirius. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, they sang the school song as usual, followed by the headmaster's address. This time, however, there was an additional presence, the former Auror Mad-Eye Moody, along with students and headmasters from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, due to the Triwizard Tournament. As the Beauxbatons girls passed through the hall, the majority of the boys were captivated by them. Even the headmaster was enthralled. But Lilya glanced at Harry and noted with relief that he was not staring at them like Ron. As the boys from Durmstrang traversed the hall, excitement bubbled among both the boys and girls. Lilya heard Draco's voice behind her and chuckled, shaking her head as she recalled Ron's fondness for Krum. Remarking to Hermione that Ron indeed had a discerning eye, for Krum resembled a warrior. Hermione replied, indeed. Did you see the way he looked at the Beauxbatons girls just now? Harry inquired of Lilya, what are you two so cheerful about? Lilya and Hermione exchanged amused glances and replied, oh, nothing, just a trivial matter concerning the kitten's diet. Harry playfully fed Lilya a piece of strawberry cake, grinning as he suggested, perhaps you should first consider your own dietary concerns. Hermione glanced over at Ron, who was engrossed in his meal, shaking her head in disbelief as she quietly remarked, Harry has finally come to his senses. When will Ron? Ron interjected, are you talking about me? Lilya turned to Ron, jesting, haha, we were just praising your handsomeness. Ron, in a fit of self-admiration, replied, well, that is indeed true. The director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Barty Crouch, elaborated from the podium, for safety reasons. Students under 17 years of age are prohibited from participating in this Triwizard Tournament. The students vocally protested this injustice, with Fred and George leading the outcry. Hermione turned back to Lilya, saying, I felt someone staring at us just now. Lilya, there's a boy from Durmstrang fixated on you. Confused, Lilya turned around to see the boy waving at her, seated beside Draco, who appeared rather displeased. After confirming that the boy was indeed looking her way, Lilya turned to Harry and said, hand. Harry obediently extended his hand. Lilya showcased their intertwined fingers, boldly resting them on the table. She then asked Hermione, is he still watching? Hermione looked back and chuckled. No, he has gone. Lilya declared, that's better, and attempted to release her hand, but Harry held on tightly. Lilya laughed. I can't eat like this, Harry. He responded, then let me be your right hand. With that, he fed her another piece of cake. The cream smudged across Lilya's face, and they both erupted in laughter. Harry offered to wipe it off, but Lilya quipped, my left hand is still free, Mr. Potter. She then grabbed a napkin to clean her face. Ron, sitting across from them, remarked, just let it go. It's just a tiny piece of cake. Yet you two have turned it into such a spectacle. Lilya smiled at Harry and said, I think we should leave. If we stay here much longer, Ron won't be able to eat. With that, she and Harry departed the hall. Once outside, the same boy approached again. Hello, I'm Hall. I wonder if I might have the fortune of knowing you. Beautiful Mississippi Harry subtly raised their joined hands. Oh, hello, Mr. Hall. I think you lack that fortune, as I am taking my girlfriend on a date. He then took Lilya's hand and headed toward the Gryffindor common room. They paused at the corner of the corridor. Gazing up at the sky, Lilya said to Harry, "You look the most handsome just now." Harry replied, "It seems I must frequently fend off the men who gather around you." Lilya responded, "That is the duty of a boyfriend." They chuckled together, their fingers still entwined for a long while. Professor Snape passed by and remarked, "Ah, it's you two again. Is it so difficult to adhere to the rules, Mr. Potter?" Lilya apologized. "Sorry, Professor." Snape closed his eyes and sighed. "I must issue you a second warning, Lilya. Should I unfortunately catch you again, do not blame me for deducting points from Gryffindor. Now, return to your dormitory." As Lilya and Harry walked together, Snape called out, "Keep your distance." They promptly maintained a 2-meter gap. Once they had walked away, Snape departed briskly, as silently as he had arrived. Chapter 58. The Unforgivable Curses in Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. Professor Moody's first lesson centered on the unforgivable curses, prompting Lilya to silently muse. Indeed, Moody is as mad as they come. The sole silver lining for Lilya in this class was that all the questions were answered by Gryffindor students. Moody demonstrated each of the unforgivable curses on a spider, culminating in the killing curse that extinguished its life. When Neville witnessed the excruciatingly brutal spell inflicted upon the spider, he froze, as his parents had endured similar torment. Lilya noticed his discomfort and placed a piece of candy on his desk, hoping to offer some solace. They hadn't spoken in a long while, and Neville appeared surprised by Lilya's gesture, yet he thanked her quietly. "Thank you, Lilya," before consuming the candy. Lilya replied, "No need to thank me, Neville. Such curses should not be present in our lessons." Moody seemed to catch wind of their exchange, stating, "Some believe that the unforgivable curses have no place here, but I beg to differ. You must understand what your enemies are capable of to defend against them. That is the essence of defense against the dark arts. I'm referring to you, the girl with the dark hair. Please, demonstrate one of the 3 unforgivable curses." Instantly, all eyes turned toward Lilya. She stood, smiling, and said, "Professor Moody, do you wish for me to land in Azkaban on my very first day?" Moody reassured her, "Rest assured, you would merely be cursing a spider. If anything were to happen, I would take responsibility." With that, he placed a spider before her. Harry stood up, asserting, "The Ministry of Magic approved your use of dark magic in class, but they did not consent to Lilya's use of it, particularly since she is still underage." Moody retorted, "As I said, I will take responsibility for any consequences. Now, perhaps you should sit down and refrain from meddling, Harry Potter." He then drank from a flask. All eyes were on Lilya. This was her first experience employing an unforgivable curse, especially in front of such an audience. She opted for the relatively safer Cruciatus curse, levitating the spider and guiding it to the box, stating, "Return to your original place." The spider obediently crawled into the box. Moody grinned, a clever choice. Listen closely, everyone. The Cruciatus curse, being an unforgivable curse, cannot be detected by the Ministry, and it can be lifted as long as you are resolute. Or, when class concluded, Neville remained visibly unsettled, prompting Moody to ask him to visit his office. Meanwhile, many approached Lilya to inquire about her experience with the unforgivable curse, rushing to comfort her. Harry shooed away the throng. Hermione exclaimed, "Moody has truly lost his mind. How could he force Lilya to use an unforgivable curse?" Ron added, "Now I'm even more reluctant to upset Lilya. Who knows? One day she might cast a spell on us, and we deem meet our end in heaven." Lilya jested, "In that case, I would find myself in Azkaban." At that moment, Neville emerged from Moody's office, holding a book. Lilya asked, Didn't he do anything to you?" "Did he, Neville?" He shook his head. "No, he gave me a book, and then Dumbledore called for him." Hermione remarked, "Dumbledore must have learned that he made Lilya use an unforgivable curse." Ron queried, "How would he know?" Harry replied, "It's obvious. It must have been those people who just spoke out." Chapter 59, Potions Class. Professor Snape spent the entire class observing Lilith and Harry, as they were forcibly separated from their original group. Lilith found herself positioned between Draco and Pansy, while Harry teamed up with Hermione and Ron. With a resigned shake of her head, Lilith remarked to Draco, "But I am a Gryffindor." Draco retorted, "Focus, Lilith. A failing potion reflects poorly on Slytherin." Lilith grinned and replied, "Yet, I am still a Gryffindor." Draco continued, "Before I use the excuse of you being an undercover agent to kick you out of our group, you best behave and brew that potion." Lilith tugged at Pansy's arm, saying, "Pansy, look at him." Pansy glanced at Draco and playfully remarked, "Quite adorable." The two shared a knowing high five, prompting Lilith to release Pansy's arm and switch places with her. Stirring the aging potion in the cauldron, she sighed, "I shouldn't be here." Observing the harmonious scene beside her, With Hermione and Harry diligently preparing potions while Ron assisted, she thought, I finally understand the discomfort of being a third wheel. Slowly, her head drooped. Maintain your composure, Draco advised. I do not wish for you to resemble an ostrich. Lilith, with a hint of fatigue in her voice, replied, You can say whatever you like. I would prefer to bury my head in the sand like an ostrich right now. Miss Lilith. I hardly believe an ostrich would brew potions, came the familiar voice of Professor Snape. Startled, Lilith looked up to meet his gaze and immediately straightened herself, focusing intently on her potion. Once Snape moved on, Draco and Pansy could not suppress their laughter. Lilith maintained her charade until the end of the potion class, at which point Snape instructed, Miss Lilith, stay behind. As Draco passed by, he smirked, Good luck, Lilith, while Harry appeared slightly concerned about the potential consequences she might face. What is it like to use an unforgivable curse? Lilith, aware he referred to her use of the Cruciatus curse, replied, Quite intriguing. Snape produced a rat and announced, Now, I shall teach you another special spell, Sectum Sempra. Lilith pondered, I hope this isn't yet another Azkaban package. Sensing her apprehension, Snape reassured her, Do not worry. You will not be going to Azkaban. Take out your wand, aim at that gluttonous rat, and repeat after me, Sectum Sempra. Sectum Sempra. Blood began to flow from the rat, and Snape commented, Excellent. Now, let me teach you another spell, Vulnerus and Enter. This spell can heal wounds inflicted by other spells. Lilith directed her wand at the rat, uttering, Vulnerus and Enter. Snape instructed, Repeat it 3 times. Vulnerus and Enter. Vulnerus and Enter. As she leaned in closer, she observed the rat's wounds miraculously healing. Snape smiled faintly. This is one of my proudest spells. You will come to understand its significance in the future. Now, off you go. Thank you, Professor, Lilith replied. Snape added, And remember to focus during class. Maintain your distance from the boys, where you may find yourself grouped with Draco and Pansy in the future. Understood, Professor. Upon exiting the potion classroom, Lilith was pleasantly surprised to see Harry waiting for her at the door. She linked her arm with his, and he inquired, He didn't punish you, did he? No. He punished a rat instead. Well, that is good. Wait, a rat? Yes, a rat. It nibbled on Professor Snape's herbs. On their way, they encountered Cedric and a girl accompanying him. Lilith greeted, Hi, Cedric. Is this your girlfriend? She asked lovely. Cedric smiled at the girl, saying sort of, Hello. I'm Lilith, and this is my boyfriend, Harry, she introduced. The girl replied, Hi, you can call me Cho. Harry remarked, It seems your uncle's wish has come true. Cedric chuckled, He doesn't know it yet. Lilith smiled, Then I want to interrupt your blossoming romance. We'll take our leave now. See you next time. Cedric and Cho both chimed, Goodbye. Chapter 60, The Creepy Guy. That evening, students gathered around the Goblet of Fire, where Fred and George created quite the comedic scene. Observing their antics, Lilith teased, Why don't you give it a go, Harry? I happen to have a vial of aging potion. Harry laughed. I'd rather not turn into an old man. Crumb entered, and Lilith noticed him gazing intently at Hermione. Wow, Hermione. It seems Ron's idol is quite taken with you, Lilith teased. Don't joke around, Lilith. We've only crossed paths a few times in the library, Hermione insisted. Trust me, Hermione, he is undoubtedly making an effort to encounter you, Lilith countered. At that moment, the obnoxious Hall tossed a piece of paper into the goblet and continued to stare at Lilith. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, she turned away, exclaiming, Merlin's beard. I think we should head back, Harry. At least that would be more bearable. Ron, pulling Harry back as he stood up, protested, No, Harry needs to stay here with me. Lilith observed Harry's conflicted expression and asked, What about Hermione? I need to find Professor McGonagall shortly, Hermione replied. With a sigh, Lilith conceded, Fine, I'll head back alone. As she donned her robe and gathered her books, she discovered Hall trailing behind her. Reaching a secluded spot, Lilith halted. And so did he. She turned to face him. What is it, Mr. Hall? It's pouring out here, and I have a robe. What do you have? You know well enough. Girl, I am far more suited for you than any of the boys around you. Why not give me a chance? Lilith retorted. I don't think so. Don't presume that just because you're a bit older, you can dictate who I should be with. He knocked her wand from her hand and advanced towards her menacingly. Lilith's silent spell failed, so she devised a plan. Hall cornered her against the wall, the distance between them a mere half a meter, as he leaned in closer. With a smirk, Lilith raised her leg and delivered a decisive blow to his lower region. Hall immediately collapsed, crying out in pain. Lilith stepped over him, retrieved her wand, and mocked, You're quite the embarrassment for Durmstrang. Hall, grimacing from the pain, struggled to rise, his face flushed with anger as he hurled insults at her. Having walked a few meters away, Lilith considered leaving him be, but turned back, a smile on her face. In the dim light, her eyes sparkled, and her red lips stood out strikingly. Hall, thinking she had changed her mind, limped towards her again. Just as his hand brushed her shoulder, She swung her book at him with force, sending Hall crashing to the ground once more. Clutching his head as he slowly sat up, Lilith looked down at him, saying, "Look at you. Your mouth is like a maggot in a toilet. This is just a warning. If I catch you harassing me or any other girl again." She glanced meaningfully at him and then back into his eyes, her lips curling into a smirk. "You might find yourself in quite the predicament." Hall threatened. "Aren't you afraid I'll tell the headmaster about your violent behavior?" Lilya's laughter intensified as she exclaimed, "Can you believe it? A hardened 17-year-old from Durmstrang was bested by a 14-year-old girl. How do you suppose people will perceive you? Are you truly from Durmstrang? It seems more akin to a Durmstrang kindergarten." Hall, having fainted, lay sprawled on the ground. Lilya recognized the one who laughed. It was Draco. Draco approached Lilya and asked, "He didn't do anything to you, did he?" With a grin, Lilya responded, "No, I finally encountered a creepy guy, and of course, I had to teach him a lesson. It's unfortunate that I hadn't had my fill of fun before you knocked him out." Draco adjusted Lilya's hat and remarked, "Well done. Someone like him deserves a reprimand. Let us leave him here to ponder for the night." As they walked together, Lilya queried, "But how did you end up here? I thought this place was secluded enough." Draco replied, "Potter is worried about your safety. He got dragged along by Weasley. So he sent me." Lilya recalled, "I remember at the beginning of term, he was sitting next to you. What did you two discuss?" Draco answered, "Girls shouldn't eavesdrop. I'll just escort you here. Off you go now." With a dismissive sound, Lilya headed upstairs. Draco gazed after Lilya's retreating figure, reflecting on that day's events. Hall turned to Draco and inquired, "Who is that girl with black hair? She looks rather gentle from behind." Draco responded, "No one of importance. She resembles a troll." Hall, seeing Lilya turn back, laughed, "Not at all. She looks quite appealing, rather noteworthy, I say." Draco, his face paling, warned, "Don't provoke her. She already has a boyfriend." Upon spotting Lilya holding hands with Harry, Hall chuckled even more. "Is that him? She seems quite intriguing. Just wait and see, within 3 days. She'll be breaking up with her boyfriend and falling into my arms. I'm off. Take your time eating." Draco, in frustration, had reduced his steak to shreds. Chapter 61, The Fourth Champion. The assembly for the champion selection commenced as everyone settled into the hall. The 3 champions introduced were Krum, Fleur, and Cedric. And then, the 4th champion, Harry Potter. All eyes were upon him, filled with surprise and skepticism. Lilya, caressing her bracelet, sensed that something ominous was afoot. In no time, Harry found himself thrust into the spotlight, and when Lilya next encountered him, it was later that evening in the Gryffindor common room. Harry sought reassurance from Lilya. "Do you believe I didn't cheat, Lilya?" She replied, "Of course, you've been with us all day. When would you have had the opportunity to cheat?" Harry lamented, "But how can I argue with others? They all think I'm lying, cheating. Why does so much happen to me? Why do they always distrust me?" Lilya, gazing intently into Harry's eyes, replied, "Because you are the boy who lived, the one who has brought peace to the magical world for over a decade. The boy who protected the Philosopher's Stone, the one who unveiled the truth of the Chamber of Secrets, the boy who brought clarity to a tale from 14 years ago. You carry too much controversy, for you are the only boy this century to render Voldemort's killing curse ineffective. You are exceptionally unique, Harry." Tears streamed down Harry's face as he murmured, "So, my birth was a mistake." Lilya gently wiped away his tears, cupping his face. "No, Voldemort is the mistake. The recent events are no coincidence. It's evident that they are targeting you. As for the fabrications others create, we both know they are false, and that is sufficient. Don't let them affect you. Just like in the chamber, let your successes make them regret their doubts. That is the mark of an astute individual." Harry embraced Lilya. "Thank you, Lilya." She tousled his hair. "No matter what, I'll always stand by you. Now heed my advice and get some sleep. We have much to attend to tomorrow. Good night, Lilya." "Good night, Harry." Upon returning to her dormitory, Hermione asked, "Did Harry just return?" Lilya replied, "Yes, everyone seems to doubt him." Hermione remarked, "He is only 14 and participating in the Triwizard Tournament. It must be perilous." Lilya sighed, "A legendary boy, yet he must endure such scorn and tribulations. When he achieves something, everyone admires and respects him. But when he is wronged, they question and ridicule him. It's truly ironic." That night, Lilya dreamt of Cedric and Harry, along with Lucius and others. Cedric had perished. Startled awake, the dream felt all too vivid. Determined, Lilya resolved to consult Professor Trelawney the following day. Snowball, frightened, awakened from her slumber, curling up in Lilya's embrace. As Lilya stroked Snowball's fur, she pondered while turning on her bedside lamp. "Apologies, Snowball. I need to conduct a wandless magic experiment on you. I promise to give you an extra 2 fish sticks tomorrow, all right?" Snowball mewed in response. Lilya chuckled, "I'll take that as a yes." She focused her thoughts on the incantation, Stupefy, while Snowball gazed at her with wide eyes. After several attempts, she finally succeeded just as dawn broke. Feeling a bit drowsy, She yawned and fell asleep. Before long, Hermione shook Lilya awake. "Wake up, Lilya. We're going to be late." Lilya buried herself under the covers. "Just 5 more minutes. Please." Hermione pulled the covers away. "There aren't 5 minutes left. In 15 minutes, the first potions class begins." Lilya immediately sat up, hurriedly attending to her morning routine. "Why must the first class be potions?" "Hermione, you go ahead. I don't want you to be late with me." After a quick brush of her hair, Lilya dashed out, arriving 2 minutes late to class. Upon entering, Lilya instinctively stood at the back, beside Neville. Professor Snape remarked, Well, look who it is. The usually punctual Miss Lilya has decided to grace us with her presence late. Mr. Potter, you'll be partnered with Hermione and Ron. Lilya, you'll be with Longbottom. Today, we shall concoct." Neville asked, "Why were you late today?" Lilya awkwardly chuckled. "Haha, I didn't sleep well last night." Neville looked down. "I suppose I'll be dragging you down." Lilya smiled. "Not at all, Neville. Professor Snape has mentioned your rapid progress." Surprised, Neville replied, "Really?" Lilya recalled the day she assisted Professor Snape in testing the potion in the cauldron. As she compared the names, she added a few drops of the aging potion to the rat that had been nibbling on herbs, resulting in the unfortunate demise of the creature. Neville Longbottom, unacceptable. Snape approached, smirking. "Finally, Longbottom has brewed a useful potion. Gather these up and leave them for the foolish rats, Lilya." He then took the parchment from Lilya's hands, marking it as acceptable. Lilya laughed. "I suppose that counts." Chapter 62. The Defamed Harry Potter. After potions class, Harry and Lilya headed to Transfiguration together. Lilya glanced at Ron and Hermione ahead, asking, "Why aren't you two walking with us?" Harry replied, "Ron and I have had some disagreements." Lilya surmised it was likely due to the Triwizard Tournament. Harry nodded. Sighing, Lilya thought, "I didn't expect Ron to react this way. I'll find an opportunity to clarify things. He will believe you." Harry said, "Let us hope so. Why were you late this morning? Are you feeling unwell?" Lilya answered, "I had a dream last night about you." Harry halted his steps, inquiring, "What dream?" Lilya replied, "I dreamt that Cedric had perished, with you by my side. And Lucius as well." Harry asked, "Do you believe that could happen?" Lilya responded, "I fear it might, though one can never be certain. After all, it is merely a dream. I shall consult Professor Trelawney later. Better safe than sorry." Harry remarked, "I trust you. Are you tying your hair up?" Lilya replied, "No. I lack the mood for that today." As Hall and another girl approached, they brazenly flaunted their badges. "Potter stinks." Hall sneered, "Look, isn't that our badge's protagonist?" "What a joke." The girl chimed in, "Indeed, you're far inferior." Lilya and Harry walked past them, ignoring their taunts. Hall blocked their path, asking, "What is this?" "Not even a greeting?" Harry said, "Please move aside." Lilya delivered a resounding slap to Hall, telling him to get lost. She then tested her skills from the previous night, causing Hall to immediately collapse. Lilya whispered to Harry, "You needn't be courteous to such people. They are unworthy." She then cast a cold glance at the girl, adding, "Miss, open your eyes and avoid consorting with the worthless." With a firm grip on Harry's arm, she declared loudly, "Before you mock others, perhaps ponder why you weren't chosen by the Goblet of Fire. Just a bunch of foul-mouthed rubbish." The slaps silenced those who were berating Harry, including Ron and Hermione. "Thank you, Lilya," Harry said. "It's simply the truth," she replied. Upon arriving at the Transfiguration classroom, Professor McGonagall had yet to arrive, and a crowd was gossiping about Harry. Pointing fingers, someone initiated the chant "Potter stinks," prompting a wave of agreement from the others. Noticing Harry's discomfort, Lilya gently took his hand, assuring him, "Do not worry, Harry. I am here." Harry apologized. "I'm truly sorry for putting you through this." Lilya smiled at him. "It is not your fault." She then dramatically slammed her book on the table, declaring, "Silence." The classroom fell quiet at once. "Look at you all," Lilya said. "What wretched faces you possess. How pitiful your hearts. Does causing pain to others bring you joy?" One person retorted, "Don't think you're so great or noble. You're just as detestable as he is." Lilya laughed. "Excuse me, we are indeed remarkable. I became the youngest Animagus of the century at the age of 10. And as for Harry, who in the wizarding world is unaware of the illustrious Harry Potter, the boy who lived? Surely, even if you hadn't heard of it before school, you must have heard the tales of the Chamber of Secrets." Someone remarked, "Those are merely rumors." Harry tightened his grip on Lilya's hand. Lilya, amused, exclaimed, "Do you think the Special Contribution Award from Dumbledore is just for show? Please, think before you slander someone. Come up with a better reason, otherwise, it's laughable." After a brief silence, someone piped up, "But he cheated." Harry, reaching his limit, pulled Lilya's hand back. "I did not cheat. I am here to attend class, not to debate with you. Believe what you will, since we are already so loathed. Let me tell you one more thing. Lilya and I have mastered the content of this lesson long ago. Do take care of yourselves." He clasped Lilya's hand and exited the classroom. Neville followed suit, while Hermione attempted to persuade Lilya and Harry, only to be stopped by Ron. Draco observed the scene, arranging his books, and remarked, "And this is what Lilya forsakes everything for, her so-called friends. Hey, Weasley, Granger. Truly a sight." He then exited the classroom. Hermione and Ron were left speechless as silence enveloped the room. Moments later, Professor McGonagall entered, apologizing. "I'm sorry, class. I had matters to discuss with Professor Dumbledore and arrived late." After surveying the room, she inquired, "Where's everyone?" Her gaze fell upon the badges everyone wore, and she seethed, "Remove those ridiculous badges at once." Aina questioned, "Shouldn't we call them back for punishment, Professor McGonagall?" McGonagall replied coldly, "Mind your own business, Miss Honbor. If even one of you fails to transfigure a matchstick into a needle today, none of you will be excused from class." Upon exiting the classroom, Lilya laughed as she and Harry dashed to the astronomy tower, reveling in the thrill of skipping class. "What if we don't go back?" she suggested. Neville, panting as he ran up, protested, "You can't." The two were startled. Lilya exclaimed, "What are you doing here, Neville?" Neville replied, "I was worried you might impulsively do something rash." Draco soon caught up. Harry inquired, "How did you find us?" Draco answered, "Following Neville Longbottom." Lilya fretted, "What would your father say if he found out you skipped class?" Draco shrugged, "That class isn't worth attending, and besides, you both skipped too. So my absence is nothing." Harry embraced Draco, saying, "Thank you, Draco." Draco feigned indifference, "I didn't do it for you, Potter." Yet, he genuinely patted Harry on the shoulder. Lilya smiled at Neville. "You're not here to convince us to go back, are you, Neville?" He replied, "Not at all, if it were me. I wouldn't want to stay there." Draco raised an eyebrow at Neville. "Seems you're not so honest after all." Neville stammered, "Well, maybe." Lilya and Harry exchanged amused glances. Draco turned to Lilya, "Sister, do you truly think Weasley is worthy of your friendship? I won't even mention Granger. At least she wants to leave, but Weasley is utterly stagnant." Lilya countered, "Everyone makes mistakes. Draco, Ron must have his reasons." Harry added, "It's because of me. He thinks I didn't tell him I cheated. But in truth, I didn't place that paper there." Draco frowned, "Just like that?" Harry affirmed, "Just like that." Draco fell silent. Neville remarked to Lilya, "You were truly frightening earlier, Lilya. When you slammed the book, I nearly thought the table would collapse." Lilya shrugged. "What can I say?" Draco laughed. "Honestly, that was the most terrifying you've been in 14 years. Lilya looked at Harry, puzzled. Actually, Harry is the one who was scary. I've never seen him so furious. Draco quipped, "You've rubbed off on him." Lilya shot him a glare. "No one thinks you're mute." The four of them chatted and confided in each other atop the astronomy tower, Hogwarts' highest tower, until the second class ended. Each going their separate ways, Harry to face the press, Neville to the greenhouses, Draco to the Great Hall, and Lilya to Professor Trelawney's office. "Professor Trelawney? Come in." Lilya entered, asking, "Professor Trelawney, you may think I'm mad, but I wish to inquire. Can dreams be used for divination?" Professor Trelawney rose, saying, "No, no, no, my dear. I believed myself mad as a child too. Perhaps dreaming for divination is feasible. Have you had prior success with divination?" Lilya replied, "Once." Trelawney exclaimed, "That's splendid. Perhaps you could create a new method of divination." Lilya nodded, though somewhat perplexed. "All right, I shall take my leave now, Professor." She exited Trelawney's office. Chapter 63, The Headmaster's Office. Upon leaving Trelawney's office, Dumbledore called out to her, "Come with me." Lilya followed Dumbledore to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore remarked, "Miss Lilya, I did not expect you to act so impulsively, even to the point of skipping class." Lilya gazed at Dumbledore and said, "I apologize, headmaster, but I do not regret this decision." Dumbledore replied, "I am not blaming you, Lilya. I am aware of everything that has transpired. Yet I believe it would be best for Harry to handle these matters. He still needs to grow." Lilya questioned, "Is it simply because he is the chosen one?" Dumbledore affirmed, "Indeed, from the moment he acquired that scar, he was destined to endure experiences unlike those of his peers." Lilya scoffed, "So, fortunately for Harry, he survived. Unfortunately, it is also Harry who survived, merely because of that so-called savior. You chose Harry, and thus you too shall become a savior." Dumbledore countered, "No, no, no. I shall not become a savior. I chose Harry because I love him, and I support him. As for saving the world, that is not my ambition, headmaster. I do not possess such grand aspirations. I cannot protect those who remain oblivious to the truth. They are not worthy." Lilya smiled. Yet her words lacked any trace of mirth, leaving Dumbledore momentarily taken aback. "One day, you shall understand, Lilya. Sometimes, we are compelled to make choices. Therefore, you may protect him, but do not shield him indefinitely. There are times he must confront challenges alone." Lilya replied, "I understand, headmaster, but I am concerned for Harry. The Triwizard Tournament is a perilous competition." Dumbledore continued, "I have already instructed Professor Moody to ensure Harry's safety. If you remain uneasy, you are welcome to accompany him. You understand my meaning, Butterfly?" Lilya responded, "I understand." Draco Malfoy has also been skipping classes with you today, has he not? It appears that even after leaving the Malfoy household, he still cares for you. Lilya whispered, we are all bound by circumstances, Professor. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment before stating, I shall speak with Karkaroff regarding that Durmstrang student. After curfew, Harry and I will pay a visit with the invisibility cloak. Someone wishes to meet you both. I will convey that to him. Additionally, Professor, I have something to share with you. Last night, I dreamt of Cedric's demise. It seemed Harry was engaged in a duel, with Lucius Malfoy and others standing nearby. Though merely a dream, could it be connected to Voldemort? Dumbledore looked at Lilya. Is this true, Lilya? Lilya affirmed, yes, Headmaster. Harry has experienced peculiar dreams as well. In one, there was a great serpent, and a man referred to another as Master. He seemed intent on taking Harry to meet him. Do you believe there is a connection? Dumbledore replied, I understand, Lilya. You may return now, and the matters discussed in the headmaster's office must remain confidential. Just as Lilya turned to leave, Dumbledore remarked, you seem different now than when you first arrived at school. While you remain exceptional and ambitious, the innocence of your youth has given way to an air of enigma. Lilya turned back with a faint smile. Everyone changes, Headmaster. You ought to be well aware of that. She then exited the headmaster's office. Dumbledore sat in his chair, watching Lilya's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Chapter 64, Sirius. After leaving the headmaster's office, Lilya sat by the Black Lake, observing the rippling surface stirred by the wind. Her spirits lifted in this rare, tranquil spot at Hogwarts. Lilya, what are you doing here alone? A familiar voice called out. Turning around, she replied, Professor Snape, what brings you here? Snape stood beside her. Another foolish rat has been consuming my herbal supplies. The larva. Fragments of African tree snake skin. These items always seem to vanish. Lilya chuckled. Aren't those the ingredients for Polyjuice potion? How convenient that they are always consumed by a rat. After a moment, she realized, Polyjuice potion. How curious, Professor Snape. Do you know what is in the vial that Professor Moody possesses? Snape looked at Lilya. Are you suggesting that Professor Moody is not who he appears to be? Lilya replied, it is merely a hypothesis. How can such coincidences be explained? Moody arrives, and then the herbs go missing. He always seems to consume those potions. It is highly suspicious. Snape's demeanor turned serious. I will be cautious, Lilya. Lilya added, when I have the opportunity, I will also visit his office. If he is not truly Professor Moody, I cannot allow him to look after Harry. Snape, with a stern expression, remarked, do you so eagerly wish for me to deduct points from Gryffindor, Lilya? Lilya responded, I apologize, Professor, that was not my intention. Snape replied, it is quite all right, Lilya. With that, he departed. Oh dear, I've landed myself in great trouble. That evening, Harry and Lilya, cloaked in invisibility, made their way to the headmaster's office. Harry inquired, why are we sneaking to the headmaster's office in the middle of the night? Lilya laughed, I cannot say, but it feels rather exhilarating. Harry chuckled, I suppose you would be happier if you broke all of Hogwarts rules. Lilya smiled and replied, perhaps, but that would be quite the challenge. Lemon sherbet. The door to the headmaster's office swung open. Inside, Sirius was conversing with Dumbledore, while Heather sat at the desk. Upon seeing Sirius, Harry rushed forward and embraced him. Sirius. Sirius responded, it is I, Harry. I heard you were chosen by the Goblet of Fire. Are you all right? Harry replied, I am fine, and you? Sirius said, I have been enjoying freedom with Buckbeak. Of course, I must thank this young lady. He then released his embrace and turned to Lilya. Lilya Black, is it? Remus has mentioned the origin of your surname. We are, in a sense, family. Lilya responded, perhaps I should call you uncle. Sirius embraced Lilya once more. Thank you for clearing my name, Miss Black. It was Lilya's first time being addressed as Miss Black, and she smiled. It was the least I could do, uncle. After a heartwarming moment, Dumbledore interjected, now, our late-night gathering is not merely for family reunions. There will be plenty of opportunities for that. It is time to discuss Harry. Sirius nodded. Indeed, Harry, the Dark Mark. Your name appearing in the goblet. It is certain this tournament will be fraught with peril. At this point, all you can do is be exceedingly cautious. Harry replied. I sense that. Dumbledore asked, Harry, Lilya mentioned she had a dream about you. Have you had similar dreams? Harry confirmed. Yes, I dreamt of Voldemort conversing with someone. He desires me, but it is just a dream, isn't it? Sirius shook his head. It is undoubtedly some form of omen. Both you and Lilya have experienced such dreams. It is no mere coincidence. Dumbledore added, indeed, it seems Voldemort may take action. Harry, I summoned you to make you aware that this tournament is destined to be dangerous. Winning or losing matters not. Survival is paramount. Harry nodded, albeit with a sense of uncertainty. I understand, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore remarked, very well. Lilya, you are a clever child. You must realize that your choices are limited to becoming a savior or perishing. You have no other options. Lilya replied softly, yes, Headmaster. Good, you may return now. Sirius and I have much more to discuss. Chapter 65, the day before the tournament. By the Black Lake, Lilya and Neville were engaged in conversation, while Harry perused magical aquatic plants of the Highlands and their properties. Neville remarked, "That is a gift from Professor Moody, from the day we had tea." Lilya said, "It seems Professor Moody is not so terrible after all. At least he knows you have an affinity for herbology." At that moment, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny arrived, and Lilya approached Harry's side. Ron pushed Hermione toward Harry and said, "Ron wants me to tell you that Seamus heard Dean say that Parvati mentioned Hagrid is looking for you." Harry, bewildered, responded, "All right, then what?" Hermione dashed back to Ron to exchange a few words before returning. Dean heard Parvati say, "For the love of Merlin, stop making me repeat myself. Hagrid is looking for you." Harry replied, "Okay, could you please tell Ron?" Hermione, irritated, interjected, "I am not an owl," and then walked off with Ginny and Ron. Lilya exchanged glances with Harry and said, "I think it's best we go find Hagrid directly." Harry agreed, "I believe so too." Lilya turned to Neville and asked, "Neville, would you like to join us?" Neville replied, "I think I'll just stay by the lake." Lilya nodded, "All right then, we'll take our leave." "Goodbye." "Goodbye," they echoed. Upon arriving at Hagrid's hut, they found him tidying up. Hagrid, are you grooming your beard?" Lilya inquired. Hagrid replied, "Yes, I have something important to attend to tonight." "Oh, Harry, I've been looking for you. You must accompany me to the Forbidden Forest." Lilya shouldn't come, she might be frightened. Harry responded, "Oh, all right. Though I hardly think Lilya would be scared, but okay." After sharing a cup of tea at Hagrid's hut, Lilya and Harry departed. The following day, Lilya and Harry were studying spells in the library. Lilya compiled a list of useful charms for Harry. "Do you think these would be effective against dragons?" Harry asked. Lilya paused, looking at him. "What? Dragons? Is your first task battling dragons?" Harry nodded. Lilya immediately tore up the paper, exclaiming, "This is utterly insane. Is it like the little dragon Hagrid had before?" Harry clarified, "No, it's not. I saw it last night. It's a fire-breathing dragon." Lilya grabbed Harry's hand. "Now I understand what Professor Dumbledore meant by danger. Hey, let us not dwell on these annoying books. We should take a breather." Harry replied, "Is it really a breather? Isn't it worse outside?" Lilya countered, "It's fine. I'm in a foul mood anyway, and I need to stretch my legs. If anyone dares to wear that foul badge or speak ill of us, I'll knock them senseless. To hell with those ridiculous rules." Harry swallowed hard. "All right. I suppose I should tell Cedric about the dragon battle tomorrow." Exiting the library, Harry and Lilya approached Cedric. The path was quiet, with no one speaking except for a few obnoxious boys near Cedric. Harry said to Cedric, "Let us talk over there." Cedric followed him aside. Lilya confronted the boy who had been insulting Harry. "Excuse me, sir, could you repeat what you just said?" The boy retorted, "Potter smells like dung," remembering Dumbledore's words. Lilya smiled and said, "Well said. May we have a word in private?" A few boys jeered at them, and Harry glanced at Lilya. "Looks like your friend is in trouble." Cedric inquired, "What is going on?" Harry replied, "Nothing." Lilya led the boy behind a tree, where he laughed. "Actually, I don't have a girlfriend, if you want." Before he could finish, Lilya swung her fist and struck him in the face, causing him to bleed and attempt to flee. Lilya blocked his path, saying, "Listen, I don't care who you are or what your name is. You're just unlucky to encounter me on a bad day. Don't ever speak ill of Harry Potter again. He is my boyfriend. And as for your nose, you ran into a tree, understood? Now get lost. Wearing that badge only brings shame to Cedric." With that, she yanked off his badge and tossed it aside. The boy seized the opportunity to run back, while Lilya ignored him and walked straight to Harry and Cedric, smiling. "Are we done here, gentlemen?" Cedric noticed the bloodied boy and asked Lilya what happened to him. Lilya laughed. "Oh, it's nothing. He just accidentally ran into a tree." Harry turned to Cedric. "That's all I needed to say. We'll be off now." Chapter 66, The Fire Dragon, the first task after bidding farewell to Cedric. Professor Moody called to Harry and urged Lilya to return quickly. The next day marked the first task, and Lilya and Hermione entered the tent to encourage Harry. Hermione was chatting with Krum. Lilya embraced Harry. "Just survive, okay, Harry?" Harry patted Lilya's back and replied, "I know, Lilya, I want to die." The lights flickered twice as bothersome reporters and cameramen exclaimed, "Look at the young love. The thrill of romance is truly beautiful." Krum remarked, "This isn't a place for your material. This tent is for champions and their friends." "Whatever, I've finished my work anyway," came the indifferently casual reply. Dumbledore and others entered the tent, prompting Lilya and Hermione to discreetly depart. As the competition began, the first three contestants successfully faced the challenge, leaving only Harry. Lilya stood beside Draco, remarking, "Why do I feel like this dragon is larger than the last two?" Draco replied, "It's probably just your imagination, Lilya. Don't worry. Harry is the boy who lived. He survived the killing curse. How could he possibly lose to a dragon?" Lilya frowned. "What if Just as she uttered those words, Harry narrowly escaped a fireball. Draco urged, "Please, stop saying such ominous things." Lilya insisted, "I know Harry will come back alive." Harry mounted his firebolt and took off, with the dragon closely pursuing him. Lilya felt more anxious. Now we can't even see him. Draco dusted off her shoulders and fell silent. After what felt like an eternity, Harry returned safely, clutching the golden egg. Lilya's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled, and she laughed. Draco said, "I told you he would come back alive." Lilya replied, all right, I get it." Harry and Lilya returned to the Gryffindor common room, where everyone cheered and praised Harry. Feeling somewhat disgusted, Lilya shook her head and attempted to leave, thinking how hypocritical everyone was when Harry pulled her in for a kiss. The two were enveloped in a crowd, passionately kissing, and the cheers escalated. It wasn't until the golden egg was opened, unleashing a shrill scream, that the moment ceased. Ron exclaimed, "What the bloody hell is that noise?" Fred added, "All right, everyone. Carry on with your business. This is already awkward enough." Lilya sat next to Hermione, her face as red as an apple. Hermione chuckled. "Haven't you kissed Harry many times? Why are you still blushing?" Lilya replied, "But this is the first time in front of so many people. He didn't even consult me about it. It's just so infuriating." Hermione remarked, "You don't seem to hate him at all. You're clearly delighted." Lilya laughed, pinching Hermione's cheek. "You just love to expose me." Hermione giggled. "Stop it, Lilya. Wait, look at Ron and Harry. Are they friends again?" Lilya laughed. "I knew it." Hermione furrowed her brow. "Strange boys." Lilya continued, "Strange boys are heading this way." Ron asked, "Are you talking about us?" Hermione replied, "Clearly. Just a few days ago, you were asking me to act like an owl and relay messages." Ron declared, "I've come to a realization. Harry would never venture forth on his own." Hermione, amused yet exasperated, chuckled, while Lilya gently patted her back, urging her not to be upset. Harry embraced Lilya, who teasingly remarked, "Are you hoping for another kiss in front of everyone?" Harry laughed and replied, "To be honest, I do wish for that. I succeeded, Lilya. I returned alive and victorious." Lilya wrapped her arms around his waist, grinning. "Indeed, you've made those individuals regret their actions. Congratulations, Mr. Harry Potter. You have once again proven your worth." Chapter 67, The Eve of the Ball. In the Great Hall, Hermione exclaimed, "Look at this, Lilya. This woman is spouting nonsense again. Claiming that Crumb is my quarry and suggesting that you all are so young, yet so desperately thirsting for love." Harry glanced over and remarked, "Actually, we're a year too early for that, but it doesn't matter. In her eyes, I'm merely a 12-year-old boy." Lilya observed the Wizarding Weekly and laughed. "Wow. The photo of Harry and me looks rather splendid. May I cut this out?" Hermione frowned and replied, "If you like. Please cut out the part with Crumb and me as well, and then discard it." Lilya chuckled. "You look adorable when you're upset, Hermione." Nigel handed a package to Ron, who, noticing the puzzled expressions around him, explained, "I promised to get him Harry's autograph." Lilya laughed. "It seems Harry has a little fan now." Harry interjected, "Don't tease me, Lilya." Ron opened the box to reveal a vintage-style dress robe. "Why did my mother send me a robe?" This query was answered by Professor McGonagall, who explained that the Christmas ball is a tradition since the inception of the Triwizard Tournament, held on Christmas Eve, where every girl harbors a swan within her heart. Ron scoffed. Eloise Midgen is just an acne-riddled girl, not a swan. Each boy, however, carries a lion eager to pounce. Professor McGonagall took note of Ron and asked, "Mr. Weasley, would you care to join me?" As Ron danced with Professor McGonagall, Fred and George mocked him from the sidelines. Once outside the classroom, Hermione headed to the library while the three of them walked together. Harry inquired of Lilya, "What color dress will you wear?" Lilya replied, "Red. Why do you ask?" "To choose my dress color," Harry said. Lilya added, "I think a black dress would complement my gown perfectly." Harry smiled, as luck would have it. "I have a black robe." Ron exclaimed, "Merlin's beard. Are you really going to flaunt this in front of me? I still don't have a partner." Harry jested. "Perhaps you could ask Isis to be your partner, even though she's a cat." Ron retorted, "That's not funny, Harry. Isis is still just a few months old and can't dance." Harry and Lilya laughed. Upon returning, Lilya and Hermione discussed their attire, jewelry, and hairstyles in their dormitory. Hermione said, "Lilya, I have something to tell you. Crumb has invited me." Lilya gasped, "Crumb? I knew he was interested in you. With so many girls around him. He chose you, goodness." Hermione chuckled. "The problem is, I don't know if I should accept. What if Ron invites me?" Lilya suggested, "Let's ask Ron tomorrow. If he has any intentions, he will invite you." Hermione agreed, "Good idea. If he doesn't invite me, then I will accept Crumb's offer." Lilya laughed. "If you go to the ball with Crumb, he'll be regretting it." The next morning at breakfast, Lilya casually brought up the ball. "Harry, did you try on that robe last night? Will it still fit? If not, we should buy another." Harry replied, "I think it should fit, but no worries. I've already arranged for someone to purchase it, and it should arrive tomorrow." Lilya smiled. Our thoughts always seem to align. Oh, should we practice dancing? Harry responded, no need. I can dance with Neville. He takes this ball quite seriously. Ron chimed in. Yeah, he can dance on his own without a partner. Lilya turned to Ron and asked, speaking of which, have you found a partner? Ron replied, no, those girls always stick together. I haven't even had a chance to invite any of them. Hermione, slightly annoyed, asked, and who do you want to invite? Ron admitted, I don't know. Lilya chimed in. Hermione still doesn't have a partner. Why don't you two give it a try? Ron said, right? Hermione, you are a girl. Hermione, frustrated, stormed off. You only just realized that? Fantastic. Let me tell you, someone has already invited me. And I will accept his offer shortly. You can dance alone. Lilya shook her head and laughed. Strange boys. Ron asked, do you think she is lying, Lilya? Didn't you just say she had no partner? Lilya smiled. I said temporarily. It seems a certain peculiar boy has lost his chance at a partner. Chapter 68, The Christmas Ball. On Christmas Eve, Lilya and Hermione were preparing in the girls' dormitory. Lilya gracefully emerged from the bathroom, her red gown accentuating her fair complexion. Her long, silky black curls cascaded over her shoulders, adorned with a silver butterfly hairpin gifted by Harry, paired with silver high heels that made her figure even more striking. Hermione gazed at Lilya, entranced. Lilya, you are stunning. Lilya replied, thank you. Hermione, you look beautiful today as well. Hermione approached Lilya and said, is it just my imagination? Or do you seem even more elegant in that dress? Lilya winked and smiled. It's the magic of the dress. She then curtsied and extended her hand. May I have the honor of inviting Miss Granger for a dance? Hermione laughed as she took Lilya's hand. It is my honor, Miss Black. The two exited, chatting and laughing. Lilya noticed Hermione looking down and reminded her, Miss Granger, lift your head up. Be confident. It will enhance your charm, though you've already captivated me. Hermione worried. What if Ron's partner turns out to be more beautiful than I am? Lilya smirked. Miss Granger, the beauty of other girls is of no concern to us. As long as we believe we are beautiful, that is sufficient. Furthermore, in my humble opinion, you are the most beautiful. Hermione straightened her back, and together they descended the stairs. Harry, Ron, and Draco were conversing below when they were suddenly captivated by a flash of red, glancing toward the staircase. Lilya and Hermione descended gracefully, instantly drawing the gaze of everyone present. Krum approached to greet his princess, while Hermione smiled at him, linking her arm with his as they passed in front of Ron, who was left staring in disbelief. Lilya lifted her gown as she approached Harry and Draco. Performing a courteous bow, Harry stared in disbelief. He had envisioned Lilya at the ball countless times in his dreams, expecting her to be the same as she had been 2 years prior. Yet he was astonished by how much she had changed in just 2 years. Draco was equally taken aback. 2 years ago, she had worn a white gown at Malfoy Manor, embodying the purity of a white rose. Today, in her red dress, she resembled a red rose, exuding nobility and grace. It had been 2 years since he had seen Lilya in a dress. Lilya, observing their astonished expressions, smiled and said, So, gentlemen, are neither of you inclined to invite me to dance? Perhaps I shall seek out a gentleman who still lacks a partner. Harry immediately bent down and greeted her, extending his hand, which Lilya smilingly accepted. Draco turned to Lilya and asked, Is that truly you, Lilya? Such an elegant and refined lady could not possibly be you? Lilya maintained her smile and replied, Who else could it be, Mr. Malfoy? Draco chuckled. My sister looks absolutely radiant tonight. You do as well, brother, she responded. Professor McGonagall approached them, commenting, Miss Lilya, your dress is simply exquisite. I have never seen such a cut before. Lilya smiled and said, Thank you, Professor McGonagall. I designed it myself. McGonagall nodded, saying, It is truly marvelous, Lilya. You and Mr. Potter may take to the dance floor now, Mr. Potter. McGonagall looked at Harry, repeating Mr. Potter. Harry remained transfixed on Lilya, and Ron waved his arm in front of Harry's face, reminding him that Professor McGonagall was present. Yes, Professor McGonagall, Harry finally replied. Take Miss Lilya to dance, Mr. Potter. She instructed. Suddenly enlightened, Harry nodded and took Lilya's hand, leading her to the dance floor. Wherever Lilya walked, eyes followed her, and along the way, people marveled. That girl is stunning. She is Lilya, Harry Potter's girlfriend, the one who stood up to Hall. Ignoring their remarks, Lilya held her head high, smiled, and gracefully lifted her skirt as she moved forward. Harry quietly inquired, Aren't you nervous, Lilya? She gazed at him gently and replied with a smile, At this ball, I care not for them. I only care for you. With that, she tightened her grip on Harry's hand, causing him to smile in return. In the center of the dance floor, Harry wrapped his arms around Lilya's waist, while she placed her hands on his shoulders. They laughed, with only each other in their eyes that night. As the music began, Harry and Lilya danced joyfully, Harry lifting and lowering her waist. Lilya laughed. It seems you have indeed practiced well. Harry replied, How could I let my girlfriend down? Draco watched them quietly from the crowd. Headmaster Dumbledore entered the dance floor with Professor McGonagall, and gradually everyone joined in. After one song, a rock band took the stage, and Harry and Lilya frolicked amidst the crowd. Hermione accidentally bumped into Lilya, and they both laughed joyfully. Ron and his partner sat glumly at their seats. After a delightful time, Lilya, exhausted, leaned against Harry's shoulder. Noticing the snow falling outside the window, she cheerfully took Harry to the astronomy tower, where the snowflakes fell like goose feathers. Harry draped his coat over Lilya's shoulders, cautioning, "Be careful not to catch a cold." Lilya smiled and said, "If I can continue feeling this happy, I wouldn't mind catching a fever, let alone a cold." Harry looked at Lilya, the girl who loved him wholeheartedly, the one he could not bear to lose, and kissed her impulsively. In the cold weather, their lips were the only warmth they needed, and they had each other. Solely each other. Chapter 69, The False Moody. On her way back to the girls' dormitory, Lilya spotted the sneaky Professor Moody, holding several empty vials. She concealed herself in a corner and transformed into a butterfly, following him. Sure enough, he had stolen Professor Snape's herbs. Then he was seen concocting a new potion in his office. The steps mirrored those of creating the Polyjuice potion, further convincing Lilya that he was indeed a false Moody. She hurriedly flew to the entrance of the headmaster's office and transformed back, whispering the password, "Lemon Drop." The door opened, and she felt relieved that the password had not changed as she entered. Dumbledore looked at her and asked, "What brings you here, Lilya?" She replied, "The current Professor Moody is an imposter, headmaster. He has been drinking Polyjuice potion. I just saw him. We cannot let him get close to Harry." Dumbledore stepped closer. "Is what you say true, Lilya?" "I swear it, headmaster," she affirmed. Dumbledore moved to a spot, unabashedly allowing Lilya to see the pensieve, then used his wand to place his thoughts within it. "Do not be afraid, Lilya. This is merely a device to revisit memories. When I am perplexed by certain matters, I use this to piece together fragmented clues, and I now understand who that person is." "Who is it?" Lilya inquired. Dumbledore replied, "You must see for yourself, Lilya." Lilya gazed into the pensieve, witnessing a courtroom where Dumbledore and Moody were seated. "Little Barty Crouch? He is the false Moody?" she exclaimed. "Indeed," Dumbledore confirmed. Lilya, agitated, urged, "Then send him back to Azkaban at once." Dumbledore responded, "I fear it is not yet time. Lilya, when the moment is right, I shall." "So, he must remain near Harry? Is there anything more perilous than a Death Eater being so close to the Savior?" Lilya protested. "At this juncture, I feel it necessary to share something with you. Only by allowing Harry to take risks can we discern Voldemort's intentions. You cannot fathom how many are quietly aiding Harry. He is our hope." Confused, Lilya furrowed her brow. "So, we are to let him walk to his death?" Dumbledore replied, "At times, it must be so, Lilya." Lilya whispered, "Can I trust you?" Dumbledore smiled. "You already trust me, Lilya." She looked at him, remaining silent for a long while until Dumbledore remarked, "It is time for curfew, Lilya. You must return." Without a word, Lilya exited the headmaster's office but did not head directly back to the dormitory. Instead, she transformed into a butterfly and flew to Snape's office door, knocking softly. Professor Snape opened the door, seeing a purple butterfly, and gestured for her to enter. He glanced around before shutting the door. Snape said, "You truly are not afraid of Filch catching you, Lilya. You are becoming increasingly reckless. What brings you here at such a late hour?" Lilya transformed back into her human form and said, "Professor, my suspicions were correct. The current Moody is a false Moody. I saw him preparing Polyjuice potion." Snape hesitated for a moment, asking, "Are you certain?" "Yes, Professor," Lilya affirmed. Snape slowly inquired, "Then who is he?" "Barty Crouch Jr." She replied. Snape questioned, "How do you know this?" "The great Dumbledore," Lilya smiled. Snape nodded. "No one else knows, right?" "No," she assured him. "Then do not speak of this to anyone else. It is not so simple, Lilya. You should not involve yourself. Pretending to know nothing is the best course of action for you." Lilya's voice trembled as she replied, "But I am already involved. How can I pretend to know nothing? Professor? Am I to watch Harry walk to his death without intervening?" "Absolutely not," Snape said. "Pretending to know nothing is the best way to protect him. Please, calm down and think this through. Miss Lilya, you have never been so impetuous." "Am I absolutely not to tell him, Professor?" she asked. Snape firmly replied, "Absolutely not." Lilya looked at him for a moment, then lowered her head, smiling as she said, "I understand, Professor. It is to stand by and do nothing, right? I will do it. Goodbye, Professor, and Merry Christmas." With that, she turned and left, transforming into a butterfly to return to her dormitory. Chapter 70. The False Moody is Captured. In the days that followed, Lilya spent little time with Harry, either attending classes or returning to the dormitory to practice wandless spellcasting. Hermione would occasionally inquire about what was troubling her, but Lilya would merely respond with a dismissive smile, insisting that nothing was amiss. When she spoke to Harry, Her words were always laced with caution, urging him to be vigilant and to question the words of others. Time swiftly passed, leading them to the second task, where Lilya found herself ensnared and rendered unconscious beneath the Black Lake. When she awoke, sputtering water, the competition had already concluded. Harry, visibly relieved, exclaimed, "You're finally awake." Lilya, Hermione, and Ron were also present, and Lilya embraced Harry without uttering a word, simply cherishing the moment of his survival. Barty Crouch soon approached to commend Harry. "Congratulations, Potter. Your performance was indeed remarkable. Yet, the loss of family is a tragic wound, leaving one feeling perpetually incomplete. Would you not agree?" The false Moody interjected. "Barty, surely you do not wish to make Potter an intern at the Ministry of Magic?" The last boy who entered the Department of Mysteries vanished without a trace. Lilya felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she regarded the impostor. In the afternoon, Hagrid led Lilya and Harry into the Forbidden Forest. Suddenly, Harry remarked, "My scar is burning." Sensing impending danger, Lilya hurried ahead, discovering the false Moody preparing to cast a spell on Barty Crouch. In the ensuing chaos, the impostor collapsed. Crouch, trembling with fear, muttered, "My son, he intends to kill me." Lilya stepped forward. "Mr. Crouch, are you all right? Hagrid, please assist in reviving the false Moody." Harry rushed to help Lilya lift Crouch. Lilya remarked, "He won't regain consciousness for a while. We must escort them to the headmaster's office." Upon arrival, Dumbledore inquired, "Mr. Crouch, what has transpired?" Lilya responded, "Professor Dumbledore, he was just attacked by the false Moody. He nearly perished." Crouch slowly began to speak. "He has escaped." Dumbledore reassured him, "I am aware, Barty. Do not worry. He shall be returned to Azkaban once more." With a flick of his wand, the true face of the impostor was revealed. Dumbledore instructed Lilya and Harry, "You must return now. Do not disclose today's events to anyone." As they departed, Harry expressed his skepticism. "He has been deceiving me all along." Lilya confirmed, "Indeed, he is a Death Eater, scheming to deliver you to Voldemort." Harry lamented, "I trusted him so deeply." Lilya gently tousled Harry's hair. "Human nature is inscrutable. You have endured enough fright for one day. It is wise to rest." At the door, Harry and Lilya shared a tight embrace. Lilya softly patted Harry's back, reassuring him, "It is all right. It is all over now." After a brief moment of warmth, Lilya returned to her dormitory. Lying in bed, Ice Cream, her cat, nestled beside her, mewing softly. Lilya stroked Ice Cream, whispering, "You've grown plump again, haven't you?" Ice Cream mewed again, seemingly indignant. Lilya chuckled, "I meant to say you're becoming increasingly adorable." Crookshanks leaped onto the bed, and Ice Cream shifted to Lilya's other side. Lilya laughed. "Have you two quarreled?" Ice Cream turned away, refusing to acknowledge Crookshanks. Lilya gently positioned Crookshanks next to Ice Cream, murmuring, "Do not always bicker. It is detrimental to your bond." Ice Cream moved further away. Lilya feigned seriousness. "If this continues, I might just use you for practice." Ice Cream obediently returned to Lilya's side. She giggled softly, "Now that's better, good kitty." Chapter 71, The Final Task. The last event took place in the maze, where Harry's friends cheered him on. In the stands, Ron and Hermione were still embroiled in an argument. "Hermione, you're still here. I thought you'd be at Durmstrang's spot since you fancy Crumb." Hermione shot him a glare, remaining silent. Ron muttered to himself, no rebuttal at all. Lilya caressed her bracelet, seeking a semblance of security. She reassured herself that the false Moody was back in Azkaban. All would be well. Sirius was there too. Harry would be fine. She whispered, "He will be safe." Crouch approached Lilya, saying, "You are a clever girl, Lilya. I have yet to thank you for saving me." Lilya replied, "It was the least I could do, Mr. Crouch." As darkness enveloped the sky, Harry and Cedric finally emerged. Cedric lay motionless on the ground, while Harry knelt beside him, trembling with sobs. Dumbledore sensed something was amiss and rushed forward, prompting Lilya to follow suit. Harry cried out, "He is back. Voldemort has returned and killed Cedric." Lilya squatted beside Cedric, trembling hands checking for breath. "No, Cedric isn't dead. He is merely unconscious. Someone used the stunning spell." Cedric's father rushed over, checking for a pulse. "Indeed, he lives. My son is alive." He lifted Cedric from the ground, tears streaming down his face. The Minister of Magic declared, "That man will not return. It is impossible. You are lying. This is merely your word against ours." Lilya turned to Minister Fudge, stating, "I believe Harry. Once Cedric awakens, the truth will be revealed." Dumbledore nodded in agreement. "Yes, when Cedric regains consciousness, we shall know everything." Sirius asked Harry, "How did you see him?" Harry replied, "The cup was a portkey." Dumbledore looked at Moody. "I recall this matter was under your purview, Professor Moody." Moody, visibly flustered, stammered, "Yes, that is correct, but I took the one originally prepared by the school. I did not tamper with it." Dumbledore sighed. It seems young Barty Crouch had long prepared for this day. "Diggory, please take Cedric to the hospital wing. I have questions for him. And as for the rest of you, depart immediately. Lilya observed the blood on Harry's arm and urged, Harry, come with me. They made their way to the edge of the Black Lake, where Lilya tended to Harry's hair. What transpired, Harry? Lucius was there, wasn't he? Did he inflict this injury upon you? Harry replied, yes, Lucius held the yet-to-be-formed Voldemort and cast a curse on Cedric. I didn't hear him speak, but Cedric collapsed. And I thought he was dead. Then, he removed a piece of his own flesh. Lilya muttered, Lucius Malfoy, why must it be him? Harry embraced Lilya, but he did not heed Voldemort's command to kill Cedric. Tears welled in Lilya's eyes, and she remained silent, allowing Harry to hold her. What could she say? It was his adoptive father who harmed Harry. It was his adoptive father who resurrected Voldemort. Should she claim he was still a good man? With the dust settled and Cedric validating Harry's account, Fudge was ousted, and the news of Voldemort's return sent ripples of fear through the populace. Draco approached Lilya, awkwardly confessing, I know everything, Lilya. Father, he brought Voldemort back to life. Draco's eyes were red-rimmed. I'm so scared. I fear I might become a villain too. Lilya grasped his arm, comforting him. You will not, Draco. I know you. With a quivering voice, Draco embraced Lilya, but it seems I must become a villain. Lilya patted his back. Even as a Death Eater, you are the kindest among them. Do not fear. Your father has done what pleased Voldemort. The Malfoy household will remain peaceful for now. Students and faculty from the other houses began to depart. Krum exchanged words with Hermione, while Hall, upon meeting Lilya's gaze, hurried away in fright. The 4th grade comes to an end. Chapter 72, Painting. This year's holiday was bereft of Ron, George, Fred, and Hermione. It was merely Harry and Lilya. They had contemplated staying with Sirius, but he had declined their invitation. The first thing Lilya did upon returning home was to visit the garden and tend to the roses. Harry attempted to pluck one, but inadvertently pricked himself on a thorn, causing blood to flow. A drop of blood fell onto a rose petal. Lilya attended to his wound and remarked, It seems even the rose thorns wish to harm you. How can someone your age be so careless? Harry retorted that it was merely an accident. With a smile, Lilya replied, Are there not enough accidents befalling you, Mr. Potter? Harry playfully tapped Lilya's nose, stating, This is quite routine for me. Lilya, I have grown accustomed to it. Lilya chuckled as she approached the nearby easel. What a tragic habit. Harry inquired, Are you going to paint again, Lilya? What will you create this time? Lilya picked up a brush and teasingly responded, Guess. Perhaps a butterfly? Or maybe a rose, since you adore those. Lilya shook her head and laughed. No, it's you, Harry. But, I must warn you. I may not paint it very well. Harry replied, Then I shall watch you paint, and if I am not satisfied with your work, there will be consequences. Lilya jested. I think I know what the punishment entails. Perhaps I should intentionally make it less recognizable. Harry tickled Lilya, causing the brush to accidentally swipe across his face. Lilya seized the opportunity to add to her work with a laugh. You have whiskers now, Harry. The two erupted into laughter, and in the midst of their merriment, Harry snatched the brush and drew a few feline whiskers on Lilya's face, exclaiming, Now you have whiskers too, Lilya. They both approached a mirror to admire their whimsical appearances and laughed together. Lilya grinned at her reflection, saying, This is utterly ridiculous. Harry picked up the ice cream sitting nearby and declared, Look, ice cream, you have a new companion. Lilya playfully imitated a cat's meow, and ice cream responded with a meow of its own, which only intensified their laughter. Lilya suddenly had a flash of inspiration, saying, I think I should paint this. She then sat at the easel, dedicating herself to her artwork until evening fell. Lilya painted a variety of cats. One was a black cat with turquoise eyes representing herself. Another was also black, but with green eyes, adorned with glasses and a lightning-shaped mark on its forehead, symbolizing Harry. There was a brown cat next to a book representing Hermione, a red cat for Ron, and two identical cats for Fred and George. A golden cat represented Neville, while a light golden one symbolized Draco. In addition, there were Crookshanks and Ice Cream, alongside their 3 children. Harry, standing behind Lilya, inquired, What shall we name this artwork? Lilya replied, The Family of Cats and Friends. Harry chuckled. It seems this must be hung in the living room. Lilya affirmed, and with a flick of her wand, she moved the painting to the living room. Harry, astonished, asked, How did you manage that without a wand? Lilya smiled. It's wandless magic. I've been practicing to prepare for encounters with individuals like Hall. Harry embraced Lilya, saying, I will always be here to protect you. Lilya's face radiated with happiness as she thought, I will also always be here to protect you, dear Harry. Chapter 73, Draco's Visit. The day before her birthday, while Lilya was weeding in the garden, an owl swooped down and dropped a letter. Lilya caught the letter, which read, I will be staying at your house for a few days, arriving tonight. I hear tomorrow is your birthday. Happy birthday. Also, please take care of my owl. Your brother, Draco. Lilya, confused, glanced at the gray owl perched on the garden fence. "Harry, come here," Lilya called out loudly. Harry rushed over, a spatula in hand. "Yes, I'm here." Lilya showed him the letter and said, "Draco is coming tonight." Harry, surprised, asked, "And he will be staying for a while? What is wrong with him?" Lilya shook her head, frowning. "I don't know. But what do we do with this owl?" Harry looked at the owl. "Leave it to me." "Could you please return the spatula to the kitchen and turn off the fire?" Lilya nodded and dashed to the kitchen, extinguishing the fire and placing the spatula in the pot before returning. Harry released Hedwig, and the two owls flew above the garden. Lilya expressed her apprehension. "I don't know why, but I feel like they might fight." Harry reassured her. "They won tea. They shouldn't tea," Lilya declared. "I think I have something else I want to paint. I should get back to my cooking." The two returned to their respective tasks. During lunch, Harry asked Lilya, "Did Draco mention how long he would be staying?" Lilya replied, "No, he only said a few days." Harry swallowed his food and remarked, "You know, I'm starting to worry about your birthday tomorrow." Lilya agreed. "I hope he won't be too picky about things here." Harry glanced at the painting. "Were you just painting those two owls together?" "Yes." Harry chuckled. "Why do I see feathers flying?" Lilya replied seriously, "When they play, they get angry and fight." Just as she spoke, the two owls indeed began to fight. Lilya hurried over, using her wand to bring Hedwig down, cradling her back to her room. "It's all right. Hedwig, you're safe now," she comforted. Hedwig hooted and hopped into her cage. Lilya smiled. "Good girl." Observing the feathers scattered in the garden, Lilya had to use a spell to clean them up. She then exchanged amused glances with Harry. It seems that sometimes, what starts as a joke can turn into reality. At some point, a heavy rain began to fall outside, and Lilya leaned against Harry's shoulder, dozing off. Suddenly, a clap of thunder jolted them awake. Lilya, startled, nestled closer to Harry, who draped a blanket over her, saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Just then, there was a rapid knock at the door. Lilya trembled. "Is it Draco? What if it's some monster from the mountains?" Harry stroked Lilya's hair. "I'll go check." Upon opening the door, Draco entered, holding an umbrella and a suitcase. Lilya's anxious heart finally settled as she put down the blanket to prepare hot cocoa for Draco. Draco remarked in the living room, "You two opened the door just in time. If I had waited any longer, I would have been soaked." Lilya emerged from the kitchen with hot cocoa, saying, "But you're not wet yet, are you? Here, have some hot cocoa. It will warm you up." Draco accepted the cup, saying, "Easy for you to say. Do you know how hard I had to work to escape from Malfoy Manor? I had to tell Dad I was going to Professor Snape's house for a few days to study potions before he let me out." Lilya laughed. "Aren't you afraid Professor Snape will expose you? You dare to lie?" Harry, seated on the nearby sofa, asked, "So why are you here? To celebrate Lilya's birthday?" Draco frowned. "Of course not. I really didn't want to stay at home. The oppressive atmosphere is unbearable." Lilya inquired, "Is Voldemort there?" Draco furrowed his brow and replied that they were still a household of three, but he could sense that an argument had ensued. Lilya looked at Draco, perhaps discontented with their mother's behavior towards their father. Just then, a thunderclap echoed, prompting Lilya to suggest, "I think we should all wash up and retire for the night. Good night." With that, she dashed back to her room. Chapter 74. An unforgettable birthday. The living room now housed only Draco and Harry, who had no intention of going to bed just yet. Draco glanced at Harry, inquiring, "Lilya hasn't caused you any trouble, has she?" Harry replied, "No, Lilya and I have been getting along splendidly." Draco chuckled. "That's splendid to hear. What do you plan to do for Lilya's birthday?" Harry asked. "Do you have any good ideas? Please, share them." Draco did not answer his question directly. Instead, he wandered around the living room and remarked, "Did Lilya paint all of these? It seems she still adores painting. Wait a moment. Is that light golden cat meant to be me?" Harry stepped forward, asking, "What are you trying to say, Draco?" Draco turned to Harry and said, "Since Lilya loves painting so much, why don't we recreate the scenes from her artwork, starting with this one featuring a plethora of cats?" Harry looked puzzled. "Cats? How do we recreate that?" Draco frowned. "Remember, we possess magic, don't we? I truly cannot fathom what goes through your mind." Harry laughed. "Then I shall follow your lead." Draco smiled in return. The following day, Lilya awoke groggily, shuffled to the bathroom to wash up, and lazily brushed her teeth. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, her face adorned with black paint and cat whiskers. In a huff, she finished her morning routine and stepped outside, wand in hand. The moment she stepped out, she discovered the floor splattered with paint, forming a trail with the words "Follow me" written beside it. Lilya rolled her eyes, deeming it childish, and decided to follow the trail. Arriving at the first destination, she found an ice cream nestled among a pile of flower petals, motionless, meowing as she approached. Lilya released the ice cream from its spell and cradled it as she continued her journey. The second stop revealed a book titled Cats and Roses. As Lilya flipped through its pages, she realized these were anecdotes penned by Draco and Harry, recounting their shared experiences, and she couldn't help but chuckle. By the third location, she was already 5 meters from home, where she was met with a sight of gigantic cats arranged just as in her painting. Lilya was taken aback, setting down the ice cream and exclaiming, "Merlin's beard, this is astonishing." Just as she leaned in for a closer look, Draco and Harry emerged from behind the cats, both exclaiming surprise. This startled Lilya quite a bit. Draco asked, "Well, sister, do you like this surprise?" Lilya replied, "I do. But I would have liked it even more if you hadn't tea-painted my face. The black paint hasn't tea-washed off yet." "Who did that?" Harry, a bit nervously, admitted, "That was me, but the idea was Draco's." Draco shrugged it off. "I was merely joking. Who knew you would take it seriously?" Lilya, half amused and half annoyed, said, "If you two don't present me with satisfactory gifts, you are both in trouble. Where's my cake?" Draco and Harry pointed to the tops of the cats. Lilya frowned. "How do we get up there?" Harry took Lilya's hand and led her to the back of the cats, saying, "There's a staircase. I'll help you climb." The three of them ascended the stairs, where they found an array of gifts, toys, flowers, and a cake on the table. Lilya swallowed hard, exclaiming, "You built this house in the rain last night." Draco replied, "Indeed, Harry and I stayed up all night." He yawned after speaking. Lilya turned to Harry, who nodded in agreement. Approaching the cake, Lilya marveled. Even the cake is in the shape of a cat. Harry, looking a bit hurt, asked, "Don't you like it?" Lilya quickly shook her head. "No, I just feel like I'm turning into a cat." After making a wish in her heart, she blew out the candles. The three of them gathered around the table to enjoy the cake. Draco contentedly remarked, Harry, this cake is truly delightful. Even better than what the house elves at Malfoy Manor make." Lilya, eyeing Draco skeptically, cut a slice of cake and placed it on his plate. "Since when did you become so eloquent, Draco?" "Harry, you haven't slipped him anything, have you?" Harry laughed and shook his head. "I would love to, but alas, I have no potions." Draco retorted, "Potter, are you trying to do me in?" He glared at Harry. Harry handed Draco a cat toy, insisting, "Absolutely not, Draco. I would much rather slip something to Lilya." Lilya began to question her life choices, tossing a nearby toy at Harry with a puzzled expression. "What? Am I extraneous?" Harry and Draco chuckled. "Lilya, you still have cream on your lips." Lilya hurriedly wiped her mouth with a tissue, only to find herself amused by the situation. "Just you wait." Harry and Draco dashed down the stairs, and the three of them began to frolic around the cats. Chapter 75, The Performance After Their Playful Antics. Lilya opened her pile of gifts. Hermione had sent an exquisite hourglass, Ron a box of chocolates, and George and Fred had gifted 2 donuts along with a letter. Lilya savored one, nearly hiccuping, and decided to give the other to Draco. Neville presented her with a rose-shaped stone sculpture. Harry gifted a butterfly necklace, while Draco bestowed upon her a snow globe containing butterflies that would fall like snow. The trio took photographs in front of the giant cats, each capturing a moment. Upon returning, Lilya commanded the two of them to clean the paint-splattered areas before nightfall, leading to the following scene. Lilya sat on the sofa, chuckling heartily at the book they had written, while the unfortunate Harry and Draco scrubbed the floor. They ultimately crossed paths in front of the study. Draco quietly expressed his discontent to Harry. "Is Lilya always like this at home?" Harry chuckled. "Sometimes." Draco, a bit irate, stated, "I've never done household chores before." Noticing Lilya behind Draco, Harry coughed discreetly. Draco asked, "What's wrong, Potter? Are you unwell? I knew my sister didn't treat you well." Hearing this, Harry coughed even louder, softly reminding Draco, "Cough, cough." "Lilya." Draco pulled Harry up, declaring, "What? Never mind. I'm taking you to the hospital. If you come down with something serious, I will certainly punish my sister." As Draco turned to lead Harry away, he nearly collided with a smiling Lilya. Lilya smiled. "What do you intend to do to punish me, brother?" Draco, startled, took a few steps back, laughing. "Haha, nothing. Just a joke." Lilya stepped closer. "I don't believe you were joking just now. I almost thought you were planning to elope with my boyfriend. When did you two become so close?" Harry steadied Draco, who was nearly falling over, and said to Lilya, "He is just worried about me being ill." Draco regained his balance. Yes, indeed. Who knew you were behind me?" "You made no sound at all." Lilya feigned anger. "My apologies. I shouldn't have lingered here. Perhaps I should go stay at Ron's for a few days. This place belongs to you gentlemen now." With that, she turned to leave, prompting Harry and Draco to quickly grasp her arms. Draco looked at Lilya apologetically. "I'm sorry. Lilya, it's all my fault." Harry also gazed at her with a pitiful expression. "Please don't go." Lilya's arms were each grasped by one of them, and the actions were far from normal, let alone graceful or aesthetically pleasing. With a sigh, Lilya slowly expressed that while apologies and attempts to retain her presence were acceptable, could they first release her hands? The two promptly let go, and Lilya turned to them with a smile, declaring that her earlier words were merely spoken in anger. She had no intention of visiting Ron's house and was sorry for having played them, gentlemen. With that, She made a face at them and dashed back to her room. Draco, exasperated, scoffed, remarking that Lilya had truly had enough. Harry observed her remarkable acting skills and, turning to Draco, chuckled that he was always deceived by her. Draco shook his head, resting a hand on Harry's shoulder, sighing, "Potter, congratulations on finding a girlfriend skilled in theatrics and whose thoughts remain a mystery." Harry laughed, returning the compliment, "And congratulations to you for having a sister who excels in performance and is equally inscrutable." The two exchanged a knowing high five and descended from the living room. Chapter 76, a day of exasperation for Lilya. With Draco around, amusing incidents unfolded, though to Lilya, they were rather irritating. For instance, in the morning, Harry awakened Lilya, who then roused Draco. When Harry called for Lilya, he did so gently, whispering beside her, "Good morning. Lilya, it's getting late. You must rise." To which Lilya replied, "5 more minutes." Harry grasped her hand, insisting, "If you take 5 more minutes, breakfast will be cold. And that would be quite unappetizing." Lilya relented, "All right, I shall get up now." When Lilya called for Draco, however, she was unconcerned with the volume. Approaching his bedside and declaring, "Draco, it's time to get up. If you don't, breakfast will be gone." Draco, buried beneath his covers, mumbled, "5 more minutes." Lilya shook him vigorously until he finally awakened. Another instance occurred during breakfast. Harry served the meal at the table, and Draco inquired of Lilya, "Do you never assist Harry with chores?" Lilya, sipping her soup, remained silent. Draco turned to Harry, asking, "How do you endure Lilya, Potter?" Harry was at a loss for words, glancing toward Lilya. She shot Draco a glare, retorting, "My boyfriend wouldn't dream of making me do chores, unlike you, a lonely dog." Draco tugged at Lilya's braid, teasing, "Is this how you speak to your brother?" Lilya, somewhat irritated, responded, "You are the lonely dog for not cherishing Pansy. And stop tugging at my braid. It took me quite some time to style it." Draco pulled again, challenging, "What now? Are you going to hit me?" Lilya muttered under her breath, "If you keep provoking me, I swear I'll yank all your hair out." With that, they began to tussle over each other's hair, with Harry caught in the middle, attempting to intervene. By the time Harry managed to separate them, their meticulously styled hair had transformed into a chaotic mess. They returned to their respective rooms, leaving Harry in a state of bewilderment. For example, in the afternoon, while brewing potions, Draco and Lilya had differing opinions on the newly concocted overdosed sleeping potion. "I think you added too much wormwood," Draco remarked. Lilya countered, "No, I followed Professor Snape's instructions precisely." Draco looked at her, puzzled. "Really?" To which Lilya confidently stated, "Absolutely. If you doubt me, why not give it a try?" She then produced a small white mouse from beneath the table. However, Draco simply downed the potion, collapsing onto the floor in slumber. Lilya shook her head in disbelief. "I meant for the mouse, but never mind." Harry carried Draco back to his room. Later, during an evening outing, Lilya and Harry were swinging in the garden, poised to kiss, when Draco appeared, yawning, having just awakened from a deep slumber. "That nap was splendid. It seems I've slept right through the evening." Harry immediately turned, clearing his throat, while Lilya, exasperated, opened her eyes to Draco, saying, "Do you wish to sleep a bit longer?" Draco, confused, answered, "Not really." Lilya frowned, replying, "Then hurry and leave." Not long after Draco departed, just as Lilya and Harry were about to kiss again, he reappeared. Draco innocently asked, "I'm hungry. Can we have dinner now?" Harry hurried to the kitchen, exclaiming, "I'll go prepare the meal." Lilya glared at Draco. "You did that on purpose." Draco shrugged, bewildered. "What do you mean on purpose?" "I'm just hungry." Lilya stood up, retorting, "Then eat well. Indulge yourself." After dinner, Lilya, Draco, and Harry lounged on the sofa, each absorbed in different publications: Transfiguration Today, The Daily Prophet, and The Wizarding Weekly. Transfiguration Today was one of Lilya's favorite magazines, perhaps due to her having won the Most Promising Newcomer award at the age of 10. The headline of The Daily Prophet boldly proclaimed, "The Dark Lord returns." Alongside an interview featuring Harry and Cedric, Lilya observed the news, questioning, "Why isn't Lucius' name mentioned? Doesn't he the ministry know?" Harry explained, "That night, Lucius wore a mask and a black robe. I recognized him by his voice." Lilya nodded in understanding. "I thought Voldemort had infiltrated the ministry." Suddenly recalling Draco sitting opposite her, she stole a glance at him. Odd sounds emanated from behind the Wizarding Weekly. Initially believing Draco was choking, she apologized, "Sorry, Draco. I didn't mean to." Draco remained silent for a moment, maintaining the strange noise. Approaching him awkwardly, she discovered that he was laughing at an article in the Wizarding Weekly that commented on Harry and Lilya's relationship. The article stated, "Miss Lilya Black's affection for Mr. Harry Potter seems influenced by a love potion." According to Durmstrang Student Hall, Miss Lilya Black is an exceedingly dangerous girl. While talented, she is formidable, and being with her induces a suffocating sensation. It remains unclear how Mr. Harry Potter views his girlfriend, nor is it known what romantic history Hall shares with Miss Black. Upon reading this, Lilya crumpled the newspaper in fury, exclaiming, "What do you mean, unclear romantic history? There's no romantic history. Who has any with him? Disgusting." Draco found her reaction even more amusing. Harry, puzzled, inquired, "What is wrong with Lilya?" Draco, barely containing his laughter, handed the paper to Harry, saying, "You see for yourself." Lilya scoffed at Draco. "I thought you were upset. It seems I worried for nothing. Good night, gentlemen. I shall report that ridiculous journalist soon enough." Chapter 77. I like you. Only you. Draco took an entire month to depart. Lilya pretended to be sorrowful as she waved him goodbye. "If you're still alive, remember to write to me." She even theatrically wiped away imaginary tears with a tissue. Draco looked at her incredulously, thinking, so close, just a fraction away from believing her. He then turned to Harry, saying, "Farewell, Potter. If Lilya bullies you, write to me. I may not be able to do much, but I can certainly join you in berating her from behind." Harry stole a glance at Lilya, only to meet her slightly terrifying gaze, and quickly waved, chuckling. "Haha, no way. Lilya is so good to me." Lilya interjected. "Someone here is still present. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to talk about berating me behind my back?" Draco laughed. "Indeed, that person is quite a scoundrel. See you at school. See you at school." After sending Draco away, Lilya and Harry exchanged a knowing smile before succumbing to fervent kisses on the sofa. The couch was incredibly soft, akin to reclining on a cloud of cotton. Harry loosened the bow on Lilya's collar and wrapped his arms around her waist, leaving a crimson mark on her neck. Surprised by this sudden pang of pain, Lilya playfully questioned, "Did you bite me, Harry? When did you become so naughty?" Harry chuckled in response, "In countless dreams, Lilya. I've envisioned it many times. If dreams could indeed foretell the future, I believe that is what lies ahead." The two continued to kiss, and gradually, Harry's restless hands began to explore. No longer content with the status quo, his long fingers wove through Lilya's hair, teasing her ear. He then unfastened the second button of her garment, and as he approached the third, Lilya toyed with the necklace he had gifted her, asking, "Are you certain you want to proceed, Harry?" Harry calmed himself, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Lilya. I got ahead of myself. I can wait." Lilya, gazing at Harry's flushed face, smiled as she removed his glasses. "You know I've always disliked you wearing them. They're uncomfortable and fog up easily." She then pushed him back onto the sofa, mirroring his earlier actions. However, Harry's ears were now as red as if they might bleed, and Lilya gently blew a breath near them. Under this delicate stimulus, Harry pushed Lilya back onto the sofa once more. With a brighter smile, she exclaimed, "You know, Harry, I'm genuinely curious about what dreams you've had." Harry looked into Lilya's eyes and replied, "You shall discover in each day to come." Lilya playfully tugged at Harry's tie, teasing, "I certainly trust you, especially in this regard. I've always believed in your dreams." She then caressed Harry's flushed, warm ears, adding, "Too bad we can't indulge now. I'll savor it properly in the future." Seated on the sofa, Harry reclined on Lilya's lap, gazing at the necklace with a sigh. "Had I known, I would have chosen a different gift. This necklace nearly scratched me." Lilya gently grasped Harry's hand, saying, "If you behaved, it wouldn't have left a mark on your skin." Harry pouted, "I apologize. I was too impulsive just now, but it's been a month since I felt this way. You know, Draco made it impossible." Lilya smirked, playfully scratching Harry's nose. "I understand, Harry, and I too would like to see Draco knocked out. But given how happy he has been this past month, let us forgive him." Harry sat up, stroking Lilya's face. "Indeed, since he is your brother, he is also mine, though mediating can be quite troublesome." Lilya laughed, "But by age, you should be my younger brother." Harry looked at her in confusion. "Do you prefer older ones?" Lilya gently poked Harry's forehead. "What are you thinking? I like you. Only you. You know, Mr. Harry Potter. No wild imaginings allowed." Chapter 78. Sunrise, Harry Potter's birthday. After preparing the cake, Lilya arrived at Harry's room at 11:55. Harry, still groggy, lazily asked, "What is happening? Lilya? Is there thunder outside?" Lilya stroked his hair. "It's almost midnight, Harry. We're going to watch the sunrise soon." Harry got up, saying, "The sunrise? All right. I'll get up. This is your first time celebrating my birthday at midnight." Lilya replied with a smile. "Every birthday should be unique. That's what brings the element of surprise." As Harry and Lilya approached the dining table, the clock ticked down to midnight. Lilya watched the wall clock, counting down, 60, 59, 30, 10, "Get ready to make a wish, Harry. 3, 2, 1. Harry timed it perfectly, blowing out the candles, and then cut the cake, sharing it with Lilya. "Do you know what I just wished for?" he asked. Lilya replied, "No. I hope that every birthday from now on has you in it." Just as Harry was about to finish, Lilya silenced him with a piece of cake. "Sure. If you say it aloud, it won't come true." Then, she affectionately tousled Harry's hair, "Though I'll always be here." Harry smiled down, and as they were finishing up, Lilya went to the kitchen to retrieve a picnic basket. Curiously, Harry inquired, "Are we going to eat again later?" Lilya answered, "Not necessarily. If we get hungry, it'll be there for a rainy day. The sunrise is around 5, and we need to reach the highest point of Godric's Hollow before then, which takes about 2 hours." Harry looked at Lilya. "How do you know this?" Lilya explained, "A few days ago, while running, I reached the peak and roughly calculated the walking time, which is about 3 times longer than running." Harry picked up a lantern. "All right, let us head out now. At 3 in the morning, there's nothing more peculiar." Lilya took Harry's hand, laughing. "Don't worry, Harry. Today isn't Halloween. There won't be any trick-or-treaters." As they walked along the dark path, a cool breeze swept by. Lilya felt Harry's palm growing slightly sweaty and reassured him, "Don't be afraid, Harry. I'm here." Harry tightened his grip on Lilya's hand. After some time, they finally reached the summit, where they sat and chatted. Lilya tenderly wiped the sweat from Harry's brow. "It seems this journey wasn't easy," Harry remarked. "Indeed, I think I might have lost a couple of pounds." Lilya squinted, laughing. "Stop joking. It's not that easy to lose weight." At last, they welcomed the dawn's first light, and Harry joyfully exclaimed, "I've never seen a sunrise before. It's truly beautiful." "And so are you." Lilya and Harry lay on the grass, gazing at one another, their eyes filled with uncontainable joy. After a while, as the sun warmed them, Harry dozed off. Lilya, watching him sleep, smiled softly, envisioning their future together. Gradually, the sound of footsteps approached across the grass, and Lilya turned alertly toward the source. It was a girl, her gaze softening as she drew near. Luna said, "Hello there. I apologize for interrupting, but there's a caterpillar here, and it's rather strange for it to be found in this spot." She carefully placed the caterpillar in her palm. Harry stirred awake. "Huh? Hello, what's the matter? You must be Lilya Black and Harry Potter, right?" "I'm Luna." Harry helped Lilya to her feet. "Hi, Luna. How do you know our names?" Luna replied, "I'm from Ravenclaw. You're quite famous at Hogwarts." Lilya glanced at the caterpillar in Luna's hand. "What is strange about it being here?" Luna smiled at Lilya. "Its full name is the flobberworm. They typically inhabit damp ditches. This is the first time I've seen one on grass, which is peculiar. Perhaps you'd like to come to my house for tea? My dad would be thrilled to have new guests." Harry and Lilya exchanged glances. "Thank you." They gathered their belongings and headed to Luna's home. Upon seeing the house's unique shape, Lilya remarked, "This is quite special and adorable. I bet your father is an interesting person." Luna smiled back. "He is a wonderful dad." Chapter 79, Luna and her father. As they entered, Harry read the sign aloud. "Editor of Sing Out of Tune, choose your mistletoe." "Is your father the editor of Sing Out of Tune, Luna?" Luna turned back. "Yes. He just published How Far is the Mysterious Man from Taking Over Gringotts. You might find it interesting." They then led them to the living room, where a middle-aged man sat in a chair, gazing at singing in dissonance. "Luna, you're back? Breakfast is ready," he said, rising to greet them as he noticed Harry Potter and Miss Lilya at the door. "I am truly delighted to see you here. I can't help but sense the aroma of syrupy fruit pies wafting through the air." Lilya placed the picnic basket on the table, saying, "Yes, sir, I prepared some. Perhaps you would care to sample it." Xenophilius Lovegood replied, "I would be most pleased, Miss Lilya." She then picked up a piece and took a bite, smiling as she said, "It's truly delicious. It appears that your talents extend beyond transfiguration. Your desserts are equally delectable." Harry couldn't suppress a chuckle, prompting Lilya to shoot him a glare before saying, "Thank you, sir." Xenophilius Lovegood observed that everyone was still standing and urged, "Please, take a seat. Although this home may seem peculiar. Oh, by the way, I am Xenophilius Lovegood. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Harry replied, "Thank you, Mr. Lovegood. This place is lovely." Xenophilius chuckled, "You are the first to declare it lovely. Others often call it strange. I have many questions for you, Mr. Harry Potter. Would you kindly accompany me to the kitchen for a chat?" In the living room, only Lilya and Luna remained. During this time, Luna shared many interesting tidbits, like the parasitic mistletoe on which the Nargles dwell. Lilya also recounted her initial desire to join Ravenclaw, which had faced considerable opposition. Luna remarked, "It is quite unfortunate that you did not join Ravenclaw. You are indeed very clever, Lilya. Your current achievements are something many people could never accomplish in their lifetimes." The two young women engaged in delightful conversation, while Harry conversed with Lovegood for an extended period. By the time they returned home, both were utterly exhausted. Harry sighed. "We certainly walked a great deal today." Lilya responded, "Indeed, I now only wish to collapse onto my bed and go nowhere." Harry teased, "How about I carry you back?" Lilya laughed, "Impossible. You're far too tired to carry me." Just as she finished speaking, Harry swept Lilya up into his arms. This surprised her, and Harry chuckled. "I still possess enough strength for this." Once back in their room, Lilya lay on her bed, suddenly recalling the lengthy discussion Harry had with Mr. Lovegood, and curiously asked Harry, who was seated nearby, what did Lovegood inquire about? Harry replied, he asked about the events of the Triwizard Tournament and Voldemort. Lilya nodded in understanding. He and Luna are indeed fascinating. I haven't encountered such kindred spirits in quite some time. Harry leaned in, grinning, and asked, Am I not a kindred spirit to you? Lilya playfully pushed his head away. How long have we known each other? Harry lowered his head, feigning a pout. So you're beginning to tire of me? Lilya lifted Harry's chin, smiling. What nonsense. How could I ever tire of you? What in the world are you thinking? Harry gazed into Lilya's eyes and suddenly grinned. Thinking of you. Lilya withdrew her hand and said, Who are you? What have you done with Harry Potter? How could you utter such nauseating words? Harry took Lilya's hand and placed it over his heart, saying, But this is my genuine sentiment. Don't you believe me? Thump. 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 Lilya felt his heartbeat and chuckled. You truly are something else, Harry. However, since your words are so charming, I shall reluctantly bestow upon you a gift. With that, she retrieved a pair of rings from beneath her pillow. Harry swallowed hard. Are you proposing to me, Lilya? Shouldn't such matters be the responsibility of the gentleman? Lilya swatted Harry's outstretched hand. This is not a proposal. A proposal must come from you. However, it can serve as a symbol of our affection. Harry laughed. Do we lack tokens of our affection, Lilya? Bracelets, clothing. Lilya interrupted. This is different. Give me your hand. Harry obediently extended his hand, and Lilya slipped a ring onto his middle finger, explaining, This represents a couple in the throes of love. It also has another meaning, engagement. But I have stated that the proposal must come from you. So I shall wait until you present me with the next ring before I remove this one. Do you understand? Harry, smiling, placed the other ring onto Lilya's finger, replying, Understood, my lady. Lilya scoffed. What did you just call me? Harry teased. Very well, my girlfriend. Lilya feigned seriousness. All right, now leave. Harry got up and walked to the door, then turned back, grinning. In any case, in 3 years you will be. Lilya grabbed a pillow and hurled it at the door, but Harry swiftly closed it, thwarting the pillow's assault. Chapter 80. Encountering Lucius. A few days after school began, Lilya found herself unable to sleep and was drawing in the garden when she suddenly sensed someone watching her from the shadows. With a sense of vigilance, she picked up her wand, and a dark figure approached her. Lilya raised her wand at him, and the figure slowly removed his mask, revealing his light golden hair. Lucius Malfoy. Lilya was momentarily stunned but maintained her stance with her wand. Ah, Mr. Malfoy, what brings you here at this late hour? How did you find this place? Lucius regarded her, saying, That is a question you should pose to Harry Potter, Lilya. If it weren't for the Dark Lord's awareness of his thoughts and whereabouts, I would not have found myself in Godric's Hollow. Lilya, puzzled, asked, How does Voldemort know? Lucius replied, Do not speak his name, as he settled onto a swing. Is this truly your home? And these roses, so charming. It has been 3 years since we last met, yet must you always point your wand at me? Lilya hesitated before responding. How do I know if others are not following you? Moreover, we are not old friends reuniting, Mr. Malfoy. We are enemies meeting. Answer my question. How does Voldemort know? Lucius stood up, as if he had heard shocking news. You do not know? I assumed Harry would inform you. Considering he too experiences dreams about the Dark Lord, it seems he is not entirely forthcoming with you. I can assure you, having raised you for a decade, that I am here alone, not on the Dark Lord's orders. Now, might it be time to lower that foolish wand, Lilya? Slowly, Lilya lowered her wand, asking, What is it you wish to convey? Lucius leaned closer, saying, Unfortunately, you have caught the Dark Lord's eye. The Wizarding Weekly, along with his visions, leads him to believe that capturing you will lead him to Harry Potter. Killing you will render Harry Potter utterly desolate. Do you comprehend my meaning? Such actions will only invite greater trouble. It would be best for you to distance yourself from Harry Potter. You are not yet doomed. Lilya absent-mindedly brushed her fingers over the ring, slowly saying, I believe I can manage this, as long as it ensures Harry's survival. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy, for going to such lengths to inform me of this matter. I heard you sacrificed a piece of yourself for Voldemort. Are you well? Lucius looked at her with surprise. Yes, the Dark Lord healed my wounds. Lilya turned her back to Lucius and whispered, It seems he treats you, his loyal servant, quite well. You should leave, Mr. Malfoy. Do not arouse Voldemort's suspicion, lest the cost be too great. Lucius responded, I believe you should consider moving. Lilya, it would be wise to leave no trace. Before long, Godric's Hollow will become a haven for Dementors, while the Ministry remains oblivious and disbelieving. If I were you, I would advise your neighbors to take cover. He then departed. Lilya stood in a daze, gazing at the spot where Lucius had just been, reflecting on his words as she picked up her quill to compose a letter to Sirius. Dear Uncle, let us meet at the Leaky Cauldron in London in 5 days. There are certain delicate matters I wish to discuss with you. And signed. Undeterred, she wrote another letter to the Ministry of Magic. Please ensure strict supervision of the Dementors, particularly to prevent them from wandering into forbidden areas. And signed. This only heightened Lilya's restlessness, as she packed her belongings, She grappled with doubt regarding Lucius's intentions. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, she found no reason to distrust him. His deception would offer him no advantage. He had not even divulged their destination. Was it merely a matter of preventing them from returning home? Lilya wrestled with her thoughts throughout the night, ultimately choosing to place her faith in Lucius. As dawn broke, Harry entered the sitting room to find Lilya beside two trunks and inquired whether she was departing. "Harry, is there something you wish to confide in me? Perhaps a dream involving Voldemort?" Harry hesitated. "You already know?" "Well, yes, I did dream of Voldemort." Lilya, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Do not keep secrets from me. I do not wish to learn of your troubles from others. It makes me feel foolish." Harry embraced Lilya, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Lilya. I simply wish to spare you worry." Lilya remained indifferent to his embrace, asserting, "We can no longer reside here. Lucius visited me last night, and Voldemort is now aware of our location." Harry responded, "Can we trust Lucius? He is a Death Eater." Lilya looked at Harry. "He has guaranteed my safety through the 10 years he nurtured me. I have no choice but to trust him. Moreover, the evidence supports his claims. I must visit Ron's house." "Wait, have you packed everything?" Lilya glanced at the trunks. "Only the essentials, as well as those paintings. They are all inside, enhanced with the extension charm." As Harry prepared to accompany her, Lilya instructed, "Stay at home for a while. I shall return shortly," and proceeded directly to Ron's residence. Mrs. Weasley had just risen and was evidently struggling to comprehend what Lilya shared. "Wait, Lilya, are you saying Voldemort can sometimes discern Harry's thoughts, and that he informed Sirius?" Lilya, with an apologetic demeanor, replied, "I am sorry, but that is indeed the case. Godric's Hollow may be in danger soon." Mrs. Weasley responded, No need to apologize. "Lilya, I believe we shall accompany you to London. Allow us to gather our belongings, dear. This was bound to happen sooner or later. We shall see you shortly." After departing, Lilya visited Luna's home. Despite the considerable distance, she felt it necessary to warn them to secure their doors and windows and refrain from venturing out unnecessarily. "What has transpired, Lilya? You appear even stranger than I," Luna remarked. Lilya replied, "Nothing serious. It's simply wise to be cautious." Luna inquired, "What of Harry? Is he not usually by your side?" Lilya explained, "He is unwell and resting at home. We will remain in London until school resumes." Luna nodded. "Then I shall see you at school." Lilya affirmed, "Until then." Upon returning, Lilya reunited with Harry and the Weasley family. Ron and the others were bewildered, questioning, "What is happening?" Lilya assured Ron, "I will explain everything in due time." Ron turned to Harry, who shook his head, "Sorry. I am still trying to make sense of it myself." Chapter 81, The Order of the Phoenix, Part 1. The group arrived at the Leaky Cauldron as promised. After a brief moment of warmth, Sirius turned to Lilya. "So, what troubles you, Lilya?" Just as Lilya was about to speak, Mrs. Weasley interjected, "Such matters are not suited for this place." Sirius nodded in understanding. "It seems this is not an appropriate venue for discussion. Follow me, everyone." The group followed Sirius to number 12, Grimmauld Place. As they gazed at the walls peeking through the gaps, the children were filled with curiosity, only to marvel at the wonders of magic once they stepped inside. Sirius led them to the innermost room, declaring, "Welcome to my home, the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Now, everyone else may leave. Lilya and the adults will stay." Once the others had exited, Sirius turned to Lilya and inquired, "May we speak now?" Lilya glanced at Mrs. Weasley, who nodded, prompting Lilya to begin. "Yes, according to Lucius, Voldemort can probe into Harry's mind. This has been corroborated by Harry himself. Moreover, he is aware of our residence in Godric's Hollow and is likely to act soon." Sirius asked, "Do you trust Lucius, Lilya?" "To be frank, Uncle, I was initially skeptical, but after a night of contemplation, I could not discern a motive for his deception. He has made a promise based on his years of nurturing me. I find it impossible not to believe him." Sirius crossed his arms on the table. "I suspect he must have shared other information, for you appear quite anxious." Lilya lowered her gaze. "Indeed, he warned me that Voldemort has taken an interest in me, believing that capturing me would mean capturing Harry. If I were to be killed, it would leave Harry devastated." Sirius remarked, "It seems Lucius is not lying. Such sentiments are certainly characteristic of Voldemort." Lupin addressed Lilya. "So you fear becoming a burden to Harry, correct?" Lilya nodded. "Precisely. I cannot allow Voldemort to invade Harry's thoughts and life. If this continues, Voldemort will know every trace of Harry." Arthur Weasley suggested, "Perhaps we should summon Snape. He is among the best in the field of occlumency." Lilya felt a twinge of doubt. She had witnessed in the pensive in the headmaster's office that Professor Snape had once been a Death Eater. This was not entirely surprising. Yet he was also a member of the Order. Could he be a double agent? Sirius dismissed the idea. "You know I have never trusted him. He was once beside the Dark Lord." He then stared at Lilya. "I apologize for involving you in this discussion, Lilya. I forgot you were present." Lilya replied, "It is quite all right. I am aware that Professor Snape was once a Death Eater. Mrs. Weasley interjected, but now, we have no choice but to trust Snape, do we? If Dumbledore believes in him, we ought to as well. Lupin turned to Sirius. Perhaps it is time we invited Snape to come, considering the Dark Lord has returned. Should we really wait for him to be summoned back to Voldemort? Sirius remained silent for a moment. Very well. But I shall not be responsible for the task of summoning him. Lupin chuckled. Then I shall take on that duty. Arthur commended Lilya. You have done well, Lilya. We must discuss some other matters. Why don't you go upstairs and play for a while? Lilya nodded. Certainly, Mr. Weasley. Chapter 82. The Order of the Phoenix, Part 2. Upon exiting, Lilya spotted Crookshanks batting at an ear dangling from a string. Looking up the string, she saw a group of individuals watching her from the stairs. Fred awkwardly smiled. Hello, Lilya. George waved cheerfully. Ha ha ha. We didn't mean to. Lily sighed as she ascended the stairs, exclaiming, You could have simply asked me directly. Why all this unnecessary trouble? What if Crumb has an upset stomach? When did Hermione arrive? Ginny replied. She came to our house last night to deliver some assignments to Ron. I saw her sleeping soundly this morning. So I refrained from waking her and left her a note. Who knew she would follow us in? Hermione chuckled. Ron was complaining so loudly this morning that he woke me up. Ron shrugged. I didn't. Harry grasped Lily's arm, gazing into her eyes. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept it from you. Lily gently stroked Harry's hair. It's all right, Harry. No matter what, Voldemort is already aware. But perhaps you should dream a little less. With that, she playfully pinched the tip of Harry's nose, which turned slightly red. Ron turned to Hermione. I told you not to worry about their relationship issues. Hermione shot him a look. Yes, it seems I was overthinking. Ron, feeling wronged, replied, Well, of course, why roll your eyes at me? Hermione ignored him and continued upstairs with the group. Ron and Harry whispered behind them, wondering why girls were so peculiar, swinging between anger and calmness. Harry gestured for him to lower his voice. Shoo. If Hermione hears us, we'll be in trouble. Up ahead, Lily and Hermione exchanged knowing glances upon hearing the boys' complaints, then shared a quiet laugh while shaking their heads. Hermione murmured, I truly don't understand what these boys think. They're so clueless. Entering a room, Hermione continued her tirade. Did Ron expect me to visit his house late at night just to deliver homework? Can you believe he actually asked me to write it for him? Absolutely absurd. Ginny chimed in with a laugh. Yes, he even thinks you're doing this to torture him. Lily surveyed the surroundings. It seems you'll have to teach him a lot more from now on. Hermione sighed. Honestly, Crumb is more articulate than him. Leaning closer, Lily teased. Perhaps he is just smitten with me, Hermione. I promise to treat you well. Hermione turned to Lily and, smiling, replied, Don't jest, Lily. I don't want Harry mistaking me for a rival. Lily feigned disappointment. What a pity. Ginny approached. What is so unfortunate? Lily shrugged dramatically, embracing Ginny. I just lost my girlfriend. Then looking up at her with a smile, she added, Why not be my girlfriend instead, Ginny? Ginny gazed at Hermione in confusion, who playfully tugged at Lily, saying, All right, Lily, enough with the childish antics. Come see this wall. It features the Black family, and perhaps you'll be on it someday. Reluctantly, Lily was pulled aside to gaze at the wall. I won't be on there, Hermione. The Black family won't acknowledge me as their descendant. I'm merely a foundling. Realizing her misstep, Hermione quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Lily. Lily shook her head with a smile. It's fine, Hermione. I've long ceased to care about my lineage. Sirius entered, remarking, It seems I've interrupted a conversation among 3 young ladies. In truth, I am also disowned by the Black family. They have excluded me. He gestured to a charred spot on the wall. See that? Right there. Lily turned to Sirius. But why were you disowned? Sirius touched the wall. Because I never fit in with them, so I ran away to Harry's father's house. We share that rebellious spirit, don't we, Lily? Lily silently gazed at the scorched area, lost in thought. Chapter 83. The Order of the Phoenix, Part 3. By the time Snape arrived, it was already the next day, and Lily was unsurprisingly once again embroiled in the situation. Snape regarded Lily. It seems the Order of the Phoenix has fallen so low as to involve an underage witch in its meetings. Perhaps we ought to establish a junior Order of the Phoenix. Sirius interjected. Stop with the nonsense, Snevelis. Your priority should be teaching Harry the art of clemency. Snape shifted his gaze. Oh, look at your commanding tone, still as insufferable as ever. Let me make it clear. If Mr. Potter exhibits any untoward behavior, I will terminate the lesson. Moreover, Lily must also participate. Otherwise, I shall not instruct. Lupin placed a hand on Sirius's arm. All right, Severus, we'll meet your demands. We mustn't delay. Let us proceed now. That would be splendid, he replied, and whisked Lily away like a gust of wind to Harry's room, where Ron and Fred and George were present. The 4 boys froze at the sight of Snape. Snape surveyed the room, then spoke slowly. Now, aside from Harry and Lily, everyone else must leave. The others hurriedly filed out, Ron kindly shutting the door behind them. Snape addressed Lily and Harry. I will perform legilimency to enter your minds. You must attempt to resist me. Clear your thoughts. Do not let me see anything inappropriate. We'll start with Lily. With that, he pointed his wand at Lily's head, and a series of images flashed through her mind. Snape abruptly halted the spell. Oh dear, I feel nauseous. 1 month of detention. Lily awkwardly protested, but Professor? We haven't even started school yet. Snape replied slowly. Then we shall wait until school begins. Lily pouted, falling silent. Harry grasped her hand, whispering, It's all right. I'll be here with you. Snape continued, 2 months of detention. Remove your hand. It's your turn, Mr. Potter. Harry quickly released her hand, and Snape began to probe his mind. Lily observed Harry frowning with concern until Snape finally ceased. Worried, Lily asked Snape, Is Harry all right? Snape sighed. I finally understand why the Dark Lord considers you so significant, Lily. Then raising an eyebrow at Harry, he remarked, I presume that isn't true. Is it, Mr. Potter? Noticing Harry's silence, Snape turned to leave. I will return tomorrow. You both better not allow me to witness anything like that again. After Snape departed, Lily looked at Harry quizzically. What did Professor Snape see? Harry stammered, Nothing. Nothing at all. Lily scrutinized him with doubt. Fine. I suppose I should return and collect my thoughts. Harry grasped her arm. Will you be in danger because of me, Lily? Lily forced a smile, ruffling Harry's hair. Not at all. Harry blew at his own hair. I suppose I was overthinking it. He then began to play with Lily's hair, styling it into a messy high ponytail. Lily winced at the tug, shaking her hair loose. Harry laughed. You're becoming increasingly rebellious. Lily spun around, feigning anger at him. Harry grinned as he undid the hair tie and smoothed out her long hair. But I like it. Lily finally smiled. Now that's more like it. Harry glanced behind Lily, signaling her to turn around. Hesitating, as soon as she did, she bumped against something dark and looming. Upon closer inspection, it was Professor Snape's robes. Startled, Lily instinctively moved closer to Harry. Snape glowered at them, separating the two. Until you both master a clemency, you are not to be alone together. He then pulled Lily away. Lily made a face of despair, wondering why Professor Snape always moved so silently. At this moment, Harry was pondering why Professor Snape always appeared so ghostly intimidating. After their departure, Snape took Lilya to a concealed corner and remarked, I presume Lucius has informed you that the Dark Lord has set his sights on you. Do you not grasp that you ought to distance yourself from that, Mr. Potter? Just as Lilya was about to explain, she realized and asked, How do you know this, Professor Snape? Snape paused momentarily, gradually releasing his hand from Lilya's shoulder. You will come to understand in due time. Perhaps you will find yourself a misunderstood traitor, much like me. Lilya was perplexed by his words and remained silent. Chapter 84, Sunny. After spending some time in the Order of the Phoenix, Lilya had become adept at the art of mental occlusion. Occasionally, her thoughts would still be perceptible to Professor Snape. Hence he continued to instruct Harry on self-control once they returned to school. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, Hermione and Ron had ascended to the positions of prefects, and the familiar routine resumed. However, during the new student sorting ceremony, Lilya noticed a delightful girl with brown curls, brown eyes, and a cherubic face adorned with a genuine smile. This reminded Lilya of her past, where she felt compelled to wear a facade of false smiles, maintaining an air of grace and decorum even when her heart was heavy. As Lilya gazed intently at the girl, Hermione waved her hand in front of her. Lilya? What are you looking at? Lilya came to her senses and replied, Oh, nothing. I just find that little girl quite adorable. She continued to observe the girl who had been sorted into Gryffindor. The girl approached her with a light step and asked, Pretty sister, may I sit next to you? Lilya beamed. Of course, please do. The girl smiled back. You're so pretty, sister. My name is Sunny. Your smile is lovely. Lilya gently stroked her hair. You have a name as bright as the sun. No wonder you're so charming. May I call you little sun? Sunny nodded eagerly. Yes, please, pretty sister. Lilya responded. Just call me Lilya. Sunny blinked her big eyes at Lilya. But I still want to call you pretty sister. Is that all right? Lilya chuckled, affectionately touching her chubby little face. Whatever makes you happy. Little Sunday, Ron whispered to Harry. Why is she suddenly so gentle? Harry smiled without replying, watching them, envisioning this as a glimpse of his future life with Lilya. During the meal, Sunny accidentally smeared chocolate all over her face while eating cake. Lilya noticed and gently offered her a napkin, saying, Be careful, don't rush your eating. Sunny innocently replied, But eating should be done with big bites. That's what makes it delicious. Lilya paused, then laughed. Indeed, big bites are the best. She then took a large forkful of cake, relishing the moment. This was the first time Lilya felt liberated to eat so heartily in front of others, relishing the satisfaction it brought her, a stark contrast to her usual restraint. Sunny embodied the very essence of who Lilya longed to become. Once they both finished eating, Hermione asked Lilya if she wished to return with them. Lilya glanced at Sunny, recalling Snape's words, and shook her head. No, you all go ahead. I will return with Sunny. I trust the two prefects' one-team mind. She turned to Hermione and Ron, who exchanged amused glances. Hermione chuckled. All right then, we entrust this little newcomer to you, playfully pinching Sonny's cheek. Harry bid farewell. Goodbye, Lilya. Lilya replied, Goodbye, Harry. Shortly after they left, Sonny, with her round belly, burped and exclaimed, I'm full, pretty sister. Lilya laughed, playfully patting Sonny's belly. So round and bouncy. Since you're so full, shall we take a stroll to digest? Sonny nodded enthusiastically. Lilya took Sonny's hand as they wandered down the corridor. Eventually stopping by a window, Sonny gazed out at the starry sky and murmured, Do you think any of those stars could be my mother? Lilya, unable to hear her clearly, crouched down to listen. What did you say, Sonny? Sonny explained, My mother told me she would become a star and watch over me. But why can't I ever find that star? Lilya turned her gaze to the vast expanse of stars, contemplating her own unknown mother and the emotions that led to her abandonment. She reassured Sonny, You will find her, little son, your star will reveal itself. Sonny brightened, hugging Lilya tightly. You're so kind, pretty sister. I initially thought wizards weren't very friendly. Lilya inquired, Did you come from the Muggle world? Sonny nodded yes. I live in London with my dad. If it weren't for the letter from Hogwarts, I might never have discovered this magical world. Even the term Muggle was something my dad explained to me. Lilya chuckled at Sonny's evident curiosity. You're truly adorable, little Sunday. Your father must be quite the seer to have named you Sonny, a name that reflects your personality so well. Sonny pondered for a moment and responded with a smile. Perhaps, my dad is indeed quite peculiar. Chapter 85, Umbridge. On a bright day, Hogwarts' newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Umbridge, appeared to be an ardent enthusiast of pink, dressed from head to toe in the hue. Lilya had not noticed this professor on the first day of school, so she was bewildered when she encountered her in the corridor. I thought the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher would still be Professor Moody. Hermione replied. Professor Moody had to leave Hogwarts due to an oversight regarding the Portkey Cup, as mandated by the Ministry of Magic, and they appointed Deputy Minister Umbridge to fill the position. Lilya expressed her confusion. Deputy Minister? Why would the Ministry send such a high-ranking official to Hogwarts? Hermione whispered. According to the latest issue of the Daily Prophet, someone sent a letter to the Ministry, and shortly after, numerous Dementors appeared in Godric's Hollow. The Ministry is taking this letter's origin very seriously, believing someone is intentionally provoking them. Lilya recalled the letter she had written and chuckled awkwardly. Is that so? Hermione continued. Yes, and I also heard from a Ravenclaw student that this Professor Umbridge is a staunch theoretical expert, meaning she doesn't use a wand. Defense Against the Dark Arts class without a wand. As a deputy minister, what was she thinking? Hermione shook her head with a smile, hoping it was merely a rumor. During the third period of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Lilya discovered that the title of theoretical expert was no mere rumor. How could one possibly master the subject by merely writing down knowledge points? Harry raised his hand first. Excuse me, Professor. Do you really believe this can protect us from harm? Umbridge replied, Of course it can. Besides, you are all quite safe. Who would dare to harm you? Harry pretended to ponder, then blurted out, I don't know, maybe Voldemort. Umbridge approached Harry, with the Ministry of Magic's protection. Voldemort will not come to Hogwarts to harm you. Please do not create a sense of panic, Mr. Harry Potter. Then she picked up Lilya's notebook. I think you should learn from this young lady, who is diligently taking her notes, rather than letting your minds wander. Lilya nonchalantly remarked, I apologize, Professor, but I failed to see the significance of attending this class. I could very well complete these assignments in my dormitory. Umbridge's expression darkened instantaneously, prompting a chorus of laughter from the classroom. She forced a smile and stated, After class, I would appreciate it if both of you could come to my office. Following the lesson, Harry and Lilya proceeded to Umbridge's office together. With a specially crafted quill in hand, she dictated, I shall not disrupt the classroom. Lilya, stifling her pain, remained silent, her robes wrinkled from her grip. Harry observed the bright red marks marring Lilya's fair skin and felt a pang of sorrow. Once she had finished writing, Umbridge cheerfully declared, You may leave now, but do remember what you wrote today. Harry grasped Lilya's hand, looking at Umbridge with disdain. Do you not fear repercussions from the headmaster or the Ministry of Magic for your unwarranted punishment? Umbridge turned to him with a grin. You were at fault initially, and all I asked was for you to write lines. They will not hold me accountable. Harry regarded the woman before him, resembling a crone, fully aware that reason would not sway her. See you in class tomorrow, Professor, he replied, then led Lilya out of her office. Once outside, Harry gazed at Lilya's hand. Concern etched on his face. That must have hurt terribly. Why did you not utter a word? Lilya tilted her head with a smile. And you remained silent as well, didn't you? Harry, appearing slightly agitated, furrowed his brow and retorted, That is different. How dare she harm you? We must inform the headmaster. Lilya feigned a reaction, grimacing as she touched her injury, exclaiming, Ouch, that hurts. Harry immediately blew gently on her wound, as if that would alleviate her pain. observing Harry's deep concern for her. Warmth surged within Lilya. She mused, if she could remain by his side, what would it matter if they were to perish at Voldemort's hands together? Harry suggested taking Lilya to the infirmary, but she declined with a cheerful smile. It's all right, don't worry about me. You seem to be the one in pain. Harry pinched Lilya's cheek. My injuries are inconsequential, but your hurt pains me more than my own. Lilya recalled Lucius's words and lowered her gaze, silent. Chapter 86. The Quarrel Between Snape and Umbridge. Subsequently, Harry and Lilya arrived at Snape's office, undergoing his mental probing. Upon completion, Snape noticed the writing on their hands and inquired, I trust this isn't your peculiar method of expressing affection? Who is responsible? Lilya replied, it was the new Professor Umbridge. She believes we disrupted classroom decorum. Snape casually asked, did you engage in any inappropriate conduct during class? Harry responded, Lilya and I disagreed with Umbridge's teaching methods, and that led to this. Snape scrutinized the words etched into their skin. You engaged in nothing else? Lilya resolutely affirmed. Nothing else. Snape slowly replied, very well. It appears your lesson for today has concluded. I have matters to attend to. With that, he swept out of the room like a gust of wind. Lilya and Harry exchanged glances before departing Snape's office, donning the invisibility cloak to stealthily follow him to Umbridge's office door. Inside, Snape's voice boomed. Who gave you the audacity to punish students without authorization? Umbridge retorted. They disturbed my class. Should I not punish them? Snape's voice rose further. That is a matter for Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore. Who do you think you are? The Ministry sent you to protect students from harm, not to inflict it. Umbridge, flustered, shouted, how dare you speak to me like that? I am the Deputy Minister of Magic. Am I not entitled to discipline two students? Lilya and Harry pressed their ears against the door, astonished by the argument within. Harry whispered incredulously, is that Professor Snape? Is he defending us? Lilya nearly laughed, signaling him to be quiet. Snape, seemingly regaining his composure, stated, oh, are you threatening Hogwarts with the Ministry? It's laughable that they dispatched someone like you, who can only regurgitate theory, as a so-called defense against the dark arts instructor. Umbridge suddenly laughed. That is still preferable to individuals who cannot even secure such a position. Snape replied, indeed. I suspect that someone's proud position as Deputy Minister is on the brink of collapse. Who do you think you are harming? The exceptionally talented Lilya. Not to mention Harry. Forget about being Deputy Minister. Even Minister Fudge relies on Harry to confront the Dark Lord. Umbridge's voice came through. Even without that boy, we can handle the Dark Lord. Snape laughed coldly. You know the truth. Don't deceive yourself, Umbridge. Heavy footsteps followed. Lilya and Harry quickly donned the invisibility cloak, retreating into a corner. They were very close, and as Harry lowered his gaze, he noticed her physical changes. He coughed awkwardly, prompting Lilya to swiftly cover his mouth. As Snape turned to leave, he heard a noise and slowly approached their direction. With each step he took, Lilya and Harry backed away. Until Harry embraced Lilya's waist and sidestepped, Snape remained oblivious, allowing them to escape unscathed. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Lilya sighed in relief. That was quite perilous. Thank goodness for you, Harry. Otherwise, we would have surely faced punishment. By the way, why is your face so flushed? You're not falling ill, are you? Harry coughed again. It's nothing. Perhaps just a slight cold. A bit of rest will suffice. Chapter 87. Late-Night Conversations. The following day, Umbridge continued her stringent teaching approach, implementing a rule that mandated an 8-inch distance between male and female students. Both Harry and Lilya recognized this as her feeble excuse to evade culpability. It was evident that Professor Snape was particularly irate during potions class. When he announced that 10 points would be deducted from Slytherin, Lilya could hardly believe her ears. Professor Snape, deducting points from Slytherin, and 10 at once. She nearly exclaimed, but remembering that Gryffindor had lost 30 points in that single lesson, she restrained herself. Even during evening training sessions with Harry and Lilya, they were separated. Eventually, more rules appeared plastered on the walls. Late one night, the four of them gathered in the common room to converse. Hermione whispered, we cannot allow Umbridge to continue teaching that useless material. All she does is establish rules and punish students. She possesses no other capabilities. Lilya nodded in agreement. Indeed, her teaching resembles a monotonous recitation, reading verbatim from the textbook. Ron, gazing at Hermione, remarked, but what can we do? We cannot form a team for practical exercises. Hermione pondered for a moment before exclaiming, Ron, you are a genius. Let us indeed form a team for practical exercises. Harry and Lilya can take on the teaching roles, and I'm certain many will be eager to join. Ron, filled with skepticism, replied, wait a moment, Hermione, you can't be serious. Can you imagine the look on that pink toad's face if she discovers we formed a secret group behind her back? Aren't you afraid of breaking the rules? Upon hearing this, Lilya felt as though she had heard the most amusing joke, sharing a laugh with Hermione. She looked up and said, Hey Ron, have we not broken enough rules during our 5 years at Hogwarts? Remember to live in the moment. Hermione turned to Lilya and remarked that breaking the rules could indeed be quite amusing. Lilya and Hermione embraced, while Ron grinned broadly, exclaiming, "Wow. It's not every day we hear such words from two diligent students." Harry, do you really think that is a wise course of action? Harry chuckled in response. First and foremost, I believe that as long as it brings joy to Lilya, it is indeed a wise decision. Furthermore, they seem unconcerned about the OWLs, so we might as well heed their wishes. He then sat beside Lilya, adding, "See? This is the first step towards rebellion." Ron shook his head in playful resignation. "You two always manage to surprise me every year." With a playful leg cross, Lilya smiled at him. "Looks like you're compelled to join us, Ron." Ron settled beside Hermione, asserting absolutely. He then exchanged a high five with Hermione. Harry turned to Hermione, saying, "You can handle the matter of involving others, Hermione." Hermione replied confidently, "No problem. Leave it to me. See you in Hogsmeade this weekend." Suddenly, a soft, melodious voice chimed in from behind. "Can I join too?" The four of them turned around to see Lilya pulling Shunny's hand forward and crouching down to say, "Of course, little sunshine, as long as you wish to participate. But what prompted you to come down here?" Shunny, rubbing her eyes, replied, "I woke up and saw that your and Hermione's beds were empty. So I thought I'd look for you." Lilya chuckled as she adjusted Shunny's hair. Ron glanced at Harry, saying, "You should keep an eye on your girlfriend, Harry. She is already leading first-year students to break the rules." Lilya shot Ron a look, as if we didn't sneak out during curfew in our first year. Then she turned back to Shunny, asking, "Little sunshine, are you certain you want to join us?" Shunny nodded earnestly. "I am absolutely certain." Her chubby little face trembled with excitement. Lilya smiled, patting Shunny's small hand. "It seems our little sunshine is not only adorable, but also quite brave. However, it's time for you to return to bed. Staying up too late will hinder your growth." Shunny pouted, shaking Lilya's arm. "But I want to spend more time with the pretty sisters." She then hugged Lilya tightly. Lilya nearly lost her balance, but managed to stand tall, gently patting Shunny's back. "All right, our little sunshine can play here with the older siblings. How does that sound?" Shunny, with a sweet voice, replied, "Okay." She obediently sat beside Lilya, nestled between Harry and Lilya, seemingly a bit annoyed with Harry, inching closer to Lilya. Hermione couldn't help but laugh at the scene. "Looks like Harry has a formidable little rival, doesn't he, Shunny?" Lilya quickly covered Shunny's ears, saying, "Sho, our little sunshine is still young. Such innocent children shouldn't hear about love matters." Ron, bemused, remarked, "Come on, Lilya, you and Harry were already together during your second-year break, right?" Shunny's not that young anymore. Lilya shot Ron a glare, to which he lowered his head in confusion. "Well, it's true. Besides, it's better for Shunny to learn about love early, to avoid falling into the same pitfalls as her pretty sister, transforming from a gentle, elegant lady into a girl who resorts to violence." Harry, leaning over Hermione, playfully tapped Ron on the head, causing Ron to mistakenly think it was Hermione who had hit him. "Why did you hit me?" Ron complained. Hermione innocently replied, "I didn't. You're lying. I clearly felt someone hit me." Hermione, increasingly exasperated, retorted, "I just praised you for being a genius, and yet you act like such a fool." With that, she started up the stairs toward the girls' dormitory. Lilya, noticing this, smiled. "Looks like our little sunshine is feeling sleepy. Isn't she? Sister will take you back to bed now." Shunny looked up at Lilya with wide, confused eyes and followed her back. In the large common room, only Ron and Harry remained. Ron frowned. "Girls are such strange creatures. They hit you and then deny it." Harry couldn't suppress his laughter. "Actually, it was me who hit you, Ron." Ron, realizing this, chased Harry upstairs, marking the end of this amusing escapade. Chapter 88, Dumbledore's Army. The next day, while on her way to the library, Lilya encountered Cho. After explaining their plans, Cho readily agreed. "I'll go with Cedric." "Thank you for the invitation, Lilya." Lilya smiled. "No need to thank me, Senior. It's my honor that you can come." She waved goodbye as Cho departed. Suddenly, a familiar aroma of cake wafted through the air, leading her to the Hogwarts kitchen. Inside, numerous house elves were diligently at work, and upon spotting a familiar figure, Lilya called out, "Dobby?" Her voice instantly captured the attention of many house elves, who quickly gathered around her. Dobby, pushing through the crowd, exclaimed in surprise, "Little Master." Lilya crouched down, smiling as she ruffled Dobby's ears. "I knew such a delicious cake must have been made by you. So, you work here at Hogwarts now?" Dobby jumped up and down. "Yes. Ever since Dobby was freed, he has been working in the Hogwarts kitchen. Would the little master like to have some freshly baked cakes? Strawberry flavor." Lilya nodded enthusiastically. "Of course, that sounds wonderful. But please, no need to call me little master. Just call me Lilya, Dobby." Dobby's ears drooped a bit. Since the little master left Malfoy Manor, Dobby has always been thinking of the little master. Lilya gently lifted Dobby's chin, "But now we have met again. Haven Tiwi? Dobby's ears perked up, and he turned to grab a small cake for Lilya. That's right. Little master. Please eat some and tell me how it tastes. This is Dobby's first time making strawberry cake at Hogwarts. With a smile, Lilya took a bite and gave a thumbs up. Delicious. I never knew I could find such delightful cakes anywhere else. Dobby grinned. Dobby knows a place. Whatever you wish for, it shall appear there. Lilya's mind raced, suddenly recalling where to establish Dumbledore's army. She asked Dobby, can you take me to see it? I've never heard of that place. Dobby removed the chef's hat from one of the other house elves and placed it on his head, leading Lilya outside. In the kitchen, all the house elves had dispersed, leaving just the elf who had been donned with the chef's hat, looking perplexed and unsure of what to do. As he was merely a vegetable chopping elf, Dobby and Lilya arrived at the 8th floor, gazing at a smooth wall that appeared entirely blank. Lilya looked at Dobby in confusion, and Dobby explained, the last time Dobby needed to use the restroom, he saw a door here. There is a door behind this wall. Lilya tentatively poked the wall with her finger. It was solid. Dobby innocently suggested, why don't you think carefully about what you desire, little master? Lilya closed her eyes, envisioning an empty classroom, then opened her eyes to look at the wall, which remained unyielding. She felt a bit lost, pacing nearby and pondering. Surely, Dobby's words couldn't be false. But how could there be a door here? Dobby watched Lilya intently as she walked back and forth, becoming slightly dizzy. When Lilya passed the wall for the 3rd time, a door suddenly appeared. Startled, Lilya gasped, and Dobby pulled her inside, revealing a spacious classroom. Lilya stood frozen. This defies all logic. Upon her return, Lilya shared with them the tale of an extraordinary place, evoking a sense of wonder in Harry and his companions. Ron inquired, but what if I need to use the restroom? Lilya chuckled. It seems you have more than one concern. During the weekend in Hogsmeade, a throng of patrons filled the Hogshead Inn, and all eyes were fixated on the 5 of them. Hermione reiterated the purpose of their gathering, stating, we can no longer allow Umbridge's tyranny to continue. Now, those with questions may raise their hands. Susan asked, will we truly learn anything useful there? Not just homework. Hermione replied with a smile, of course. Dean then inquired, has the Dark Lord really returned? A hush fell over the room as Hermione glanced at Harry. Unsure of what to say, Harry responded, yes, he has returned, which makes it all the more imperative for us to excel in defense against the dark arts. Seamus asked, could you tell us about the events of that night with the Triwizard Cup? The night Cedric was killed. Harry instinctively looked at Lilya, concerned that mentioning Lucius would upset her. Sensing his hesitation, Lilya shook her head and softly reassured him, it's all right, Harry. Just as Harry was about to speak, Cedric strolled in, arm in arm with Cho, and said with a grin, sorry, everyone, we're late. Why not ask me your questions? The students in the room expressed surprise. Cedric, what brings you here? Cedric replied, Lilya invited me, and how could I refuse? Besides, this is my last year at Hogwarts, and it's nice to create some beautiful memories with my girlfriend. He then turned to Cho, who bashfully lowered her head as the crowd began to tease them. Lilya laughed, interrupting the playful banter. All right, everyone, if there are no further questions, please sign your names on this paper. The group formed a long line, and when it was Cedric's turn, Lilya said, thank you for your support, senior. Cedric wrote his name and smiled. I hope for more interesting events like this in the future, and perhaps next time, you'll invite me instead of just sending Cho an invitation. Lilya looked at Cho and joked, isn't telling the senior like telling the junior? Cho laughed in agreement. After Cedric finished writing, he stood and glanced at Harry, saying, I suppose I can just invite Harry to my wedding, as inviting him would be akin to inviting you. The 4 exchanged pleasantries before departing the Hogshead Inn. Harry surveyed the densely filled paper and remarked, it seems Dumbledore's army is truly thriving. We have our work cut out for us this year. Chapter 89, the first lesson of Dumbledore's army. Members of Dumbledore's army gathered in the room of requirement, engaging in lively chatter, creating a cacophony of sound. Harry and his companions entered together, and an immediate silence enveloped the room. Hermione and Ron instinctively moved into the crowd. Shunny attempted to follow Hermione but was gently pulled back by Lilya, who whispered, just stay by my side for now. Cedric led the way, jokingly greeting, hello, teacher. To which the others echoed, hello, teacher. Lilya turned to Cedric and said with a smile, enough with the jokes, senior. You are a teacher too. She then cleared her throat and addressed the group. Now, boys and girls, please form 2 lines. Boys align with Ron, and girls with Hermione. Once everyone was organized, Lilya gestured to Harry, indicating he should say a few words. Harry began, today, our first spell will be the Patronus Charm. Lilya and I will demonstrate it. So please pay close attention. Sharing a glance with Lilya, they both cast the Patronus Charm. Harry's Patronus took the shape of a stag, while Lilya's transformed into a doe, perfectly complementing one another and inciting a stir among the audience. Ron quipped, excuse me, but can we have someone else teach this? Perhaps Cedric? Cedric shook his head, sorry. I haven't mastered it yet. I fear I would disappoint you, Ron. Ron sighed. What a pity. I thought Lilya's Patronus would be something like a butterfly. Lilya cleared her throat loudly. Enough chit-chat. Time is limited. Now, you may practice the incantation with a partner or on your own. If you encounter any issues, feel free to ask us. Remember, you must concentrate all your thoughts on happy memories. The group began to practice. Lilya crouched down beside Shunny and said, Little son, this spell is quite advanced. You may choose not to learn it, and I can teach you simpler spells instead. Shunny looked at Lilya with a pout. But I want to conjure a little animal to play with. I want to learn. Lilya pinched Shunny's cheek and smiled. All right. Then you might just be the youngest witch to master the Patronus charm, but let us try it together. Repeat after me. Expecto Patronum. Shunny echoed. Expecto Patronum. Meanwhile, Cedric succeeded in casting his Patronus, and Harry felt a surge of joy for him. Cedric remarked, I owe this to you, Harry. I recalled our moment at the Triwizard Cup, which holds great significance for me. Harry and Cedric admired the magnificent goose, reminiscent of loyalty, bravery, unity, and mutual support. By the end of the lesson, only Cedric had successfully conjured a Patronus, leading Lilya to question whether they should have initially taught simpler spells like the disarming charm, as it seemed premature to tackle the Patronus charm. Harry concurred. I believe so too, but it is merely the first day, right? As long as we see progress. That's what matters. Meanwhile, Shunny continued to fervently wave her wand, repeatedly chanting Expecto Patronum. Lilya sighed and gently stroked Shunny's head. All right, little son. It's time to get some rest. One day, you will summon a little animal to play with you. Shunny looked up at Lilya, asking, Will it be an animal even cuter than ice cream? Lilya laughed. Absolutely. I believe you will conjure a beautiful little dove. Satisfied, Shunny skipped up the stairs alongside Lilya. Chapter 90. Let him go. In recent times, the lessons had revolved around spells like the Stunning Spell and Shrinking Charm, yielding visibly impressive results. Even the youngest, Shunny, had mastered these spells with ease, while the older students could proficiently summon their patron uses. Umbridge sensed something amiss and established a reconnaissance team led by Draco, who was essentially a spy. Consequently, Dumbledore's army adeptly evaded various dangers and even stirred up more trouble. One day, Dumbledore summoned Lilya to his office. Lilya was well aware of the reason but feigned ignorance, asking, Is there something you need, Professor? Dumbledore regarded her, having watched her distance from Harry. It's for your own good. You all say this, so why can't I remain by Harry's side? I can protect him, Lilya questioned. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Dumbledore replied, Lilya, I have considered your presence near Harry with Severus, but that would only escalate matters and could potentially lead to your demise at Voldemort's hands. Lilya blurted out, As long as I can stay by Harry's side, I wouldn't mind dying. Dumbledore sighed, nearly exclaiming, You are being reckless. Do you have any idea how desperately Voldemort wants to capture you? Lilya met Dumbledore's gaze. Remaining silent, Dumbledore held her eyes for a moment before speaking again. If you truly wish to protect Harry, then you must hurt him. The more he despises you, the safer you will be. Your safety ensures his. Lilya touched her ring, pondering, Why must I always do what I do not wish to? Dumbledore approached Lilya and said, Return to Malfoy Manor, Lilya. Strive to earn Voldemort's trust. This is my final task for you, and indeed, your only viable course of action. Lilya, in disbelief, responded, You want me to return to the Malfoy household and become a Death Eater? What of all I have accomplished over the years? Is it all but a farce? How will they perceive me? A madwoman who has offended everyone. A piece of refuse, like a rat scurrying through the streets? Dumbledore replied, Only in this manner can you better protect Harry, and only then can this game be played to its conclusion. Do not harbor resentment. If you must blame anyone, let it be your own brilliance, which may wound others. Lilya, seemingly losing her sanity, retorted, You blame me? It's all my fault. After all these years, I have woven myself into a web of my own making. Truly, I have boarded a ship sailing into darkness, and what future do I even hope for? How foolish I am. Dumbledore observed her demeanor, feeling an unexplainable discomfort, his words caught in his throat, wiping the tears from her face. Lilya looked up at Dumbledore with a smile. I understand, Professor. I shall fulfill the task you have set before me, protecting the great savior, perhaps for the final time. Is it not simply a matter of forsaking everything? I can manage that. With that, she rose and exited the classroom. As she made her way, many gazes lingered upon her, and Lilya found it utterly irksome. She mused to herself that she was neither a blade nor poison, not a football to be kicked about, and certainly not a subservient slave. Upon arriving at the room of requirement, a vast, empty space, she gazed into the mirror, taking in her tear-streaked garments, disheveled hair, and swollen eyes. She resembled a pitiful beggar, alternating between laughter and sorrow. Her cries mingled with unsettling laughter, truly a chilling sound. She pondered how she had come to this point, recalling her once prized talents and wisdom that had garnered her fame. only for them to now become a source of pain for others. She had always detested tasks, yet time and again, she had completed them for the sake of the great savior. Her departure from the Malfoy household was not solely for her friends, but also to avoid becoming someone else's pawn, and to escape the awkwardness of facing a family with whom she shared no blood ties after 11 years of cohabitation. Now, she was destined to become the very person she loathed most, a duplicitous villain, compelled to relive the very actions she had abhorred for years prior. Reflecting deeply, she questioned what she had left. Family. The Malfoys had treated her with kindness, yet there was no blood relation. What of her biological parents? They had never inquired. She was merely a child picked up and discarded, an unwanted child lost for 11 years. Yet, she had friends, brilliant Hermione, forthright Ron, quietly supportive Neville, and her beloved Harry Potter, the great savior. But now, she had to part ways with them. Ironically, it seemed she possessed everything and yet nothing at all. A tragic paradox that left her unsure of whom to blame or how to express her grievances. Perhaps she was a mistake from the moment of her birth, existing without purpose. Yet, she could not succumb to death. If she did, no one would love the great savior as fiercely as she did, loving to the point of losing everything, loving to the point of self-destruction, loving to the point of feeling unworthy of him. The more she gazed at herself, the more she despised her reflection. With her ring-adorned left hand, she shattered the mirror. Crimson blood oozing from her hand as the mirror fractured into multiple cracks, shards falling away. Lilya beheld her fragmented self in the mirror, glanced at her injured hand, and began to laugh through her tears. Oh, great savior, how many regrets lie within your triumphs. Chapter 91, The Library. After her tears subsided, Lilya made her way to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey, frowning, inquired, "Such beautiful hands. How did they come to be like this?" Lilya forced a smile and replied, "It's merely a glass cut. No need for concern, Madame Pomfrey." Noticing the ring on her hand, Madame Pomfrey asked, "What is this? Have you and Mr. Potter become engaged, Miss Lilya?" Lilya hesitated before responding, "No, it's just for fun." Madame Pomfrey admonished her, "A young girl like you should not engage in frivolous romances. They can cause deep harm. Allow me to remove that ring for you." Lilya laughed gently. "No need, Madame Pomfrey. This ring seems rather impossible to remove." With a sigh, Madame Pomfrey applied ointment and bandaged Lilya's hand. Upon returning to her dormitory, Lilya settled onto her bed with a book. Having nearly completed her studies in defense against the dark arts, she now needed to dedicate herself to preparing for her OWLs. If she were to become a Death Eater, particularly one favored by Voldemort, she needed to ensure he took notice of her. Before long, Shunny returned, noticing the bandage on Lilya's hand and approaching with concern. "Pretty sister, how did you injure your hand? Does it hurt?" Seeing Shunny, Lilya smiled brightly. "It's not too painful anymore. Thank you for your concern, my little son." Shunny blew gently on the bandaged area, believing it might alleviate some pain. Lilya gazed at Shunny, lost in thought, reflecting on how this pure and beautiful girl would surely find happiness in the future. Shunny, sensing Lilya's gaze, looked up and asked, "What is it, pretty sister?" Lilya chuckled and shook her head. "I simply wanted to see our lovely little son. Have you made friends your age?" Shunny nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, I've made many friends. But my favorite is a Hufflepuff named Convars." Lilya stroked Shunny's hair. "Your friends must be wonderful, right?" Shunny smiled. "Indeed. Convars is very gentle and kind to me. We often meet." Lilya teased, "Well, my little son mustn't he develop feelings for him. When you grow up, many will surely pursue you." Shunny, somewhat understanding, nodded. Lilya laughed as she invited Shunny onto her bed, where Shunny lay in her embrace with Snowball nestled beside her, perusing unfamiliar topics. For every question Shunny asked, Lilya patiently provided an answer. Soon, both Shunny and Snowball fell asleep, softly snoring. Lilya tucked them in and quietly observed Shunny's peaceful slumber, whispering, "Our little son must grow up happy and healthy." She then rose and headed to the library, where Hermione, Ron, and Harry were also present. Lilya paused, opting for a seat far from them. Across from her sat a Slytherin boy, but regrettably, that was the only empty seat aside from the one at Harry's table. And she had no choice but to try her luck there. Since she could not confront the situation, she decided to temporarily evade it, though she knew she would have to face it eventually. Lilya approached with her book and softly inquired, "May I sit here?" The boy glanced up and replied, "Yes, please do, as long as you remain quiet." Content. Lilya thanked him and took her seat. After a while, Harry and the others prepared to leave, their voices rising. The boy muttered to himself in annoyance, "Them again. Don't they realize the library is a place for silence? Typical Gryffindors." Lilya noticed and propped her head on her hand to conceal herself, thinking how she had encountered a rather rigid Slytherin. Thankfully, she had not worn her robes to the library, otherwise she would have been at a loss for words. However, the boy added, "Sorry, I didn't mean you." Lilya glanced at her attire, realizing it was not her robes. Could it be that he recognized her, yet still allowed her to sit? Observing the book he was engrossed in, it was evident that he was a student on the verge of graduation. How could he possibly know her? Lilya felt a twinge of embarrassment, opting for silence as she continued to read. It was only when the library was left with just the two of them that Lilya decided to rise and depart, prompting the young man to stand as well, apologizing. I must clarify, I wasn't referring to you. With a smile, Lilya replied, it's quite all right. It's typical for Slytherins to harbor biases. However, I believe you should know me, shouldn't you? May I inquire as to your name, sir? The young man responded, Roderick Edwards, a 7th-year student. Lilya turned to Roderick and said, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Edwards. However, curfew is approaching, and I fear that Professor Snape would not take kindly to your tardiness. Farewell. Chapter 92, Christmas. That evening, Harry sought out Lilya, wishing to accompany her to Ron's home. Lilya resolutely declined, unwilling to be alone with Harry, fabricating an excuse to leave. Harry, seemingly having endured this for quite some time, stated, I don't understand what is wrong with you. I haven't done anything to offend you, have I? Why are you avoiding me? I only heard about your injury from Ron. Turning to glance at the shattered glass, Lilya faced Harry and, with a heavy heart, stepped forward. You haven't done anything wrong. The fault lies with me. I have grown to despise you, Mr. Potter. We should part ways. Harry stared at her in disbelief. Wait. What? Part ways? You must be joking. This isn't April Fool's Day. I don't appreciate this jest. He grasped Lilya's arm, hoping she would retract her statement. Seeing Harry's distraught expression pierced Lilya's heart, yet she forced a smile. Did you not hear me clearly? We are breaking up. Harry's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he choked out. Are you certain? To break up with me on Christmas? What have I done wrong? I can change. Can we not reconsider? Lilya felt the pressure of Harry's grip intensifying, her arm beginning to throb painfully. Let go, she exclaimed, her voice rising. Yet Harry held on tighter, enveloping her in an embrace, tears streaming down his face. I cannot bear to be without you, Lilya. Please. As Harry's tears fell upon Lilya's neck, a pang of sorrow welled within her. She wished things were different, but she believed this was the best course of action for him. Mistletoe stealthily crept above them, providing Harry with an excuse to kiss Lilya with an urgency that was unlike any gentle affection he had shown before. Lilya closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. And Harry tasted the salt of her sorrow, releasing her to gaze into her eyes. She removed the hair tie from her hair and tossed it at Harry's feet, her voice trembling. It is truly over, my great savior. Forget me. With that, she turned and departed from the room of requirement. Harry watched Lilya's retreating figure, his heart torn asunder, picking up the hair tie and kneeling on the ground, engulfed in despair. The very thing he had feared most 3 years prior had come to fruition. He murmured to himself, we have shared so much, overcome countless trials, and witnessed such beauty together. How could I ever forget? As Lilya left the room of requirement, she wandered through the empty corridors, feeling the weight of her own words inflicting pain. Despite her resolve, she struggled against the tide of her emotions. Lilya, you do not love him. You never truly loved him. Release him. Let him find a girl who can remain by his side, devoted to him without reservation. Do not torment yourself any longer. Severus Snape blocked her path, commanding, follow me. Lilya hesitated, casting a glance at him. If you wish to avoid others witnessing your current state, he added. Reluctantly, she followed him to his office. Snape pulled out a chair for her, stating, I presume you have severed ties with Mr. Potter, or else you wouldn't be in such a state in the school corridors. Lilya remained silent. Snape continued, during this holiday, I shall take you to Malfoy Manor to meet the individual in question. Be prepared. He will not be easily deceived by mere theatrics. Your clemency practice has shown promise, and I trust you can withstand his legitimacy. Still silent, Lilya accepted a tissue from Snape. Enough of your tears, Lilya. You have taken the first step. There can be no turning back now. Show the Dark Lord your worth. Demonstrate your loyalty. That is what you must do. Lilya took the tissue, replying, I understand. Professor Snape, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Snape cautioned, when you return, wrap yourself in your blanket. If anyone inquires, simply state that you have broken up with Harry Potter, understood? As for that ring, either remove it entirely or transfer it to another finger. The choice is yours. Lowering her gaze to the ring, Lilya moved it to her index finger. As you wish, Professor, before rising to leave. Chapter 93, Clouds and Rain. During the days of Christmas, Lilya spent her time in the girls' restroom, experimenting with new spells and crafting incantations. As clouds gathered above the sink, a gentle rain began to fall. Moaning Myrtle, resting her chin in her hands, remarked, inventing a rain spell in winter, you are quite the prodigy. Lilya observed the rainfall with a hint of regret, muttering to herself, I should practice more. The area of effect is insufficient. Myrtle, feeling neglected, interjected. Where is your little boyfriend, Harry? Didn't you return home together? Lilya paused momentarily before softly confessing. We broke up. Myrtle, as if hearing the most astonishing news, exclaimed. You broke up? That's the greatest joke I've ever heard. Wait, are you serious? Lilya remained silent, confirming the truth of her statement. Myrtle's curiosity piqued. She asked. Who initiated the breakup? Did he cheat? Or was it you? Lilya shot her a glance. Clouds gather and rain falls. A massive cloud formed above Myrtle, unleashing a torrential downpour. Lilya smirked faintly. This one turned out rather well. Though Myrtle, being a ghost, remained unaffected by the rain. She felt a sense of indignation and followed Lilya. Hey, Lilya, apologize. Lilya, engrossed in her book, ignored her. Myrtle floated in front of her. Lilya glared at her. Do you not think an apology is in order? We are even now. Realizing her fault, Myrtle conceded. Well, you should at least clean up the mess. The water is overflowing, just like in second year. Lilya glanced down at the water, recalling the moment when the great savior had rescued her, the very beginning of everything. She hurried back, pointing her wand at the cloud, stupefied. The clouds dissipated, and the rain ceased. Lilya looked at the now clear space. A wave of discomfort washing over her. Since everything could not return to the beginning, let the beginning vanish. She stepped outside, entering the great hall, gazing at the grand Christmas tree, feeling a wave of sadness wash over her, wondering how Harry Potter lingered in her thoughts no matter where she turned. Feeling utterly helpless, Lilya wandered along the edge of the Black Lake, contemplating which corners of Hogwarts she had yet to explore with Harry. Returning to the girls' dormitory, she flipped through her monotonous textbooks. As she read, her thoughts drifted back to that boy, and she closed the book in frustration, preparing to touch her pillow for sleep. She closed her eyes, only to be haunted by Harry's image. Staring out at the swirling snow, she sighed in silence. Meanwhile, at Grimmauld Place, everyone was gathered for dinner. Sirius looked at Harry, who seemed lost in thought. Are you all right, Harry? Harry did not hear, and Mrs. Weasley did not see Lilya's figure. Where's Lilya? She inquired. Did she not return with you? Harry immediately rose and gazed towards the door. Has Lilya arrived? Upon seeing no one, he dejectedly lowered his head. The others looked at Harry in astonishment, and Sirius also stood up, asking, What happened between you and Lilya, Harry? Harry shook his head, then picked up an empty cup beside him and took a sip of air, realizing something was amiss. He feigned nonchalance and said, Lilya and I have broken up. The room erupted in surprise once again. Hermione choked in shock, Ron's mouth fell agape, and Ginny's eyes nearly bulged out. The Weasley couple turned to Harry in unison. Mrs. Weasley said, Lilya? That cannot be. She was so devoted to you. Harry sighed. I think I should head to bed now. Good night, everyone. Ron and Hermione hurriedly followed him, but Harry stated, Don't look for me. Ron and Hermione fell silent and returned to their seats. Sirius and the Weasley couple exchanged glances, and Mrs. Weasley said, All right, children, go play quickly. Once everyone had left, Arthur Weasley slowly spoke. I believe there must be a reason for Lilya and Harry's breakup. She is not one to indulge in fleeting relationships. Sirius replied, I completely trust Lilya, Arthur, but it's evident that Harry has been deeply affected. Mrs. Weasley added, How could Harry, who loves Lilya so much, not be upset? He is still a child, not an adult. Sirius recalled the days in the Order of the Phoenix and said, What we need to do now is comfort Harry. We cannot allow Lilya's efforts to be in vain. Chapter 94, The Essence. Lilya was reporting to Snape in his office about her newly invented spell, Gathering Clouds and Rain, which, as its name suggests, would summon a dark cloud and cause it to rain. The current effective radius is approximately 3 meters in a near-circular area centered on the target. Snape rubbed his temple. So you intend to demonstrate a rain spell before the Dark Lord, Lilya? Should we prepare raincoats and umbrellas in advance? Lilya fell silent, and Snape continued. Do not let your personal emotions interfere with your spell work. In fact, you need not invent new spells to draw the Dark Lord's attention. Lilya remained silent, returning to her dormitory to ponder what other spells had yet to be invented, aimlessly waving her wand. Watching the icicles outside grow thinner beneath the eaves, Lilya exclaimed, Thin ice like needles. Several needle-like icicles instantly struck the wall, quickly melting away. If there were any evidence of their presence, it would be the water stains left on the wall and the floor. Lilya thought carefully. If the ice were to grow a bit longer and aimed at the heart of a target, it could potentially be lethal and yet remain inconspicuous. Coupled with a silencing charm, one could kill without a trace. However, the drawbacks were evident. It could only be used in cold weather, or else it would melt before reaching its target. In that light, the killing curse remained far more effective. Lilya wandered through the library, hoping to find inspiration from other books. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to the scent guide on the top shelf. She attempted to reach for it, but found it too high. Roderick offered, Do you need help? Lilya turned to see his outstretched hand, drew her wand, and levitated the book down. "No, thank you," she replied, as Roderick awkwardly lowered his hand from the air. Lilya found a seat and sat down, and Roderick joined her. Lilya glanced around the empty spots and asked, "Do you have something to discuss, Mr. Edwards?" Roderick replied, "I'm just curious why you chose this book." Lilya casually remarked, "The title is quite unique. Would you like to read it? If so, it's yours." Roderick chuckled and pointed to the author's name on the book. "I think I'll pass. I've read this book many times already." Lilya looked at Roderick Edwards. "Did you write this?" Roderick nodded. "That's why I'm curious." Lilya responded, "It seems I've encountered the author himself. But why did you write a book about scents?" Roderick gazed at Lilya. "I believe scents can prove a person's identity, which is why I wrote this book. Recently, I discovered that very scent." Lilya nodded, somewhat understanding, and whispered, "If a different person were to emit the same scent, wouldn't it confuse their identities?" Roderick asked, "What did you say?" Lilya answered, "Nothing. I believe you've been a great help, Mr. Edwards." "Thank you." Roderick looked at Lilya. "Just call me Roderick. Mr. Edwards sounds like an old man." Lilya stood up, smiling. "Thank you, Senior Roderick. I will read this book carefully. Farewell." Roderick watched her departing figure and quietly said, "Merry Christmas, Lilya." Chapter 95, The Scent Guide, Lilya's Heritage. Preface. I believe scents can prove a person's identity and that those we long for will eventually meet again. Scents, this peculiar mark, symbolize a memory. I once detected a faint rose fragrance mingled with an indescribably peculiar aroma in the Slytherin common room. Familiar yet elusive, I could not pinpoint where I had encountered it before. For a year, that scent inexplicably vanished. I searched for it long and hard, only to catch a whiff of it again in the library, intermittent and fleeting. The sensation of grasping and losing it was quite distressing. I attempted to trace the source of the scent, but the library was too crowded, and I found it impossible to do so. Until one day, I encountered a girl in the library whose scent mirrored the one from my memories. She was quite renowned, known by everyone at Hogwarts. I suspected she might be my sister or something along those lines, and wrote to my parents inquiring about her. They replied, stating that she was not my sister, but rather the daughter of our former neighbors, the Florlitas, and that the scent was unique to her at birth. Her father was a brilliant violinist, while her mother tended to the Malfoy family's garden. They had once lived a blissful life, but tragically, shortly after her birth, her father perished in a fire, and her mother, unable to cope with the loss, succumbed to despair and took her own life. By the time my parents arrived, the child was already gone. Roderick Edwards. Sadly, Lilya no longer felt the pang of heartbreak. She remained an orphan, and the unraveling of her heritage merely reopened her wounds. There was a small note at the bottom. Your life has never been a tragedy. It is merely the foundation for a brighter future. Always believe that there will be someone who loves you, and that you are forever cherished. This book is unique, and only you may take it and dispose of it as you wish. Dumbledore. After finishing the book, Lilya closed it and tossed it into the trash bin, where it ignited in flames. As she watched it burn to ashes, Lilya suddenly laughed softly. Do I deserve such great love? She then picked up her long-neglected violin and played a somewhat melancholic piece, the Swan Song, as if to gain a deeper understanding of Mr. Florlita. The brief introduction about him merely summarized his life as a violinist. Lilya listened to her own playing, feeling increasingly dissatisfied, and played faster until a string snapped. The harsh sound startled the ice cream, which fled the dormitory. Gazing at the severed violin string, Lilya felt no desire to replace it. She wished for the broken string to remain like a shattered mirror. The idea of mending a broken mirror is but a fanciful notion. Ashes of burnt paper cannot regain their pristine state, and shattered glass will never heal. A broken string cannot be replaced. In her despair, she discarded the violin into the trash, reducing it to ashes. She lay on the ground, murmuring to herself that it might be better to end her life, for that would bring some solace. What of the violin, the roses, the musicians, the gardeners, the tragic deaths in flames, or the depression that leads to suicide? It seemed she was a harbinger of misfortune. The future appeared laughable, happiness seemed tragic, and love felt contemptible. Abandoning her was one thing, but to leave her without a trace was truly an act of greatness from her parents, Frolita, in this tragic narrative of her life. Chapter 96, The Quarrel in the Hall. Upon their return, Hermione immediately inquired about the breakup between Lilya and Harry. Lilya replied affirmatively, cautioning her not to delve into details or reasons. Hermione's curiosity was stifled, and she shifted to another question, asking if they would still hang out together. Every moment. Lilya replied, engrossed in her drawing, perhaps I won't frequent Dumbledore's army. Contact me only in emergencies. Hermione expressed her growing confusion towards Lilya, questioning if she was still her friend. She then exited the girls' dormitory. Lilya stood in shock, setting down her brush. Shunny, pausing her tidying, rushed to Lilya with a tissue in hand, saying, You must be feeling very sad right now, beautiful sister. Surprised by this, Lilya looked at Shunny. Had her performance not been convincing enough? She smiled and replied, I am not sad, Shunny. I am well. Shunny insisted, don't lie, beautiful sister. You've never called me Shunny before. Don't bottle up your unhappiness. You can talk to me. I promise to remain as silent as a statue. Feeling a lump in her throat, Lilya didn't want Shunny to see her tears and embraced her tightly. Shunny patted Lilya's back, stating, if beautiful sister cries, it won't look good, but if you hold it in, it'll be even worse, and you might fall ill, becoming an ugly sister. Lilya chuckled through her tears. If I were to become an ugly sister, would little son not like me anymore? Shunny replied, he wouldn't stop liking you, but he would feel heartbroken. You are the best person to me, aside from Dad. I don't want to see you cry. Wiping her tears with the tissue, Lilya smiled at Shunny and said, all right, sister won't cry anymore. Shall we take little son out for cake? Shunny shook her head, cradling Lilya's face with her warm little hands. I want to stay here with beautiful sister until you're no longer sad. Then we can go eat cake. A warmth spread through Lilya's heart as she smiled. Pulling Shunny's hand, sister is truly not sad anymore. See, I am very happy. As long as we have little son, I will not be sad. In the hall, Lilya and Shunny were indulging in cake when Harry approached, declaring, Lilya, I think we need to talk. Lilya's smile froze as she turned away, no longer looking at him, and asked Shunny, do you like this flavor of cake? Shunny nodded, obliviously. Feeling neglected, Harry yanked Lilya's arm, attempting to drag her away, causing her to wince in pain as she exclaimed, let go. Harry retorted, I will not let you go. I need a reason for the breakup. His voice boomed, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. Whispers erupted, questioning the sudden split between Lilya and Harry, who had been together for quite some time. Hearing the murmurs, Harry shouted, silence. The hall fell abruptly quiet. Lilya taunted, are you certain you want me to announce our breakup in front of all these people? Are you not concerned about your pride? Harry replied, what pride do I have left without you? Lilya scoffed, I think you have truly lost your mind. Just a day before Christmas, I clearly told you that I despise you. Do you comprehend that? Harry yelled, I don't believe it. How could you suddenly change? Lilya coldly laughed, alas, I have changed. What will you do about it? Continue to cling to me foolishly? Let me remind you, if you persist, we won't even be able to remain friends. Roderick stepped forward, grasping Harry's hand, let her go. Harry, feeling Roderick's grip tighten, glared at Lilya. Is this your new boyfriend? Frustrated, Lilya snapped, this is none of your business, Roderick. Roderick responded, I cannot stand by and watch him hurt you. Lilya laughed, looking at him, who do you think you are? I do not need your help. Let go of him, Mr. Edwards. Roderick stared at her in disbelief, Fralida. Lilya, enraged, shouted, I do not go by Fralida. Stay away from me, Mr. Edwards. Harry drew his wand, pointing it at Roderick. It seems your gallant act has failed. This is between us now, step aside. Roderick also brandished his wand. Do you wish to duel, foolish lion? Sleep. The onlookers quickly formed a circle around them. Harry was knocked to the ground, but still clung to Lilya's arm, dragging her down with him. Shunny rushed through the crowd, pulling Lilya up as she broke free from Harry, shouting, enough. If you all wish to be expelled, continue fighting. I have had enough. Roderick attempted to explain, Lilya, I was just. Lilya interjected, please, stop pretending to be brave, Roderick. My affairs are not your concern. Even if I were to die, it would not matter to you. I am merely a former neighbor, not even a friend. Do forget that ridiculous notion. With that, she took Shunny's hand and left the hall. Professor Snape arrived late, brushing past the politely departing Lilya, and addressed the crowd. What are you staring at? Finish your meals and leave. One by one, the students vacated the hall. Snape continued, this is not your concern, Mr. Edwards and Mr. Potter. Follow me. Soon. The news of Lilya and Harry's breakup spread throughout Hogwarts. Chapter 97, The Pink Toad. Snape escorted Harry to his office, where Harry attempted to flee. But Snape shoved him into a chair. Do not seek out Lilya again. How much more must she hurt you before you can let her go? Do you not understand her words? Harry replied, I believe this matter is none of your business, Professor Snape. Snape pressed down on him, stating, it is very much my business, Mr. Potter. Do I need to cast a forgetting charm on you to erase those filthy thoughts from your mind? Harry protested. You cannot do that. Snape asserted, whether I can or cannot is irrelevant, Mr. Potter. If your occlumency skills had progressed, believe me, she would not have treated you this way. Harry questioned, what does that have to do with my occlumency? Snape released him, saying, it seems you are even more hopeless than I imagined. If you do not wish for me to cast a spell on you, then heed my advice. Leave Lilya alone and do not provoke her again. You may go now. Harry, regaining his composure, asked, so, Lilya still loves me, right? Snape sighed. You are truly beyond help. Do you need Lilya to belittle you completely before you comprehend? Let me be clear, it is impossible for you to. Do not even think about it. With that, he threw Harry out the door. Meanwhile, Draco approached Lilya. You broke up with Potter? Shunny stood defiantly in front of Lilya. declaring, "Leave her alone." Draco glanced at Shunny and retorted, "This has nothing to do with you, you little brat." Lilya, shielding Shunny behind her, interjected, "Don't be mean to her. Yes, I broke up with Harry, but what is it to you?" Draco, observing Shunny making faces at him from behind Lilya, rolled up his sleeves and said, "Hey, you little imp, how dare you make faces at me? Let me show you a lesson today." Shunny, frightened, edged closer to Lilya. Lilya raised her wand and asked, "What do you think you're doing? Are you mad?" Draco widened his eyes in indignation. "She started it by making faces at me. I'm going to tell my dad." Lilya, exasperated, replied, "How childish can you be, squabbling with a kid?" Draco, deflated like a punctured balloon, relented, Fine, I'm childish. All right, what is going on?" Lilya said, "Go ask your dad," and then she took Shunny away. Draco, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, "What does your breakup have to do with my dad?" "Hey, Lilya." Meanwhile, Lilya and Shunny found themselves under a tree by the Black Lake, skipping stones. Shunny managed to skip only one stone each time, prompting Lilya to laugh. "You can't just throw it. You have to skim it across the surface." "Let me show you." After guiding Shunny, they succeeded in skipping 5 stones. Shunny was enchanted, playing joyfully alongside Lilya. At that moment, Cedric approached Lilya, remarking, "Looks like you're having quite a good time." Lilya glanced up and, spotting Cedric, replied, "Don't come here to lecture me," as she tossed another stone. Cedric replied, "Who said I was here to lecture you?" Lilya, surprised, asked, "Then what are you here for?" Cedric answered, "Just came to check on your mood. You seem quite chipper." Lilya quipped, "If you broke up, would you be in a good mood? That's just hilarious." Cedric confidently shook his head. "That's not going to happen. I want to break up with Cho." Lilya set her stone down and smiled at Cedric. "Well, congratulations to you, senior. If you're here to flaunt your romance, I think I'll take my leave." Cedric stopped her, saying, "I just wanted to inform you that Umbridge is interrogating students lately. I heard she wants to talk to you, so be careful." Lilya scoffed, "That toad can't possibly force anyone to confess." Cedric raised an eyebrow. "It's quite possible." Lilya stretched her limbs and declared, "Let us see what she has up her sleeve that could make me talk. It's utterly ridiculous." Chapter 98. Practicing acting. The following day, Lilya was in potions class with Snape, discussing Umbridge's punitive measures against students. Snape, fully aware, remarked, "Your turn is coming, Lilya. Umbridge specifically requested a vial of Veritaserum from me." Noticing Lilya's worried expression, he quickly added, "But don't fret, I replaced it with water." Lilya sighed in relief. "Thank goodness. But isn't Veritaserum meant for interrogating criminals? I can't shake off the feeling of heading to Azkaban." "Isn't Minister Fudge concerned?" Snape replied, "Fudge? He has left everything concerning Hogwarts to that Umbridge. Her authority here surpasses even the headmaster's." Lilya chuckled. "Then let him come and see how Umbridge punishes students. It would be an excellent opportunity for me to hone my acting skills." Snape retorted, "Focus on your potion and stop daydreaming. It's not that convenient." Just then, a student entered, saying, "Professor Snape, Professor Umbridge wants to speak with Lilya." Lilya smiled at Snape. "See, she is here already?" Snape, reluctantly watching Lilya leave, instructed the student. "You, keep an eye on this pot of Felix Felicis. The moment it turns golden, immediately add the powdered hellebore from the table. If this potion fails, Gryffindor loses 20 points. The student hurried to the cauldron, watching it intently. Meanwhile, Lilya was summoned to Umbridge's cute pink office, where she settled into a chair and said, "Professor, what did you want to discuss?" Umbridge replied, "I wish to inquire about the secret organization. If you could provide me with information, you would be spared punishment." Lilya feigned confusion. "I'm sorry, what punishment do I face?" Umbridge stated, "Defying my orders will result in consequences." Lilya propped her chin on her hand, pretending to ponder. "Let me think. You wish for that to happen? Not a chance." Umbridge, observing Lilya's attitude, snapped her quill in frustration. "Let me clarify. As long as you remain a student at Hogwarts, I can punish you." Lilya casually leaned closer, smiling. "Then, what if I drop out? Do you still have the authority to control me?" Umbridge fell silent. Lilya continued, "Do you really intend to punish me? I have no desire to continue my studies here anyway. And by the way, I've tolerated you for quite some time." Umbridge leaned in. "Are you threatening me?" Lilya replied, "You threatened me first. So, do you still want to punish me? Just a warning, this is your last chance." Umbridge pressed her wand against Lilya's chin. "What gives you the audacity to negotiate with me?" Lilya, noticing Umbridge's flustered demeanor, smirked. "Because I'm looking for trouble. Does that satisfy you?" Umbridge slapped Lilya, calling her a lunatic, then threw her into a chair, inscribing "Respect your teacher" on Lilya's arm with her wand. Lilya laughed even more, provocatively gazing at Umbridge. Umbridge pinched Lilya's face, exclaiming, "You're such a troublesome child. I don't have time to waste with you. Tell me what you're up to with Harry Potter." Lilya, aware that time was running short, adopted a pitiful expression and said, "What are you talking about? I genuinely don't understand." Umbridge slapped her again, this time with greater force, causing blood to trickle from the corner of Lilya's mouth. You're lying. It seems I'll have to resort to that method, Umbridge declared, producing a small vial. Lilya recognized it as merely a bottle of regular water that Professor Snape had replaced, devoid of any threat, yet she feigned ignorance, asking, "What is this?" Umbridge, believing Lilya was frightened, smiled, and said, "Truth serum." Suddenly, the door burst open, and Fudge entered, exclaiming, "Stop!" Snape and a throng of others followed behind. Lilya shot Snape a barely perceptible smile before once again adopting the guise of a hapless victim. Umbridge, startled by Fudge's entrance, stammered, "Minister, what brings you to Hogwarts?" Fudge replied, "If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have believed you were coercing a minor into using Veritaserum." Umbridge hastily explained, "I can explain, Minister. This girl is secretly forming a clandestine organization, and I feared it might pose a danger to the Ministry." Fudge turned to Lilya, who bore two distinct red handprints on her fair face, her appearance startling, blood trickling from her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. How could such a girl be involved in anything dangerous? Seeing Fudge's disbelief, Umbridge quickly uncapped the vial and attempted to pour it into Lilya's mouth, demanding, "Tell me what trickery you're up to." Lilya observed the exasperated expression on her face, nearly succumbing to laughter. Particularly, the water possessed a hint of sweetness. Yet she managed to stifle her amusement, feigning a cough after finishing her drink and collapsing onto the ground. "I truly did not. Please believe me," Umbridge exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the prostrate Lilya. "How could this be possible? You must be deceiving me." Fudge bellowed, "Enough. Seize her. I believe you are no longer fit to serve as a teacher at Hogwarts, nor to work at the Ministry of Magic. Deliberately harming minors and coercing them to ingest Veritaserum is sufficient grounds for your imprisonment in Azkaban." He then turned to Professor Snape, bowing slightly as he stated, "This is a grave oversight on the Ministry's part. I shall discuss this matter with Dumbledore." Snape nodded, replying, "I ask that the Minister take stringent action against Umbridge. We hold the punishment of this student in the highest regard." Fudge cast an apologetic glance at Lilya, saying, "I am truly sorry, Mississippi, rest assured. The Ministry will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness." Once the crowd had dispersed, Lilya remained on the ground. Snape approached her, saying, "Enough of the theatrics. Umbridge will not escape unscathed." Slowly rising, Lilya touched her face, lamenting, "But it truly hurts." Observing her swollen visage, Snape felt a pang of sympathy and furrowed his brow, saying, "Next time, refrain from trying to showcase your talents. There was no need to seek out trouble." Lilya regarded Professor Snape earnestly, stating, "But if I do not perform convincingly, how will Voldemort ever trust me?" Snape fell silent, prompting Lilya to cheerfully announce, "Well, Professor, congratulations on your new position as the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. Your wish has been fulfilled." Snape sighed, shaking his head with a smile. "You truly are a carefree child." Chapter 99, Curfew Surprise, Special Edition 99. After returning, Lilya sat by the fireplace, applying an ice pack gifted by Professor Snape to her face, sighing in comfort, "Ah, how delightful. Curfew is splendid, with no one around in the common room." A voice emanated from behind her. "Is that so? I'm still here." Recognizing the familiar tone, Lilya's eyes widened, and she hurriedly fled. Harry intercepted her path, noticing the bruised corner of her mouth and her swollen face, gently placing the ice pack against her visage. Lilya looked up at Harry, her emotions a tangled web. Harry met her gaze, saying, "I know what Umbridge did to you. Do not worry. I will not act against you. This is merely an act of camaraderie." Suddenly feeling a wave of guilt toward Harry, Lilya could find no words, instead taking the ice pack from his hand, saying, "Thank you, my friend. But I believe I can manage such matters myself. Good night." Harry grasped her hand, pulling her back. A sense of unease washed over Lilya, given Harry's character. Something was bound to happen. Indeed, Harry embraced her tightly. Lilya felt a bit overwhelmed, her mind going blank as she pushed him away, exclaiming, "Did you not say you would not act against me?" Harry looked at her and replied, "I am merely helping a classmate," before pulling her waist back into another kiss. Lilya felt a sting on her lip and, unable to push him away, seized the opportunity to bite his lip fiercely. At that moment, an odd sensation coursed through her. Harry too felt it, quickly releasing his hold on her. Both stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. Harry's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. The atmosphere grew awkward. Lilya remarked, "Harry, your method of aiding a classmate is quite unique." Harry countered, "Your way of rejecting is rather unique as well." Lilya chuckled awkwardly, "Ha ha ha. Thankfully no one saw that. You won't tell anyone, will you?" Harry assured her, "No, absolutely not." Lilya continued, "That is splendid. Today's incident was exceedingly embarrassing and nearly jeopardized our friendship. Ha ha ha." Harry fell silent, while Lilya, still laughing, dashed up the staircase. Ha ha ha. What a bizarre day. It felt like a ghost appeared. Good night. Harry stammered, "Gee, good night." Lilya returned to her dormitory, climbing into bed, clutching her pillow, unable to find sleep throughout the night. Meanwhile, Harry experienced a similar plight, holding his pillow, also unable to slumber.